What's up, guys? Good morning, everybody. Sorry about that. Sarah's a little bit behind. What's up, y'all? I'm Justin. I'm going to be your host today. Grab your coffee, grab your pens. All right, we're going to dig into it right now because I got a late start to the day. I hope everybody is doing well. I just want to say for anybody that feels like they're not putting something together, we have a chat for a reason. If you want to set yourself up with a one-on-one, any contributions to the stream, $50 and over, automatically get a one-on-one. Just to tighten up, see how we can stop you from either, making, losing less, making more, stock selection, a lot of different things. A lot of stuff I don't even talk about on here. Or you can donate that to somebody else. So I just want to say that any contributions over $50, you can take it or you can send it to somebody else. All the contributions they go to the stream. They don't go to me. Let's get right into it. So, apologize for being a little late. I was up a few times last night. All right, so first thing that I have up here is Fubo. First thing we have is Fubo, and it broke $5, and it's retesting it right now. I have not looked at the overall markets. Let me know if you guys can see the screen and monitor okay. So the SPY did not hold. I figured it wouldn't. Here's a lesson. When you see, the Qs, when you guys see a stock get to a level, we'll talk about the downside. I'm not going to talk about like a lot or get into like anything crazy, but when you see it either bumping up into resistance, when it falls into support and does not, and sits there literally all day, that in and of itself is a sign that it is not, there is no buyers, there was nobody that has money to move markets, moving market money. They're not stepping into. You want to see the stock hit that level? Not all the time, but hit it, go, and leave it. Not sit there and just hold it all day long. If you break out to a new high like Fubo, I was pretty certain yesterday that you could have probably seen a little bit of a gap up. This is actually surprising to me, and it may be not holding because the market's pulling back. But you break out to a new high or over a major resistance on volume, and you had some really nice volume on that yesterday. More times than not, this is where trading can get frustrating. More times than not, you will usually come in and you'll have that extension. You broke out, you held the high. Usually it'll move higher. In this case, it did not. But with the SPY and the Qs, they fell in the morning and then just sat there all day. Looked like they wanted to recover, and then they didn't. So that was a sign yesterday to not buy the bottom. I didn't buy the bottom yesterday. I have not had a trade. I did not have a trade yesterday. I still have a Fubo short. Not a short, but I have puts. I bought them because the premium was really low, and I bought them because they were paid for and all that fun stuff. So with that said, let's go into where we're going to make our money today. Hit that like button for us, guys. Our goal today is going to be 20 likes. We're on our way to 1,000 subscribers. Subscribe if you're new here. If you're new here, welcome. Say hello in the chat. Don't be shy. Now, it looks like we are actually trying to regain this level. We have some data coming out. All right. Now, again, if you guys have questions, throw them in the chat. I'm just going to go about my morning because I feel like today going into tomorrow can lead to some opportunity. So you guys know we do have initial jobless claims today. The market is not open tomorrow. So we have ADP employment here at 8:15, which just came out. Let's actually go to, let me make sure. Is my mic on? Hold on one second here. Yeah, it's good. We're good.
3 months, though, trends. What do you see happening?
I just want to hear
Because
what
I
she
think
has to say.
we're
She's
really
the
trying to
lead.
understand.
You know, first of all, I think when you really want to know what's going on in the labor market, you have to shift from jobs to wages, because wages are going to tell the story of what the Fed will do next. And what we saw was a step down in wage growth, particularly for job stayers, 4.6%. That's a very slow pace of job growth, wage growth,
Right.
but not slow enough to be consistent with a 2% inflation target. So that means one of two things. Either wage growth has to come down significantly over the next 3 months for the Fed to feel comfortable cutting rates.
All right. So, top of the list. We'll talk about the overall markets real quick. The S&Ps, we have support down here. Just keep your eye on 585. Okay, 585 is our level right now. You know, we're working our way down to it. Now, if we get down there, I may shoot for a long, but you have to wonder if you're gonna, retest 590 before you get down to 585. That's my opinion. I just think it's more likely that we bounce off of where we are now. I just, again, Christmas, the holiday really ruined these charts. 590, you guys. Watch that low from yesterday and 585. It's pretty simple, in my opinion, with the overall markets. I'm going to have to log back into CNBC. I cleared a bunch of... Fuck. Hold on, I'm just trying to sign into CNBC real quick. All right, we're good to go. All right. All right, so RGTI, I'm going to bring it over to you guys so you guys see. So they have not released that yet. Okay. All right, so the S&Ps, I want to get an idea real quick where the overall markets are in accordance to one another. So, I can have an idea if I trade like a large cap, small cap, what the markets are doing. So the SPY relative to yesterday, where are we at? Right around yesterday's close. So we're just under yesterday's close. And listen, I mentioned this to you guys, and this is important. I mentioned this to you guys Monday or Tuesday that the IWM and the Dow were breaking down. The IWM had a really nice setup. I was hoping to be able to trade this. It just never set itself up. It failed to hold. All right. The IWM tried to break out of this consolidation, and it's still putting in a higher low. So you can see just from yesterday's close, look how far the IWM is under yesterday's low and yesterday's close. So the relative weakness is in the IWM. So the Dow and the Qs and the SPY are relatively close to prior day's close, and they're both above yesterday's low, right? Look at this. There's your low on the Dow. So your weakness is in small caps. Now, that also could be because of yields. Come on. Now I got to log into everything. This is bullcrap. Come on. Where's my charts at for TradingView? Come on. Oh my god. Excuse my language. Alright, we're good. I wanted to see where the 10-year was at. I mean, you guys want to always check on this. So we're right above, you know, where we broke out yesterday when we got the that JOLTS job data. We're right above that. Here, let me get rid of this. Give me an hourly chart. All right. Dollar's just working its way up there, man. We're going to really start. I'm telling you guys, they start talking about the dollar this earnings call. But I feel like the dollar, and don't quote me on this, but 109, like 110, this whole consolidation area where you had a bit of support back when we had our, you know, back in what, 2022, I really think you're just going back to retest this zone. And I feel like the government, without saying anything, will more than likely possibly step in. You know, and then when does it look like we're going to get there? It looks like we could get there relatively soon. The end of this month, going into February. So the end of this month, going into February. That's just my opinion. I feel like the 10-year, the 30-year, and the dollar, that's all where that stuff's going. And if we break above it, we break above it. We break above it, I'm telling you guys, you better have some puts. Because if the dollar gets past this zone and continues to climb, you're going to start to see financial conditions, which I have not checked in a little bit. We can look here. NFCI. See, this updates. I don't know when this updates here. When was the last time? Saturday. I'd rather go to the NFCI website. All right. So we got that. Let's go look at Bitcoin real quick. See what Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin's just sitting in that consolidation, putting in a bit of a rounding top. So any pops back into that 50-day? Let's go look at the hourly chart real quick. See, the holiday messed up these charts so bad.
Coming up at 8:30, jobless claims, initial claims 214,000 expected, continuing claims 1.87 million.
96, we'll say, guys. 96. Keep an eye on 96. So, like, watch Bitcoin names if we continue to reject 96 or if we get back above it. You get back above it, maybe we have a bullish move there on Mara and some of your crypto names. It's possible, you know. But sitting in a consolidation that's still healthy. If you stay here and continue to just consolidate and chew up time, look out for that 118, 120 zone. But the dollar and financial conditions continue to tighten. I feel like it's only a matter of time before Bitcoin also pulls back. All right. Let's get to the charts, get to the news. RGTI, number one ticker. I wanted to look at Amazon. Amazon put out news, and we'll go to RGTI. So this thing's just breaking down what the market as well. All right. All right, so top of the list, RGTI. All right, looks like this is getting underway. I wanted to short. I talked to you guys yesterday about shorting RGTI, but I was just waiting for it. I was just waiting for it. Your IONQ, RGTI. So let's go. Let's start with our daily and weekly chart first. I mean, really, that 20-day moving average would be our support. $12. That was my previous target from before. Was $12. It's probably just going to do it. This trade's probably. I mean, looking at this, we could have called this a double top, but it was consolidating above these previous highs up at 18. You know, if we can get a bounce back to $16, I feel like they're going to take it from us pre-market. I feel like the trade's going to happen, and the only thing that would more than like look at level 2. They're selling the out of this thing, man. Or time and sales. I'm sorry. Yeah, $12. That's That's really the target. If you get a bounce back off of $12, let's just talk about if we break 12. I don't want to have a whole bunch of levels, but yeah, so we have that previous high, and then all right, so these are the zones I'm going to watch for. But again, you're going to have that 20-day. It's more than likely that 20-day is going to pop itself back up, and then you'll probably trade right in between the 20-day and your trade line. This will act as like a brief support level. You know, you haven't really tested it, so I don't think it's going to break the first time. But you know, 12. What is that? $12 into $10. Because you can see right here on this daily chart, this zone right here. Look at this. Right there. See that support zone right there? It's kind of what we're going to watch for. So 12, 11, and 10. That whole, it's about a $2 wide zone. So you get a nice little wick in there. But again, you're going to have your 20-day, this previous wick high, all up there at 12.85 to hold you, you know, to give you a possible bounce back once you start to get down in there. Because you'll have anybody that's short pre-market come into the day and already be, you know, they're already going to take their money. They've already, you know, done well for themselves. So, you know, it would be stupid.
Exclusive to Benzinga, La Rosa Holding tells Benzinga company acquires real estate brokerage franchise with about $2.7 million in revenue for trailing 12 months and positive net income as of November 30th. That's LRHC.
It's a Neo.
Initial claims 200, 1,000
Uh,
versus the 214,000 estimate. Continuing
oh, initial jobless claims, you guys.
the 1.87 million estimate.
I just missed it.
MAT
Just missed it.
MetLife to acquire traditional fixed income and equity portfolio management.
I don't
teams
think we'll
managing
get anything crazy here. Let's see.
That's Michael Echo Tango.
It should be coming out any second here. I just refreshed it. Okay, so here we go. 4-week average, 213. That dropped. The market may sell off because this is not going to get our cuts. 200,000. God damn. Jobless claims. This 4-week average is, and continuing claims, 1867. 1860. So it was right in line. So market pulls back. If the market starts to pull back, it's not even really moving off of this. I think because they knew. We had a feeling that there wasn't a reason. And you never know what the numbers are going to be, but if you don't really hear of any companies laying off, or as you're looking around doing your research, I didn't really have a reason to believe that we were going to get a crazy, unexpected number. Now, with the snow, sure, but people are starting to catch on to that. All right, so the SPY headed back up here to 590. Sorry about that. All right, let's keep going. Why is this not saving? So 590, 585. That's the zone I'm watching. That's really, well, yeah, I'm going to watch yesterday's lows, guys. 590 down into 585. That's the zone I'm watching for the SPY. All right, RGTI. Let's get back to that. Let's go. All right. So 15. Damn, they're going to take this trade. I'm going to move on from RGTI. Watch $12 there. If we come in, when we come in, you'll more than likely have some individuals, whoever was short, start to take profit. So I would start to expect a bounce off of that $12 zone as we get there. All right. That's RGTI. All right, let's go to, what do we have that's next? Let me bring this over to you guys. All right, Palantir, Sana. And if you guys have any tickers, go ahead and throw them in the chat as well. All right, so this is the list. mRNA. What's up, Brian? Oh, whoa, my gosh, Brian! I told you yesterday. I said, bro, I hope you took some money. Were you in calls, or did you buy? Were you just in the stock itself? All right. Well, let's change it. Let's change it, man. All right, SolarGen has been downgraded this morning. I gotta say this, man. You guys, if you guys are getting paid, please fucking take your money, bro. Take your money, leave someone. Don't try to be a hero with the shit. I get it. You know, because, like, think about this. Like, a stock's move, it's not our job to catch that whole thing. It's like we're not going to be able to call the bottom to the top or the top to the bottom. So you see momentum, get on the train. It pays you, right? You ride the momentum, take your money, let it go. All right? Don't worry about Wall Street bets, about posting gains, this and that, because listen, your job is to manage risk, especially when you're being paid, because a news headline like RGTI, IONQ can come across, or something can happen across seas. A bomb gets made, like just something stupid. China invades Taiwan overnight, and you're long as shit NVIDIA, you're long as shit Taiwan Semiconductor. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, they're both going down. They're both going down. Because if China were to get control of Taiwan, how you think you're going to, what time do you think you're going to have trying to get a hold of the factory over there? Sure, they have a couple other that are being built, but so just take your money, guys. All right. Solar Edge dropped 6%. Citi downgraded it. SCDG, let's see here. This thing just... You have support down here at $16. This is about... If you can catch a reversal off of $17 and you catch a $2 move to the downside off of 17, I would look for a move back into $16 off of 17. That's a 6-point move. A 6% move, I mean. Okay? But look, it's trying to hold prior days low. Calls for next week. Listen, I can't blame you, kinda, to an extent. I don't know if you were here when I mentioned it yesterday that I was looking to short RGTI. I was just waiting for it. I said it yesterday. I just said I'm not going to force this trade. I'm gonna wait for it. And then look, you got your headline today. And I should have saw it yesterday. And if we go back to yesterday's price action on RGTI, I guarantee you there were signs. Look at this volume. Look at the volume yesterday on this supposed double top. Everybody getting bulled up on this consolidation breakout. Look at the volume, right? You start to see that sell side volume peeking its head up there. Just know that that's some insiders, not necessarily insiders, but this here, right? Even just this, you start to see this massive 5 million some shares being taken. That, it's kind of telling you everything, and that's what it was telling me. Look back here. This whole time up, you were getting look at these sell candles that were just completely destroying buy-side momentum. You know? Like this whole, that's why I was really just waiting for it to give it to me. Look at this. Look at that. 14 million shares traded to the downside on a 5-minute candle. So let's, what, it happened. Let's worry about getting some, let's worry about getting some gains under our belt and locking in some money. And, you know, before you know it, you'll get it back plus more. All right. And I don't mean that as in revenge trade, but let's find ourselves some opportunity, take advantage of it, and take our money. All right, again, RGTI, $12. You have $12 down there, IO and Q. I think 38 for IO and Q. Nah. Yeah, this zone here. You listen, today, I'm just going to say this, Brian. There's more than likely an opportunity for these to bounce back. Look at that right after the bell, too. That's crazy. They waited to break that level at 48 until after the bell, after those remarks. That sucks, man. A lot of people got hurt there. This should hold. You should be able to hold this level here. I wouldn't mind if we get another chance. I wouldn't mind trying to long this back to like $44, $46, to be honest with you. I don't know exactly what was said. So it's not saying. Okay, so Jensen Wang reportedly suggested not to expect a quantum computer for at least 15 years. All right, that's bullshit because they already have them. I think what he meant to say was that don't expect anything major to come from the quantum computers for a while, like actual results, you know. I don't think. I feel like that's an over exaggeration of the move. I do. I think that's an over exaggeration to what he said. All right. IO and Q. I'm watching this $40 zone. I mean, I feel like it's pretty easy. You have 40. This is a mild level here. We'll go with. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. And then what we'll do is get back to this pre-market high if we could. At like 45. See, I don't like that. I like this zone back up here at like 47.50. I'm going to move this. Hold on. So we got up there, held it, it broke, tried it again, broke, tested it, got up there, hold, failed. Boom, 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 failed again. So, yeah, I'm going to look for a move back to 45 to retest that rejection zone. So, 45 is a big zone here, guys. So, if you play this out, you had a massive rally through 45, and you tried to hold it. You consolidated above it. It broke. You went up to it again, rejected it, right? Found some support. You got through it, rolled itself back over to turn 45 into support, held, broke, rejected it, double top, rejected it, fell back. Let's make another run. We're up here. We're holding this time. Let's go. It starts to go. Jensen Wang. Oh, shit. Read the chart out. I would have noticed. So for those that are new, you guys don't know this. One of my biggest trades was this here on AI. Because of that right there. Of understanding every time we get up to this level, it fails to hold it. It fails to hold it. Every time AI got up here to $42, it could not hold it. Now, if you look here on a 1 minute, you're not seeing it here. But in 1 minute, you got up there, consolidated, it broke. These tails are really consolidations above it on like a 1 minute to 3 minute chart. And we were able to capitalize nearly 1,000% trade on this rejection of $45, $44 on AI. And that was the Fed day. Then look, boom, you come in with this huge gap down. You had the continuation. Like, this was a massive trade for us, you know? A massive trade. Your first take profit was 400 or 500% on that. So that's what we say, but like, let the market come to you. I've been trying to let the market come to me, and I feel like IONQ is a nice one. I would like to see this hold, and you're seeing it now. I'd like to see us get back above. You've held this level pretty... you haven't even really held this level either. You held it a couple days ago here at 42.50, but you really haven't like pulled into it and held it and left it, right? You never had buyers step up at that level, right? You got above it. You had buyers like, you know, take it through that level, but when you pulled back to hold it as support, like look here, it just sliced through it. Rejected it, right? And then it got through it, and then it just tapped it left. And then it comes back to revisit, and what's it do? It goes all the way back down to 41. It never held, right? And then you see it trying to do it here, right? And then it fails to hold and extend. Like this level, like 45, you want to see it, resistance. We get through it, we pull in, hold, boom, extend. Right? When you get through that level and you can't like hold it and it just fails on like every single retest, it tells you in and of itself everything you need to know. I agree with that. Exactly. Yep. And nobody was laughing at his jokes. I was laughing at his jokes. I thought he was funny. I feel like he's a rock star and he's feeling himself. He is definitely, you know, a modern age rock star. So, all right, that's IONQ. Let's write this down. Let me make sure that we have our moving averages and stuff that. So yeah. All right, so $40. All right, so we're gonna have the 20-day. So like right now, IONQ is bumping into the 20-day moving average. I want to hurry up and find some names here. I'm going to put this, I don't really need to, but just so we know intraday that our 20-day moving average there. How is IONQ on the liquidity side, like on these options? Is it really spready? 7 to 8, man. Like, look at this. Yesterday, you could have got 41.50 puts at like 5-cent bid, 30-cent ask is what they closed at yesterday. Like 20 cents. Look at this. Somebody got filled at 8 cents for the 41, right? And they're in the money right now. They're out of the money because of that 41.80, but you know what I mean? That's 8 cents. They're going to wake up. That thing is at least going to be $1.20. You know, because you still have Thursday and Friday, even though Thursday's closed, you still have time. So that's why, that right there is the exact reason why, along with I didn't believe in the news for Fubo. You know, I was okay with losing my money on it because it was already paid for. You know? All right. Let's do this. All right, so we're bumping up into $42, $42.70. I want to see if we can get above this level. I really want to get above $42.50, and that would give me my conviction we're going back to pre-market highs. Let me take this down. Boom, let's take it down here. Damn, you have massive support down here. It's at 35. That could be the end target there. Again, we're not going to predict, but I feel like 45 could be retested. And if it doesn't, cool. We'll know. All right, let's see. So we have this. Boom, 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 boom. This is our consolidation zone. I'm going to go right there. All right, let's save this. All right, so you guys got that right. IONQ, same thing with RGTI. We're watching this zone here. All right, or I am, right? 42.50. You're at it now. All right, it's like 42, 42. It's about 50 cents wide. 42 to 42.50. Because you can see it flirts a little bit low, so give it room. I'm just going to leave that there. I want to see us get above and hold 42. So I'm going to pull up this 5-minute chart. Looks like, so you can see here. All right. Just give me 1 second, guys. Just hold on 1 second here. Just want to see something. Come on. All right, so there's our support. You bounced off of it yesterday. So watch if you pull back here, right, off of 42. All right, you pull back off of $42, and then you look for this little zone right here that we held yesterday for a push back. Let's see if we can get a push back to 45 again. But you got to get up here through this $42 zone. I feel like you recaptured that level. Let's look for a pullback into it, and let's try to extend the pre-market highs. See if they can start taking profit. I mean, you're going to have VWAP up here at 42, 42.50 that you're going to start to run into on a 5-minute chart. So watch the rejection off of 42.50 if you're watching IONQ. So Sam Altman, guys, did you guys hear yesterday? Sam Altman had allegations with his sister, something like sexual assault or something with his sister. His sister came out with sexual assault allegations or whatever yesterday. Or a couple days ago. I don't know when it was. That's pretty damn sick. And why does it not surprise me that like someone like him, like that would happen to, like, I don't mean to be that guy, but like it's not surprising. Like he just gave off those weird vibes as it was. Okay, so AI. All right, AI. This could be a nice move here too, guys. On AI, this will be a volatile name here. $36. You look, if we cannot get back through 36, you are finding support here. I feel like if you bump back into this $36 zone, I'm gonna keep this as a play. I feel like you could make a new low and get back down to retest 34. A $2 move on this thing is about 6%. It's looking like we might have a decent move today in the markets. Damn, Apple's making a new low. Look at this break and retest on Apple here. Look at that. Testing prior day's low. This massive support zone, it dropped in through it. Now you're retesting it up there at 242. Yeah, you're gonna have support down there at that 50-day, at 240, 238, 240 zone. You may be getting ready to pull back in all the way down there to 235. I may try to do something with that. Let's look at Microsoft. 241 right now, so 423.50. I want to find something with news. Let's go here. All right, let's go here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up CNBC. See what they had going on. Boom, 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 boom. All right. All right, Novo Nordisk. We talked about SolarEdge. It's pulling into support. Novo Nordisk, pharmaceutical giant, rose more than 3% following an upgrade from UBS. What did we talk about yesterday? We literally talked about the healthcare sector. Like if we start to see the healthcare sector start to rally, watch out. That's what I feel like the market's been waiting on. I literally showed a chart yesterday of this. So Novo remains the most excited growth story. The high demand of GLP-1 medication. All right, so Novo Nordisk, AMD slid about 3%. HSBC downgraded the technology manufacturer to reduce rating from a buy. The band said, oh, they forgot the K. The bank said that the company's AI GPU roadmap is less competitive than previously estimated. All right. Carvana rose 2%, which Carvana was on my list. I wanted to go look at that. On the back of an upgrade to a buy from neutral. So it rose 2% on the back of an upgrade to a buy from neutral at Citi. Wow. So Citibank, your upgrades and downgrades, you have an upgrade and a downgrade literally for every upgrade and downgrade. There's for every stock. For every upgrade, there is a downgrade, but it's just who is it from? So Citi's giving Carvana another upgrade, which that tells you they're pretty confident in their financials. That they're not doing, they're what that short report must have said. Citi believes that, they're working. These banks and analysts, they work close with them. They know what's going on. All right, so let's go look at Carvana real quick. Let me not get lost in the sauce with my ADHD. All right, so we did end up bouncing, and I wanted to get a bounce here on this. Yesterday, I watched it for a little while. We could not get above this 100-day moving average. You have a bit of resistance up here also. So right now we're trading at 20. Last order was filled at 203. So we're above it now. So cool. So now we can look for a drop into this zone, which you'll see here. This is a massive support zone. This pivot low. Right? This is like, you have a bit of a support zone here. We're back above it, and that's at 200. Let's see if we can get a move back to 210, guys. And that was it yesterday. That was the game plan. So you'll see I have 3 levels here. 2 to the downside, 2 for the upside. The middle one being the entry point. So if we can get this today, I wouldn't mind trying to get a run back to 210 on this, on a pullback on CVNA. Let's see, where are we according to prior day's high? Yeah, I think we could. We got to get 200 entry. We got to get a pullback down into that zone. So this never saved. Okay, so you never saved. Just saving this real quick, guys, so that we can see it. So there's our 100-day. That blue line's the 100-day. The 20-day is up here at 220. Hell, you know what? We might even be able to get like a 220 for anybody that's short to start covering back into that 20-day moving average. We got to get through that trade line. I'm not going to get ahead of myself here because that's a big move, but I may go for a swing trade on this. All right, we got to get through 210 first, though. So let's worry about 210. Let me make this a 2 because that's our target. All right. So we got to get up any pullbacks. See, we've already held 200 as support. What's up, Brandon? Good morning, bro. GM. Oh, what's that? CVNA. We got to get above. Oh, we are above 200. So look, here's what I would like to see is a drop into $200. I want 200 as the entry. So depending on where we open up, all right, we had some nice volume. And now I should have taken this Monday because this was on the top of my list. Last week we put in this double bottom, and I figured this 175 was a massive support zone. So if you guys look here, look at this pivot high here at 175 on the bottom right, right? That was your first bump into resistance. It pulled back, hit the trade line, extended. We pulled right into that level, came in Friday, and it held. And I just thought, we were overextended. You were starting to just, in my opinion, you were starting to see the volume come in Thursday, right? Top left. You can see, look at this buy side volume really starting to come in there where shorts were taking profit. So that was already giving me the signs like, hey, let's start looking for a reversal. It ended up pulling back and had, like a small green day Monday. I should have just bought the damn, I should have just bought the damn thing, but it is what it is. So my plan today would be to look for a pullback to, I don't know if, it depends if we're above the high or not. I want to get 200 as the entry. I'm just going to say that. And I think we can. I want to see if we can get 200 as the entry, pull back off of 205, hold 200, and let's look for 210. All right. Now, stop loss. Your stop loss has to be, that's 2% down there. And the first drop, depending on the first drop into it, like part of me just wants to be above 205 so that we have confirmation that we're above prior day's high trying to hold. I'm going to go ahead and just say the hell with it. Yeah, 200. I'm going to go, 200. Your stop loss for this, to be honest with you guys, has to probably be like below, just under prior day's low. And it's a bit of a stop loss, but you got to give it that room because this here is really your support down here at 105 or 195. So pullbacks into like 200, see how we do pulling into it. And I'll have I'm going to look for an entry point. See, we held it yesterday. We're not above prior day's high. I want to see us hold 200. Let's go look at this 1 hour chart. Let's look at the 4 hour. So this 4 hour, you can see the trade line is also coming up here on the 4 hour at 200. So yeah, $200. Let's look for a pull. Let's see if we can get the pullback. 200. Stop loss would be under yesterday's low. All right. But I'm not going to just, I want to see how we pull into it. Right? It's all, that's, everything is about how we do it matters to me. All right. So, because we might be able to get a 195 entry, All right. So that's that. Makes sense, right? 200. You can see here, this was a consolidation. Boom, 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 boom. It quickly, look what it did. It quickly dropped right to 195. Boom. So be prepared there at 195. If 200 doesn't hold, 195 is, in my opinion, the bigger support level. All right, that's CVNA. Let me write that one down. 195, 200. Long target 200 210. All right. I feel like I want to have a large cap or like, well, the SPY. If we get down into what was it, 195 or what? Not 195, but 500. Yeah, if we get down to 585, 585, 590, that's the zone I'm looking at on the SPY. Get that volume came in there. All right, I'm going back to CBNA. I want to see something real quick. All right, I want to hurry up. I got to hurry up. It's 9 o'clock. Got to get our shit going. We're already trying to struggle here. You're putting in an ascending wedge here, man. I'm going to say this. There is a trade off the bell. There is a trade off of that 200 or 205 zone, 206 zone. There is a nice move to be had to the downside there off the bell. All right. So we're good there. So what I'm doing now is I want to see where our MACD and like our indicators and everything are at. What does our volume look like? All that fun stuff. Yeah, this thing is going to pull. That's a good sign. I like that. I like that. Oh, heck yeah. This is exactly what you want to see. I just hope it's not too late and we're being suckered. Is what it is. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep my analysis as that. All right, pullbacks into 200, 195, and below 195 is your stop loss. Let's see here. Calmain Foods, AR, Getty Images. See, did anybody trade this yesterday? Quantum computing stocks. Quantum stocks tumbled on Wednesday after NVIDIA Jensen Huang said the computers are between 15 and 30 years, which we know. Okay, Rigetti. All right, and we talked about those. All right, so nothing really there on nothing there on whatchamacallit, on CNBC. We got that just so Carvana, CGen, Seagate, whatever you want to call it, whatever it is. All right, let's go here. Let's go look at Palantir, Moderna. I talked about Palantir yesterday. It's like what? It's closed red it's like 5 out of the 6 past trading days. This DATS has been a really strong stock. It was really strong yesterday. I guess we forgot about Boeing. So at lunchtime, again, we will go through. I'll be here all day. We'll go through charts. We'll go through all kinds of charts. Just look through a ton of charts, see what we can and cannot find. It's just, again, guys, the holiday really messed up these charts, in my opinion. Intel looks like it's trying to put in a higher low here. Yeah, this little zone here, it's rejecting it. All right, cool. Looks like we could also put in a short here for Intel, guys, especially if the Dow is going to continue to be weak. I don't know if Intel has gotten kicked out of the Dow yet or not, or if semis are weak. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, just like Intel is always weak. So NVIDIA is trying to hold. Keep an eye on this 140 zone on NVIDIA. I would give yourself time if you decide to go through with it, but I wouldn't mind looking for a long back up into 144, 145 zone on NVIDIA. But again, remember, this thing has not left it. You're pulled into this area. Same thing I've talked about first thing this morning. You pull into an area and it just sits there and doesn't get off of it. That tells you everything you need to know. There is nobody, you know, anybody that has the money to move markets or as a collective group, they're not enticed. They don't. They're like buyers are not stepping up here to bring this thing up. Or we look for a rejection at 144 on NVIDIA. Okay. I don't like. See, 144 is cool and all, but 140, 145, 146 is better. All right, let's get back to Intel. Let's go here. Yeah, 144 and 146 on NVIDIA is what I would look for reversals, possible reversals. All right, so Intel. Intel can pay, man. I've traded Intel a few times. Let's see if we can take this thing back down into 1950. 1950 would be the target on Intel if we can get a $20 entry point. That's a 2.5% move to the downside. I would like to see if we could break this and get down to 19. I think that'd be a lot cooler. We have. I wanted to say also, guys, we do have FOMC minutes, so we could see some volatility later on today, and we'll cover all of that stuff as we get closer to it. Markets are closed tomorrow. Let's see here. Let's see. What else do we have? Let's go to Palantir. Sound. Where's the chart at? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Yeah, I would Intel INTC $20. $20 rejection, guys. This is a nice little zone here at yesterday's low you're trying to reject. $20. You rejected it this morning. Now you're rejecting the rejection of 20, which is there at 1990, there at yesterday's low. SMCI. SMCI. If SMCI bounces, we could look for a 34.80 to 35 rejection. Guys, look at this. Look at the room you have if you bounce back into the zone and you reject it and you break 34. Guys, look at that. That's a 7.6, nearly 8% move back into $32. That's a huge move if we can get that. Let's go look at this chart. I'm going to have to fill up my coffee before this market opens up, guys. And again, if you're anybody that's just joining us, hit the like button for us. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. Welcome. If you have any questions, post them in the chat below. Second, hit the like button, subscribe, donation contributions to continue to keep this stream free for everybody. You can be a stream sponsor. Any sponsors over $50 gets you or you donate to someone else a one-on-one. So we can help get some people back on track here and start finding success in the markets. All right, so we have a bit of a gap fill here. Okay, you have a bit, man, there's a lot going on here at this $20 or the 20-day moving average. You have the 20-day moving average, 50-day, 9 EMA, all sitting right there. Okay, you know, yeah, look at that. You see what I just drew there at $32, $31.97, and look at this. This is your previous resistance zone right here at $32, $31.97. That's that previous one. So let's look for that as an idea. SMCI. Let me see here. Let's go to a 4-hour chart again. I don't like this chart. I don't know why. It just looks with all these lines. Just, it's a lot. So there we go. We're underneath of it. Let's look for that 20-day rejection. I'm gonna try this today, guys. I'm gonna try this. Especially if we can get the market to pull back with us. I mean, this thing's could really start to open up. All right, you do have a bit of an area of support here at 34. That's why we got to look to break this. We got to break $34. 34 break, it's on. We break $34. So my plan would be for this to see if 34 holds now and we run a test back to like 34.50, 35 and try to get this at yesterday's low and take your initial profit off and look at your 5-minute chart, right? It looks like the 5-minute is geared up for a bounce, right? So I'm kind of looking for that 34.50. $34.50. 35 rejection. The target for this, I'll probably go out next week, is going to be $32. Taking profits if we get it and as we get it. All right. It's 9:15. Let me go fill my coffee up real quick. And look at this trend line here on the daily chart, bottom right. Okay, look at this trend line here. Look at this. All right, there's your pivot low. We bring this up to that support level. Look at that. Where does that meet? Look at that. It all meets right in here. Hell, maybe even down there at 31. You know what I mean? It all meets right down into that zone. So remember, you do have the 50-day. There is a gap fill here. A gap fill here at 33.50. You know, the market would have to be really weak for us to get this whole move, but I'm going to look to see if we can get a swing trade and look to get it back down into that zone. I'm going to try it. I'm going to go for it. Because you guys can sense AMD, NVIDIA, right? We're sensing semiconductors, you know, a bit of weakness in that sector right now. After at least from yesterday, what was our leading sector has really sold off starting yesterday, and I got to get rid of that 20-day. I'm sorry, guys. We know the 20 days there. All right. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go to 35. Yeah, everything's pointing to 35. I hope they don't take this trade from us. When I say I hope they don't take it, I just mean like market participants, not like some like, you know, some rigged stuff. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Damn, this is kind of tough because The sell side volume is not that big. Stochastics is. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Let's go to this. All right, I'm going to go fill my coffee up. I'll be right back, okay? Post in the chat what you guys are watching while I'm gone.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and Forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning Thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hinks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon, Schwab Network.
Prayers out to everybody in California, by the way. All right, Micron.
Even how big this.
Remember yesterday, Micron and Google. Micron and Google were really strong. So if we start to see the markets bounce back, Google and Micron were pretty much finished the day green yesterday. Okay? So if you want something that to the upside, if the market does bounce, that's where your strength is at, in my opinion.
To evacuate their homes. We are inside a mandatory evacuation area.
Yeah, God bless all
but
these
media,
people,
press,
man.
we
This
have
sucks.
access to be here and
sucks.
update you on what's happening. But police are trying to make sure that they're keeping people out, keeping people safe, as there are more than 30,000 people under mandatory evacuations
It's something
here
you
in the
can't
Pacific
fathom
Palisades
how
area.
quick it moves.
Chase, watching some of the video yesterday of the
massive
water
size
drops
of it.
from the air looked so treacherous because of those winds, and a lot of that's not even possible at this point, right?
No, and it may be several more hours before.
All those buildings, like the architect, and this just sucks, man. That sucks. All right. We got 10 minutes, or I'm sorry, we got about 8 minutes. So where are we at right now? We're right around yesterday's close. We're right at yesterday's close. Okay, so if we bounce, yep, 34.80 or so. Okay. All right. All right, guys. So again, SMCI, watch yesterday's close. Let's see what happens. Micron, let me actually save this. All right. Just wanted to make sure everything was saved real quick, guys, so I don't have to fool around with my charts today. I'm going to stay focused. My goal today, make sure you guys have a goal. My goal today is to stay focused on just a few names. I feel like I got tossed around yesterday. So Carvana, SMCI, maybe Intel, Micron. Let's go look at pounds here real quick. Micron and Google I know because they are, or at least they were, green yesterday while the overall markets were red. Damn, Palantir is getting smoked right now. Bounce back rejections on Palantir up there at 70 bucks. And you look to get back down into this consolidation zone at the low 60s. All right, so you do have support there. See if you get a bit range bound here on Palantir. Has anybody checked in on like Alibaba? Like some of these Chinese names? Still sitting in the 80s. That's hilarious. So it's not doing anything. It's holding, which in and of itself is doing something. It's not like it's selling off or rallying. But let's see here. Let's go to the heat map. Oh, Moderna. Moderna is another stock that was trending. It's also been rallying. It had a strong day yesterday. So, you know, if you keep your expectations within line, you could look for this move. No, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, GameStop. Remember GameStop yesterday, guys. Look, it pulled back in. Pulled back in. We called this one. I saw this, guys. I saw us break through this first pullback. I should have taken it. And we just blasted through there. That was probably about 30%, 25 to 40% on the calls. You know, just off the rip on that, and you could have just scalped that. Adobe, AMD, Merck, all downgraded. Keep an eye on 590 on the SPY. Keep your eyes on 590 rejections on the SPY. If you guys have questions, post them below. Let me know what you guys are watching today. Any news or anything that comes across, throw it in the chat, or anything that's like at least meaningful that you think. Let me turn my stuff back on. Let's have a great day today. Let the trades come to you. Don't force it. The holiday messed up the charts. Let it come to you. All right, let it come to you. AMD bouncing back. You get any pullbacks into this zone, you're more than likely, you could probably get a long back to 127, catch a $2 move back to that double bottom from yesterday. I would keep that on watch. You already wicked up there. Somebody's already paid that price. We have 2 minutes left. We have 2 minutes here. We're going to go over to the other charts in 1 second. Yeah, 5 minute. Boom. See, we're already starting to try to reject that 590 zone. AMD 230 or 130. All right, so we could use 127 as a support level. 124, so we already broke it. So we broke 127. Look for bounce back rejections up at 127. So if you get a pullback into 124 and you feel as though it's going to hold, sure, you could look for that long back to 127, but I feel like the real trade might be the rejection at 127, taking that short. 50 seconds left. Let's have a great day today, guys. You have a gap fill. Where you at? 125. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. This thing may end up just getting back down to 120. Let's see if that holds. 124.49. 124.49. Roblox. I haven't traded RBLX. Roblox spike. Oh, that was a nice little wick there on Roblox. This was putting in a big wedge. All right, let's go. 7 seconds here. Yeah, this huge wedge down here. Massive level up here. Okay, look at Roblox, guys. Is that holding? I didn't see this. So yesterday, this pulled right into this level, this major level, and now it's trying to bounce. Holy shit, I didn't see that. I wasn't paying attention to Roblox. All right, good luck today, everybody. Yeah, you could get a nice little pullback here on Roblox. That could give you a nice short back down into yesterday's close at 61.30. SMCI, damn, it's already, they already got it underneath this level. Come on, man, bounce.
Dow Jones Industrial Average down 14.48 points after the open. S&P 500 down 4.78. Nasdaq down 20.
Again, hit the like button, subscribe. Stream contribution link is in the description. Let's go look at Micron. Micron is still green, you guys. All right, so if this market does turn around, Micron is still green. She is still green. I feel like I'm yelling. It's going, what is it going to do? What are you going to do, Spy? What are you going to do, Spy? What are you going to do? Let's see here. $102. $102. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's trying to hold, guys. I want to go to the other chart, but I don't know if it's going to slow my stuff down. Watch IWM here. If it holds, we could look for a possible bounce back reversal in the IWM. And I can't remember the last time I traded it. So I also wouldn't mind looking for a long if IWM holds here and puts in a double bottom back down at 220. SPY pulling in the prior day's low. All right, Carvana, CVNA. We're getting that pullback into that zone right now, guys. We're getting the pullback into it right now. Here you go. You're getting the pullback into 200. Let's watch how it does. So Carvana, SMCI. We'll keep Fubo on watch. I think I already have the options up. No, that's for the Qs. Shit. SMCI is starting to drop, guys. SMCI is starting to drop. All right, Fubo bouncing back into 5. See if we get this rejection at $5. I'm already short, just so you guys know. I already have a position on this. Come on. Just stay under it. Yank that trade line down. Let's go. I want to see this thing back at 350. I want to see... The volume's not coming in. Volume is not coming in. And another thing, guys. Oxy Petroleum was on a grind. I looked at this yesterday. SPY pulling back into SPY looking for that 585 test. Whatever you want to call it. What is that? 584, 585 zone. That's what I mean. Like, you have support at 580, 585. You have support down at 583, 584. It's like... So, I'm going to use 586 to 585. That's a nice test of yesterday's low, you guys. That's a nice test. So, here we go. We could potentially see this thing back at 592. Potentially. Oxy Petroleum selling off. Look at this thing. Top of the screen. Look at this rally. Dude, this is a monster move, in my opinion. Look at that. That's 15%. For a stock like Oxy, it's a big move. So we could look for that pullback there. We could start looking for pullbacks there on like Oxy Petroleum. It's a trade idea there. Any bounce backs into $50. Look to get short. Target, I'm sorry, 51. Look to target 50, $48. All right, let's see here. RGTI, keep an eye on that. All right, RGTI. Looks like it's just selling off further. Looks like it's trying to hold 12. Is it going to hold it? IONQ. Come on, you going to hold 35 or what? Let's see here. Come on. 35, 35, 30, 35 should be a support zone. If not, is this going to get ugly? Oh my God. Man, this is why you guys got to take your damn money, man. You got to take your money. Yeah, you don't have support until $30. You don't have really any real support until you get down into $30. That's really your support level. Damn. Okay, so you do have your 50-day coming up here. You're going to have some support coming in. RGTI I'm talking about. Or IONQ. So This is why I put $10 on there, because it's an area. It's about $2 wide. It's about $2 wide. So just let it go. Let it do its thing. Carvana with the upgrade. Okay, look at this, guys. So we dropped right into 200 bucks. We dropped right into 200. How are we going to react here? What an idiot. I wonder if, guys, again, also pray for California and pray for, you know, the people of California, but pray for SI yesterday. He had a rough day today. See if we can get him a bounce back. And again, I'm just messing with you, bro. But this is why we don't come on and make ourselves look like fools. You know what I'm saying? You know, unlike some, I got a face behind what I say, right? You guys got my name, my face, all that fun stuff. And I'm not going to tell anybody anything that I don't feel like from the heart. Like, just saying that 155, you're thinking too much, when in fact I didn't have to think at all. I'm going to just pray for anybody that tried to just go long NVIDIA yesterday. So, just, you know what I'm saying? And what did I say? I said, put some respect on your parents' name. Talking like that. You know what I mean? Your mother didn't raise you to just be a troll on the internet. Come on, bro. So what are we doing? We're just going to sell off again, huh? What are we going to do? We're just going to sell off again? Is that what we're doing here? Are we going to break this 50-day? The Qs have some room if we end up breaking. The Qs have room all the way down to 500. I'd be watching this zone here at like 502 to 500. Come on, baby, hold. It's not going to. It's not going to hold. We'll see, though. We'll see. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Bro. Volatility showing strength again today. Yes, it is. Bub, how you doing today, Bubs? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope everybody's doing well today. Yeah, because there's a lot of uncertainty. That's why even just trying to come up with a trade idea and like you're pay attention to how the market is trying to develop itself because of the holiday like ridiculousness. Like the charts look awful from the holidays. Like you don't know what support is. You don't have like a clear resistance. Like you don't like your levels aren't clear. It was just like a messy consolidation. So I feel like the market's just trying to like find a bottom and like start to get some like, you know, start like getting some levels in. And, you know, because remember, we do have earnings coming up in the next week or two. So don't be surprised if we rally into those earnings to start pricing in, you know, decent beats or even meeting expectations. So that's why I am like not bearish and I'm not bullish. I'm just waiting. I'm just letting the market come to me. But there is some uncertainty because we do have the that port deal that is to be still, you know, being in the works and what that could mean for inflation. I'm not concerned about inflation because I feel like China is open, and that was our biggest problem at the end of the day. Yeah, China locked their people down. They weren't making anything, and it was just an issue of the United States as consumers. They are, you know, China is your manufacturers. You know what I mean? And we need to get back to, you know, being able to you know, not have the government rain down on and start bringing some of these companies back here for when things happen. We need to be able to take, they got comfortable, you know? So they figured they would live off this two-tier system where the countries, like one country does one thing, the other does another. And you can tell that you can't really trust in a communist country when it comes to that. All right, let's see. I think 200 is going to break, you guys. Feels like 200 might break here. Let's see, though. We said 195. I'm not in Carvana. All right, I'm not in it yet. Let's watch and see what happens here. I like that this pullback, the volume, just stepped away. You had some decent-sized volume here. See how it just slowed down there? It's 9:45. Let's see here. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. This thing is moving slow. I figured after the upgrade, this would have more volume than it does. But everybody's watching RGTI, IONQ, things like that. There we go. So there's our level 2. It is really nice. You're showing some decent buying pressure down here at 200. See if we can run a test back to high a day. Got to get above VWAP, though. It's a nice gap up, double bottom gap up here. Let me give you guys the shoot, I'm going to miss it. I'm starting to see things that I want to see here. What's our target? 210? Damn, they want so much for these. I know it's a $2 stock, but there's only 2 days left this week. Really, today and Friday. Nah, see, this is... Let's see here. I could just buy the stock itself. Let's see here. I'm going to give it a second. But I'm going to let you guys know what options I would look at. See, there's not even as much... Like, I figured this would have more volume and whatnot than it does. I'd be watching the 205s, guys. I'd be watching the 205s here. I mean, even the 205s, the Delta's trash. I don't know. I don't even like it, guys. I don't even like the options for this. It's a bit... It's not even really the spread, because you can trade between the spread and make your money. It's just... It doesn't look that great. I don't like it. I don't like it. Just being honest. AI selling off here. You got support down there at the 50-day. You have a nice level of support down here in this zone. You're also going to have your 50-day moving average. Why do I have 38 option contracts showing? It's crazy. All right. So Micron, Google, Micron finally selling off. Okay. All right. Let's do it. So, see if we can get a bounce back into 100. See, you have a bit of support here. Bounce back into 100. Watch for a rejection up there. Watch for that rejection at 99.80, 100. Damn, you got some room to the downside too. You got a little bit of room. Your first level is down there at 97.50. This is your first zone. If you get the 100 rejection, all right, this is going to be like 97.50 to 96.50. It's about $1 wide. Then after that, you sink back into the gap, and you don't have support until like 92. All right. Let's go look at Google real quick. Google with a nice healthy rejection here. We could probably look to take this if we can break the 20-day back down into 190. We could probably try to target Google with the 190. I think I'm going to try it. I think it's going to bounce higher, though. This is not the entry I want. Hold on. Let me go look at Micron real quick, guys. I think Google's going to bounce. I think Google's going to bounce here. Why is it not saving? You should save. You should be saved because I saved you. All right. Let me look at Micron again one more time. I mean, this isn't crazy volume, but it's decent. I think Micron's going to poke its head back above 100. It could. If it doesn't, man, part of me wants to try it. Where's the market at? Let's see here. Let's see. Let's see where the SPY is. Again, guys, if you guys could hit the like button, subscribe. You guys make any money with us today? Stream contribution link is in the description. You guys can sponsor the stream. Continue to help make it free for everyone. And there it goes. Micron is getting back above 100 like I thought. Let's see here. Where am I at? Can't find the stuff. SPY down here at 5. At yesterday's low. Or GTI, Santa's up 250%. mRNA, Palantir, back to the downside. CURR. Looks like a lot of small cap names. All right, 102.50. Let's see here.
Financial Times reporting GlaxoSmithKline near $1 billion deal for biotech developing a drug for rare tumor. That's Gulf Sandy Kilo, an advanced tool by a privately owned biotech, IDRX.
Sam, look, and I had that box read yesterday.
That's Gulf Sandy Kilo, as reported by the Financial Times.
All right, what is that? 101, 102? Come on. Let's go. Let's go, market. Where are the Qs at? Where are the Qs? Oh, man. Watch if the Qs start to give up here. Actually, I'm going to put it over here. Where you guys are. Begins the sell-off begins on the SPY. I don't know. I would... If you're going to... Yeah, the Dow is at support. Everything's at support. I mean, it's got a little further to go, but this is a minor area of support. So the Dow, 424 to 422. All right, let's watch the IWM. Find your leader. Find the leader. Look, the IWM did not break through 220. It is trying to reject it now. It is. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Let's see something here. Because you're still holding yesterday's low. The Qs, yeah, this is, I feel like if you want to short something, though, the Qs would probably be the better trade. The Qs are still above prior day's low. They held prior day's low. You have 516 as your rejection point. 510 and 500 would be the targets. Probably going to move back down into 510. Let's see. I want to see if we recover this, if it tries to recover it. All right, Micron never held. All right, Micron's not holding, guys. Micron is not holding. Looks like. Hold on. See if it puts in a double bottom here. Fuck. Yeah, I want to see a double bottom here on Micron. I still think Micron bounces. I still think you could see Micron back up here at like 101.50. All right, I'm going to put a little circle here. I want to see if you can target that zone right there. Right around here, guys. Like 101.25. If not, that's cool. If it doesn't get up there, then I'm going to get short Micron. Let me get the options so you guys have them. You have a gap fill. The gap is down there at 92.26. Let's see. So right now, Micron is pulling into Monday's close. Right? You came in with that gap up. You wicked. The support level for Micron is down here at like 97, 96.50. The bottom right here on the daily chart. Let's see. Right here. Damn, that's like 95. Because you got to remember, Micron here has the 50-day, 100-day. They're both right there. They're both sitting here at 99.50. You know, they're both right there. So chances are you would run a test higher and fail before you would just crack that level. If you just crack it, cool. You know, then that is a big sign of weakness there. But chances are you're not going to break both the 50 and 100 just like without a reason, you know. All right, let me put up the cues. So we're in, let's see, Tuesday. Let me make sure my cat's not trying to get in. I didn't think so. It was the TV. I always feel like I hear. All right, let's see here. 516 rejection. Give me the 15-minute chart. Yeah, give me that. I just hate how these charts look. I really do. That is a nice rejection point up there at 516. I could probably roll with that. Yeah, I could probably roll with that. This 516 rejection on the Qs. You got some nice... Hold on. Let me look at the economic calendar real quick to make sure we don't have anything at 10 o'clock. I mean, yeah, we do have... Man, we do have a lot of freaking data today. That's wild. Like, nothing crazy, but you put it all together. Used car prices... Year over year is up. Wholesale inventories at 10 o'clock. So that's really it. Just crude. We have 30-year bond auction at 1. We already have an idea what that's going to be like. FOMC at 2. All right. So nothing too crazy here. I need 516 as the entry. Even though we already had it. It already gave you that opportunity. Right now you're just chopping around. There it is. Is this it? Watch this. See what happens here.
You'll get unlimited sales leads, mailing lists, business profiles, person search, email marketing, and free CRM. I got 4 new customers the first month. That's incredible.
It's a 2,000. Somebody, there's a nice 2,000 buy order that just got filled.
Get a free trial. No credit card required. Go to infofree.com.
Yeah, all right, Google is back on its uptrend here. You're testing yesterday's close. I want to say, guys, too, I do apologize that, you know, I just, you know, I'm letting the market come to me. I just don't really have a clear, like, anything that just screams trade me, you know. RGTI, IONQ, that trade got taken from us. That would have been nice, which I'm still going to look at, you know, for a possible bounce back. You might have a few points on Google up there, or wait for the rejection. Why is this so small? Hold on. All right, let's get back on track here. Let's see here. Let's see here. Watch this level up here at 198 if you start to see the overall markets pull back. Okay? 198 on Google. If the markets start to pull back, you more than likely could possibly see a bit of a rejection zone up there. Take the money if you get paid on it, because you're going to have your trade line back down there at 195.20, 196, 195.90. It's so yeah, I would look for a pullback in a prior day's low. So look how far you're extended from the trade line and VWAP here on Google. That's why I like that area there as a possible rejection zone for a pullback here. All right. So I'm going to keep this on watch. Up there at 198. Pullbacks off of 198. Now, I'm not looking for like a crazy sell-off. I'm just saying that there's a scalp, some money to possibly be made. If it's probably going to start taking it back now. You're really extended. It's not quite going to give you 198. How'd I know? And that's okay. If it wants to pull back and hold 196, we switch it up and we look long. I'm okay with that too. Nope, it's not going to. It's going to continue. Go ahead. Go ahead. So that would be like a 2-point move back to the downside. And look at the volume starting to ease back as well. Let me make sure there's no price target upgrade or something on Google. Come on. Come on. Okay. All right. And look at this. The Qs are getting above that level, guys. That's why I say, man, you know, it's... See? Qs are getting up above there. So that might mean that I might be able to get my long on the IWM. So QQQ 517.50, 517.45 is the level you want to watch for. All right, that is the level you want to watch for on the Qs. Did it reject? Looks like it's trying to reject. Or I'm sorry, not reject, but hold. Looks like it's trying to like pull back and hold pre-market highs. So 517.50, 517.45. What do I have here? 30-minute chart. Right there, guys. 517.50. 517.45, whatever you want to call it. Right there. Right there. All right, and then if you look, there's tails from yesterday at this zone too. Right there. You pulled in to hit it, so we'll see. We'll see what happens though. If it can hold. It looks like it did not hold. I actually take that back. I wouldn't roll it. I wouldn't roll it out. A pullback below 515.20, 515. Let's see. Yeah, like yeah, because if you get down into like 515, then you're going to be bouncing back into a rejection point on the QQQ. So this is what I mean. Right? If you start trading, you pull this thing back into here, then what that tells me is, look, the bounce backs are going to start to reject at 515.50, right? So you want to hold this level right here. You want to hold that level, in my opinion, right there. You want to hold it, because if you break it, then that's going to solidify a failed break and hold of that level. That was a false breakout. And then you're going to see the tide switch. Watch. Look, it's just doing it. The candle hasn't closed yet, so they could be wicking some people out. All right, they could be doing a little shake and bake here, nice and early, but in my opinion, watch. Look for this bounce back off of 515 into 515.50. Bang, I'm probably going to look for the short. Make sure you're watching the 5-minute. But again, the volume is still on your side. So just let it do what it needs to do. Just give it a minute. Don't force feed it. Oh my gosh. I'm so tired of accidentally hitting. I'm buying a new mouse. I got to buy a new mouse. This thing is dirt. I'm tired of accidentally clicking and it messing my stuff up. So here it is. You're going to find out right now. This push back into this zone. You see this push start to reject right now. You can consider this wick up. See if that starts right there. Bang. See what happens. Watch level 2. Watch time and sales. Right? That's how you read the tape on into those levels to back up what your thoughts are. Okay? If that makes sense. Are these contracts open for trade for tomorrow? There's not much volume there.
He also claims NVIDIA will play a significant role in
This might get ugly. It might on the IWM. You have room all the way back down to that 200-day moving average, you guys. If it cannot hold. All right, if you do not hold, in my opinion, the IWM, if I'm seeing things correctly, it doesn't have support until like 215. So let's see here. Let's see what happens. Let me know what you guys are watching. Let me know what y'all are watching. This hair is getting cut too, by the way. This is the longest I've ever had it. Kind of waiting to see if Penn State can win it all. I feel like they have a good chance to... I feel like Notre Dame is going to beat them, but I feel like they do have a good chance to probably surprise them. And I like the fact that Vegas has them as an underdog. So... Let's see here. There it goes. The Q's left. Q's just started dumping. Q's just started. Come on. Alright, it's 912. Let's see here. Let's see if... Come on, baby. Give us one more bounce back. Give us a bounce back, and I'm going to look to take... Because remember, you have the 50-day moving average right here, too. So let's see if we can get like a little bounce. It probably won't give it to us. What is that? 510? 510. Bro, that's crazy. They want $1 for the 510s? That's wild. If we get a bounce back, I'm going to look for... I'll actually use Friday's expiration. Let's see here. 10, 9. Yeah, I want to see us get a bounce back. See, it might end up recovering that then. I'm going to look at the 510 puts for Friday. I may even go... See, the reason I'm going that far is because look at the amount of volume there. And you get like $1 or $2 on those. And those things are more than likely going to pay pretty nice. We have a 40 delta there, so... Let's see, 40 by 4 cents though. The gamma's poop on that though. So it'll change by 4 cents, so 40, 45, 50. So yeah, $1 or so you're gonna get roughly 50 cents on 3. 50 cents on 3. 50 cents on 3. That would be $1.50 is 50. Man, I don't like that. I don't like it. Fuck. Yep. I'm gonna use the 15-minute as my entry point, guys. So I'm looking at 510 puts on Qs. It looks like it's just going to continue to sell off. See if we get a bounce back at 512 zone here. You fill in this little gap. I'm going to wait for a bounce back. If we don't get it, we don't get it. Let's see here. Yep. Okay, so here we go. Why is this So I'm just waiting, guys. I'm using the 514, 513.80 zone for an entry. I'm looking at the 510 puts for Friday. Be careful, guys. This thing, you have a lot of volume to the upside here. I feel like the market could bounce back. You know, this bounce back, we could end up, you could get a shake and bake deal here. You got some buyers stepping in at the 50-day. The technicals say, you know, 510 would be your mark for that gap fill. But, I mean, look at the volume. Go look at your volume and stuff. You see where the volume is. Buyers are really stepping in here. All right, so that tells me, you know, I have more conviction to the upside than I do the downside. You know, I don't even know if I want to risk trying to short $1 or $2 only to get wicked out or find that, you know, it doesn't work and the trade just stalls and the Qs, you know, just, you know, it's, I gotta say. You know, I wasn't looking long yesterday, but I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I more than likely might be getting ready to. I'm watching this bounce back right now that I was just telling you I'm waiting for. I want to see what happens here on the pullback of this. I want to see what happens here, and if I miss the short, I missed the short. But I will look for that long though. So let's be patient. I'm gonna let this thing do what it needs to do. All right, so the SPY broke that pre-market low. SPY's breaking pre-market low. Let's see here. So if we go to a 5-minute chart. Okay, no, 5-minute, not 3-minute, 5-minute. Oh, it hasn't broke it yet. So you have a wick there at 586. All right, and the Qs have not done that yet. Let's see. Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. This 513, 515. So 515. That's our Fed day. We tried to get back above the Fed day. Now we're retesting the Fed day low, right? Here's that sell-off from the Fed day. Okay? That's your Fed day low. Boom. I have this here. Let me put this, let me swing this over here. It tried over the holiday break to recover and take back that move. Try to hold it. It could not. I feel like the better short, guys, is up here at like 520. You know, it's just my opinion. I like that we're holding. I like that we're holding here. Sorry, did not mean to do that in front of the mic. Do apologize. I mean, listen, volume can come in at any time and really... Okay, so right, there was the bounce we talked about. Now we're getting that pullback. I want to see this thing start to crank. And if it doesn't, I know what I've got my mind made up. I've got my mind made up. All right. Selling pressure is kicking in. It was. It was. It's not lasting, though. So let me switch. News. See, like, just this is what I'm talking about. Any minute you could have news just come right across the wire. So always manage risk. You gotta always manage your risk and take your wins. You know, if you catch a momentum, get paid. You're getting paid. Take it. You know, get on the train. Just take it. Just get as close as you can to your destination. Take it for what it is, because you never know when it's going to run out of gas. IO and Q. I'm going back to the Qs. Give me 1 second. Just want to check in on a couple things here. All right, so IO and Q broke that level. Dude, IO and Q, you're probably going to see $20. It's more than likely going back down to $20. Google, did anybody take that short on Google up here in front of 198? Did anybody take that? Again, it was a scalp move back down to high a day. All right. And look, you're back down underneath your trade line and stuff. I think you may revisit the 20-day again. Looks like you're going to go back down to 190, 189, 189.50 or so. I should have taken that myself. That's the problem I have, is like not sitting and watching something for as long as I should. Bro, come on.
Yeah, bond volatility highest since November 19th. And at the same time, you talk about valuations.
Nice trend line here too. Boom. Look at that trend right there. Look at that trend on Google. You start to close that in. Start to get in close there. So 192. All right, guys. Let's go look at the Qs again. Yeah, you did have a nice increase in volume on that sell side there. Look at the Qs pushing back up. Come on. I love every time I go to TradingView, I keep trying to like click on the mouse and stuff. All right. So right here, 514. 514. I'm not sure if it holds because I feel like this selling pressure was to an extent pretty big, which could signal just a consolidation again. Here we go. So we are running back up to VWAP. All right, what happens here? Watch level 2 in time and sales. Fuck. I'm fucking up. I'm trying to be too, like, streamy. I'm trying to stream and, like, talk so people know what's going on and not doing what I need to do. All right, so 250. All right, so those are back down to 250. They went from 9,000 to 10,000. There's 510 puts for Friday. So look at the top right of the screen, this 5-minute chart. Oh, so wait. So who's lying here? Hold up. So TradingView's lying? Which one? I want to know who is lying here. Because QQQ, okay. So TradingView has this 5-minute candle way above, looking something like this on the top right. It's like this. Go look at TradingView. It's like that to the sell side. So who's lying here? Who's lying here? 104. I don't know. Somebody seems to be lying there. I'm not sure who it is. Somebody's not telling us what we want to know. All right, let's see. Watch level 2. You want to see? Look, you see how it's not going crazy red? All right, we're recovering the low a day. Trying to. What time is it? It's 10:28. Let's see. And day. All right, let's go. Let's do it. I mean, we are below this level here. I gotta.
Sarah, just a week into 2025, some of the biggest gainers on the S&P to begin the month. We talked about the NVIDIA effect and those comments about Micron. Have those shares up 18% so far. As we head out, check out shares of Instacart today as well. Rallying on news, it's being included into the S&P Midcap 400 effective January 14th. Stay with us.
Real-time exchange sector sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Come on, bro. Let's go. Pop your head back up there. Let's go. Bro, if we can if you can get this, if you can get the Qs back above 516 and holding it, I'm telling you right now, you got to move right back to 520, 525. But it just doesn't seem like that's what she wants to do. There's a rejection right there of that prior support and resistance zone at 514.50. All right, guys. I might, you know what? I'm going to look for a short here. See, I don't have conviction. I'm sorry, guys. I don't have conviction. Because I wanted to see right there. Right there is where we wanted to see us start going. Anybody that was short, That was a sell trigger right there. That was damn near a sell trigger right there, and you did not get it. This is crazy. Gotta be honest. All right. Looks like they're giving up here. Looks like I might have to pay up for this. There it is. There's a nice little break and retest on your low. Yesterday's low. This low. So 514. Look at this. Watch 514. I'm just not getting snake bit and getting played, bro. Because I'm telling you. Because the thing is like, you just don't have much room below you. Because you have not only support, but you have the 50-day. Like, sure, you could like wick down like it wants to start to sell off. And then, boom, right? If you're watching level 2 in time and sales, you're seeing who is actually behind the trade. And that's longs. You know, so if I take that, and I take the 50-day, and I take the fact that 510 is support, I have volume on the buy side, like, I only have like one reason to be bullish, and that's breaking yesterday's low and the initial morning low, which is right here. Rejecting it. You see how you're not like rejecting that level? You should be doing that right now. And that's why I'm surprised they're not even trying to give them like a shake and bake here, where they just like act like they're going to suck people into the short side. Look, watch. It's going to go higher. Watch. It's going to start. See if we try to go higher. Oh, no. Look. Volume just died. Look at this. Volume, like there's no conviction, guys. Look at the volume. Look at this 1 minute volume. Everyone's waiting. They're like, hold up. They're traders that know what they're doing on the institutional level and algorithms. It's reading exactly what I'm telling you. It doesn't know which way to go. It wants to go higher, but it's shy. It's just waiting for the conviction. One way or another, whether that's to the downside or the upside. Look at the volume. It completely just fell off, guys. Look at this. It just fell off. It's really rare that you see that for that long. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes now. Almost 10 minutes. Where everybody's like, make a move. Make a move. Go ahead, make the move. Just let us know. If you want to go higher, just let us know. We'll do that too. Let's go look. Let's go look so we can try to get ahead of the game here. All right, SPY still below prior day's low. Let me raise this up. All right, let's go look at the IWM. We got to find our leader. All right, we got to find our leader. IWM broke that level. IWM broke 220. Let's go look at the Dow. And it's way below prior day's low. So the Dow is also still hanging in. We need the Dow. So the Dow really is our leader to the downside. Now it's like waiting on the Qs like to bring us higher. The Dow and the SPY are like, come on Qs, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, Tech? Let's go look at NVIDIA. I don't know. I might... See, NVIDIA's not leaving this level. Look at... Did anybody take SMCI short? You're getting down to $32, and what did we say? That was like a 6-7 point, you know, 6-7% move from 35, 8%. It's down over 5% today. So all the so far the calls from pre-market were on par. Look at Micron trying to get back above. Micron never sold off. You guys see why I haven't traded anything yet? Because the market is doing something that I see I don't have faith in. And you can see that it's not giving you the follow through. All right. Carvana, look, regaining 195. Looks like we're going to start turning around here. Carvana's regaining that 195 level now, trying to. Let's go to Google. Is Google holding high that initial morning high and yesterday's low? It is. All right. 198 though is your resistance level. So there you go. See what I mean? The Qs are pushing higher. It's been a while since I've seen that. You literally just saw the market just stop. Market participants were like, algorithms were like, I don't know what to do here. I got, like, I don't have a bull side, I don't have a bear side. Like, or like you have them both. And it waits for that, you know, it waits for confirmation on like what's going on. I should have just went long. I should have just took that long. I fucking knew it, man. Let's go look at Amazon real quick. Amazon's back down at this support zone down here. You got to be able to break through 222. Let's start. I want to see if we can start fixing the trend, but it doesn't look like it's going to. You got to get back above this area here. We got to get back above the Fed day. This is your Fed day low. This whole 516, 514, that area, that's the low from the Fed day. You tried to regain it over the holiday. It failed to do so. Now it's like running a test. If we do, we can get back to like 520, 522. And what do they want for those? On like a daily. Like, let's just say we have a nice day today. Look, we're flat. We're about to go green. 520. They want 28 cents. I'm going to go ahead and take that, guys. I'm going to go a daily. I'm only going to buy a couple. And let's see if we get this pullback here. We'll look for the entry right around here at VWAP. This pullback, I'm going to buy it. I'm just going to do it now because it'll probably go down to like 18 cents. Dude, that's so far out of the money. I'm probably better off just going like a 516 or something. 520. This is way out of the money, but I just want to have something on in case we really start to run. Hold on here. Fuck. I paid way too much for that. All right, I took it. I only bought 2 of them. It's something small, guys. Wait, no. No. Okay, I got scared. I thought I bought Carvana. Look, we're bumping right into that resistance zone. What did they give me at? I market ordered in it. All right, so I'm going to hold on to this for a little bit. This is way out of the money, guys. Do not get it. But just in case we start to like get up above that level, I feel like you could start to see a bit of a squeeze. It's not going to. We're going to reject it. Let's see here. I'm going to risk like 50% of this. I'll give it a little bit of room here. That's probably all she needed. Yeah, you know what? I think we're starting to see it now. See, it didn't hold it. We needed it to hold that 515, the same level as we talked about pre-market. You got above it, you pulled into it. Come on, hold it, bro. Hold it. I don't know who's telling the truth, TradingView or Thinkorswim. I don't know which one's lying to me. Yeah, it's going to reject it. I should have went out till Friday. Gonna need more time on this. All right, so I'll put a stop loss on this below like 514. Yeah, you know what? This looks good. What? Unless the volume starts to ramp up here. Nope, it's gonna break. Look, it's just cutting through VWAP, trying to. It's all good. It's all good. Small risks. It's nothing to. I've only got 2 of them, guys. It's not like I bought 10, 20 of these motherfuckers. I just want to have it on just in case we were to have went and broke through. So, again, is that 514? 514, yeah. I want to see us hold and start to leave 5. That was a big wick. Look at that. See how we went up there and took it right back? It's not a good sign. Not a good sign. Look at that tail. And that's where you had your conviction. So let's see if we can get a pop here. And I'll use that pop to get out of these and manage my risk. I don't care if it's $1. I'm going to manage my risk. All right, because that's how you stay ahead. And you see this daily chart here? See that pivot high right there? That's really what you're also rejecting alongside of the Fed day low. Like, man, part of me wants to leave this on. I'm going to give it 514. All right, that's right around prior day's low. If it breaks, it breaks. Yeah, look, see, it doesn't even have to break it, and they're already killing those options because you're getting ready to turn to 11 o'clock. See the volume here? Volume's starting to get... It's not going to hold it. Come on, baby. Come on. Level 2 looks like it wants to. Level 2 looks like it wants to. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Get the size up. Come on, get the size up. Let's go. Let's go. Damn, fucker. God damn it. We're going to reject. Let's just let this play out a little bit here. The volume's starting to pull back. Come on, get above it. We just got to get above this level. Oh, you know what I didn't do? There was one thing I also did not do. Damn it. God damn it. Let's see here. Come on, let's start to put in a bottom. Shit. I paid too much for it, guys. I paid way too much. I paid way too much. It's all good though. It's 40 bucks. 40 bucks. Turn it into a couple, like, you know, a couple hundred if you would have got that follow through, but it's just going to need more time. It's just going to be one of those days where it just chops inside, in and out. You know, I mean, with this, I just don't see. I just don't see massive follow through. You could. It's not that, you know. It's not that you can't. It just doesn't look like you're going to. You could, but yeah. Look, there it goes. Look, see. This doesn't look like a day you're going to get like massive follow through. But again, I wanted to put this on just in case we were to get above that level here. Even though, you know, we did reject it. You saw what they thought about it yesterday after the after hours, you know, getting back above that level. Let's see if we can try to get back above that level today. We're going to need more volume, and we just don't have it. Everybody's gun shy. So it's going to break. It's going to break. I'm going to take this off. I'm trying to see if we can just get like another test up there. Yeah, look at that volume there on that 15-minute chart. Not good. I got suckered. It's all good. I mean, we are still, we're not above it now, but like, yeah, I might as well just go ahead and get rid of this. Yep, here it comes. Here it comes. It's getting ready to start to sell off. Here it goes. Let's see. Here she goes. You're going to go test low a day? You're going to go test high a day? What's it going to be? Let's see here. Yeah, that's it. There's your There was your retest. Here it goes. Fuck, should I just grab some? I don't like. I also don't even want to grab puts because I don't think you're going to get the follow through that people think they're going to get. You might, but so like right now I'm watching level 2. See, it's like still bullish. I'm just saying. It's I mean, you did just have a 1200 sell side order get filled right there. But the consistency is on the buy side. It's just there's just no real volume. So here you go. You're going to get trade line to cross through VWAP. I'm trying to hold off. I don't have much time, though. I was hoping to just get, like, a nice break, maybe some follow-through, pull back, get that support to hold, and get some follow-through to the upside. But it didn't happen. It's all good. Yeah, I guess that is a tough level there. All right, there you go. That kicked it in gear. It's just not going to move today. She's just not going to move. It looks like, look at this. So, look at this. Here's your left shoulder. Right? Here's your head. You could possibly have something like this happening. And then you get like that lunchtime, 11 o'clock breakout up into that zone. But and it's here it is. So now you're starting to reject that initial morning low at 514. So if you're a person that wants to be short and you want like $1 or $2, this would be the zone you would do it with a stop loss above VWAP. You get back above VWAP, that would be your stop loss. But I can't be short. I cannot short right now. I just don't think you're going to get the follow through you're looking for. And I feel like there is more risk of the market going back to the upside than there is the downside right now. It's just my opinion. But I don't think the overall market's moved today. So if we get back into the 20-cent zone with these options, I'm going to go ahead and take that off and manage my risk. I mean, we do have all day long, but I just... Oh, come on, bro. I haven't looked at NVIDIA or anything to see if NVIDIA, held the level. Just trying to. It's not leaving it. Like, NVIDIA's not leaving this level. So, it's all good. Can we get like a piece of news, something here? Come on, let's start to turn this damn thing around, bro. They're just going to chew up time. I know what they're doing. I want to move on from this. I want to get out of this, but it's just not giving me... It's not doing anything in a timely manner.
Statements coming from the CEO of West Steel called the President of the United States corrupt. As an American, I feel offended. This is just...
He's a fucking idiot. You can't tell me he's not reading off of a script. I don't know what's going on. Bro.
It is a remarkable deal, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to right the wrongs of this president and make sure that CFIUS is actually followed. The process has been corrupt. I know it. You know it. I mean, let's face it.
Come on, let's get up there. Let's go. Come on.
From the very beginning, and we need to fix it.
Nope, she's not. We're just going to get stuck here. I mean, even if I can get like a 517, 518, but I just don't see it. I don't see it happening. It's going to take too long a time. See, the volume on the upside is now stopping. That buying pressure is running out. Look at that. Look, it just fell. All right, I'm going to get up out of this jaunt, bro. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think? Should I get out? Oh, shit. God damn it. No, come on, you fuck.
Yeah, it's a strategic approach they're taking. It's sort of appealing to President-elect Trump, as you said. Interestingly, Sarah, he did not mention U.S. Steel yesterday. There were some
Hold for the people. I know. I'm going to. I'm going to get out. I'm going to. I just think there's something I see here. I think we can get 517. I think you're going to go see this run to 517 right now. Right? And why do I say that? You got a lot of indicators up there. You're above your trade line now on the hourly chart or the 30-minute. It'll still be a loss because I still think you're going to get up there. Look at this hourly candle starting to come in. Let's see. So you see your 4-hour trade line? This is where I think she's headed to. Right here. I think you're headed back to the pre-market highs. Right into this zone up there at like 517. That's where I think she's headed. That's where I think she's going, and I'm going to get out of this. I only bought 2 contracts, just so we're all clear. All right? I only bought 2 contracts. I just wanted to have access in case, you know, we did. Because the buying pressure right now is starting to get swayed a little bit. Let's see here. Come on, let's get this trade line up through VWAP. Let's go make this run back up here to 517, 517.11. What are you doing, turkey butt? Yo, yeah, for sure, Scotty. Look at this. Look at you. Watch your time in sales, guys. It's still consistent. We're going to try. Yeah, see, and then you got a little bit of selling pressure up there. I'm going to set an order at 21 cents. See if I can get filled. Hold on here. Pop. I want to see this thing just pop and like squeeze somebody out of it. Because you got to remember, whoever is short, more than likely, should be starting to try to take some profits up here. Come on, baby. Squeeze up through there. I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Let's go. Come on. I know she can do it. I know she can. Let's go, baby. Go. See? Let's go. It's not going to give it to me. It's not going to give me 21. You can see I'm stopping it right there. Fuck. God damn it. Yeah, see, they're not going to give it to you. The market makers aren't going to give it to you. You can see it, but look, 15-minute, we are above our VWAP. We're back above it. I still think, I still feel like we're going to 517. Damn, look at that 5-minute. I got it. You got a nice pullback coming in here. So let's look to see if we can get a nice little pullback here, or if we can hold, and then look to try to get up here, something like this. Why are you giving me the X? Pull it back, and then you get that breakthrough there up into 517, and then find out whether or not we hold 516, and that could change the game right there. All right, that really could change the game. You start to recapture this 516 zone. All right, I don't think you really do. I think you could consolidate up there. I think a consolidation up there is very likely. Look at these tails down here, man. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock. We still have a long day, man. I'm trying to... Because the thing is, you start getting up here trying to hold and you get a breakout, you know, it's... You could really start to see whoever was short this week from up here. And if we pull this back, your 38.2 should be right around here as well at 518. Let's see. There's your fib from the high of day back down to the low of day. And what I say, right? 518, there's your 38.2 fib. So it looks like to me everything is pointing to 517, 518. All right. Take this off here in a second. All right, I'm just going to go with the market order. I want to see what happens here. I have it up, so all I have to do is put it in. Let's go. Go, 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 go. All right, I'm just going to... Fuck, man. They got real spready right there. You see what they did? They got real spready right there. So that anybody that was market ordering out, give me an 18-cent. I have an 18-cent order out. Hold on. So what should I do? I'm just going to put it out there, guys. Let's see if I got filled. I got filled. I am out of that. I am out of that for a loss. All right. Just because, look, everybody's going to get out and watch. It's going to probably start to go. I just don't know if you even get paid. Because it feels like they're going to pull it back, suck that premium back out of it, and then, you know, you're left like trying to fight for something that's not there. Because you could still get the move and not get paid. We're fighting time. You got to remember that. If you're fighting time, you need that move. You need that momentum. So let's go find some momentum. Let's go check in on Fubo. I am out of that. 18-cent limit order. I can look to see what they filled me at. Yeah, 18 cents. They filled me at 18 cents. I paid way too much, though, guys. I paid way too much. I paid way too much. Because I thought that it was getting ready to get away from me. So I ended up just getting in. But it's all good. It is what it is. I made money on Fubo, so I earned the right to take that risk there. I gotta say, I do think we test 517 to 518. This is exactly what I think we do. You know, I think we can get up through here at 516. All right, I think we get up through here at 516. The problem with it, though, is if you're going to try to play it, there's going to be a lot of time chewed off the clock. Unless you see positioning where they're, like, whoever's short, like, they start covering, that could change, right? That could change the scope of what's going on today. Today is just like they're just chewing up the clock. So it's a day to sell premium, not buy it. Let's be clear. Unless something changes, which would be getting above high a day, holding high a day, and you start to see, I mean, I'm telling you guys, look, 1,500 to the buy side. Buyers are here buying. So if you want to go a week out, go give yourself time. Don't go for a daily. Go out till next week, and I don't see why you can't get I don't see why you can't get back to 5. You know, you could go with like a 518 call. I really think we get to 518 today. 517. It's very possible. But that's without chewing up the clock, okay? And that's also to say, you know, who's to say we don't run back down and test 513 before we go up there? You know, but you are back above VWAP. This is it right here. You're going to go test VWAP again for the third time. I tell you right now, if you do not hold VWAP, you will see low of day, if not 510, 511. But I don't think it breaks. I think I think VWAP can hold. I do. I think VWAP can hold here. And I think you could try to see a push. I don't know, man. This is a light volume. Look at that. Look how the volume just fell off, guys. So it might break. 512 test 100. I wouldn't say 100%. The last guy that said 100% yesterday, he made himself look foolish. I could agree with you there. 512 test again today. I don't know, man. If you're reading level 2 in time and sales, you're seeing a lot of buying pressure today. They're just not, like, look at, there's another 6,000 order to the buy side that just got filled. And it's not just the size, it's just the scope and the magnitude of the consistency of buying. You know, and you got to think of where you are on the chart. People are not, anybody that has the change to move the markets. Let's see here. Let's see here. We are up here. I might be with you on that, bro. I might go with like a 5. I might go with a pullback down in a 510. Really low volume. It's just, I just don't know if you get the continuation you're looking for. You know, and does it happen at FOMC? Is that your catalyst? You know, is FOMC your catalyst? So here you go. You're pulling into VWAP trade line. This is a low volume bounce back. Sucker people into buying, or to buying puts. The volume's not too bad. Looks like VWAP did not hold again. Looks like it failed to hold again. All right, here we go. Let's start cranking to the downside. I'd be watching for who's a buyer on this pullback. I'd be paying attention. So 514 is the zone that I'd be watching. 514 is the zone. But you know what? I'll take that back. I'll take that back, because you break. It comes down to VWAP and your trade line here. And look at this. See the selling pressure? Look at it. It just got exhausted. This is what I'm talking about. They're gonna hang this thing right there. I want to move on to something else here. Let's move on to something else. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the mic like that. Look at this. Look. 18. Is that 18,000? That's low. You would want to see, like, if I'm bearish, or if I think we're going to get like a, you know, if we're going to get some downside, I want to see that volume start to really increase there. All right, I'm gonna start moving on here to something that has some continuation. If you guys see something with continuation and momentum, let us know. Throw it in the chat. Make sure you're watching for headlines too. Let's see here. I'm thinking, man, I don't know, man. It's kind of, I'd have to see where they're at, but I wouldn't mind thinking about selling some puts down here in this area at 510. You sure about that? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, but can I like why? Can I ask why do you think that? Can I ask why you think that? Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't know what it's going to do. I think today we're setting up for a nice bounce. This is a consolidation at your lows. Like trying, this is reversing all the indicators right now. Like, I just want to know why you think that, or what you see that would lead you to believe that. Like, are you following the IWM? Is the IWM making new lows? Look at that. The IWM regained 220. I'm going to go I'm going to look for, this is actually what I wanted to trade today, was a long on the IWM because it's got some room here. The IWM turning around. The markets are turning around right now. I hear ya. Yeah, that's not like, yeah, that's not what, I mean, unless you get the FOMC minutes later on. This thing could be consolidating, the market kind of saying, all right, let's start setting ourselves up, take our profits on the shorts, because we could see an FOMC note that has some, signs that the next meeting that they plan on cutting. Maybe you get confirmation that they do cut next meeting where they wanted to pause or something, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so there's just, the market's not dumb. And that's what I'm trying to read into is like, this is a bit of a bottoming process here. But I mean, I agree with you. But I also think it is very likely you have a lot of analysts and like market participants that are still bullish. You have earnings in the next 2 to 3 weeks where you could start to get that early earnings run up. This could be the start of a long going into earnings to price in, best case scenario. You know what I mean? Again, these are just my thoughts. It's what I'm looking out a couple weeks, and it feels like, it's just what it feels like to me. I mean, this is very low volume today. So I agree with you. I agree. I'm not saying that we like completely bounce, start going back to highs. I'm not saying that. But I think you have a lot of people that are still uncertain, wanting a pullback. We're not breaking down. You got the 50-day. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Because Tuesday and Monday are tied for the most part. Outside, you know what? I guess you could look at NVIDIA because, you could gauge by what NVIDIA. Remember, the weighting did change. They did change the weighting so that NVIDIA, may play a bigger role now than it did. Or was it the reverse? I can't remember. Pretty sure it's a bigger role because I think it was like, what, 20-some%, like 21, something like that. I can't remember. NVIDIA does not want to get up off its butt. Does not want to bounce. It could start to break here. Look, you could get NVIDIA to start pressuring this break, right? With trade line and VWAP, it's starting to squeeze itself into this level. We could see NVIDIA start, you know, to really possibly start to pull itself back here in the next 15, 30 minutes or so. Maybe that's your, you know, could use that. All right, let's see. JP Morgan, let's go look. So energy, so JP Morgan, red. Everything is just red, it looks like. UNH. Let's go look at UNH. Look at UNH today. There's your continuation. There's our long. God damn it. I wish I was. I need to find a way to find these before they happen. Wouldn't you know? Janet to the Yellen is on CNBC right now live. Wouldn't you know? Isn't that funny? I didn't even know she was supposed to be on today. I would play it, but they're going to give me a strike. YouTube's crazy. I don't understand why 11. I think so. For those that are new here, I had a little, like, I called out Carl Quintanilla for like just some bullshit that he was saying, you know, and I'm like, bro, you're on the TV, like, have a little more like professionalism, like we know you don't have to continue to tell people that you're a Biden, you know, ick rider, and that's okay if you are. If you're listening, that's fine. You know, that's people died, so you had that right to do what you want. But like when you go out there, and I said something to Carl, right? Anyway, said something to Carl on Twitter, and then all of a sudden, like after that, they started copywriting me for the 11 o'clock to the 12 o'clock hour, and they never did it before. And I see other people, you know, that, you know, will be on YouTube and stuff like that, and they actually get paid for this stuff, and they don't get copywritten or anything for it. And I'm like, Carl singled me. I feel like Carl singled me out. I do. But, and that's the thing. You don't have to be butthurt because somebody is like telling you, like, bro, you know, you have people that, like, you don't have to, like, because he was putting out like a bunch of false shit out there, and I'm like, bro, like, we're digging ourselves a little deep here, like. So anyway, that's what happened. That's a nice tail in the 15. Never mind. All right. All right, let's go look at the stocks that are trending. They're probably already done with because I spent my time wasting my time with the Qs. All right, RGTI, SANA. Looks like SANA is on a pullback right now. We can check this out. And look at that. You pulled right into your 200-day moving average. You did break it. You had a nice little support zone right here. Is this another... No, this is a biotech play here. I can't believe this thing even has puts on it. That's crazy. $8. I don't really have much trust in this. Inflation will tick up, guaranteed. Little pullback into a bounce. I mean, why do you think inflation is going to tick up? China's not closed down anymore. We don't have a product problem. You know, it's just my opinion. I mean, yeah, you're going to see little, like, throughout the next 5 years and going back 2 years, you know, inflation pulls back, but then, yeah, you have your, like, little lower highs that you put in, but people are going to start losing the consumers already tightening up spending. China's back open. They're not, you know, we only had inflation because because China had their people locked up, and people couldn't get things that they wanted. And at the same time, everybody had all this free cash. So really, when it comes down to, I mean, sure, you know what? You could say we do have the port issue. You do have shipping rates going up because of Russia, the Iraq and Jerusalem, or not Jerusalem, but Iraq or Iran and the Middle East war conflict. So insurance rates go up for shipping costs. Maybe they don't, they avoid that whole area. So I could see that, but but how much though? Is it going do you think inflation's really going to get up there to 5%, 4.5%, 6% again? I just don't see it. Have you seen a clear value tax on YouTube and his? No, I haven't. Great melts up information, informative, big picture with the debt. Yeah. I could also show so if you there was some stuff that I forget his name posted, but he's a tech guy. He's an investor. Really, the U.S. only needs to cut back 2% to get back on track. You cut back by 3%, you're below trend from the 1970s on spending. That's it. So it's yeah, they may have done a lot. Debt is very little high, but here's the thing with that, right? As the 10 and 30 start to go higher, less and less people can afford those goods for a home. They don't get priced into that home that they want, or they don't buy, right? So yields rising in and of itself causes a deflationary event. So you got to fight the balance and realize that, okay, as 30 years starts to tick up, people are getting priced out of a home, or they can't afford what they wanted, so they don't buy. All right. Then you have, that effect on realtors. You have that effect on, people. It has its, there's a cause and effect for both. You know what I'm saying? You have a lot of government employing happening right now as Biden's leaving the office, trying to say, oh, look what we did, Democrats. We hired a bunch of people. That's cool, and that's great. I have been on here and said before that I wanted to get a job at the Treasury Department. But but that in and of itself is just the government employing people to keeping the jobs numbers up. And the effect that has with people having money for them to spend. So it's kind of like the government force feeding the hand of the consumer. But again, as this 30-year and the 10-year continues to rise, you got to understand the effect that also has. That's also a deflationary event as well on top of it. So it's like it's a push-pull kind of thing here. And if that keeps climbing, guess what? We're going to see unemployment start to rise again. And when you start to see unemployment rise again, guess what? That's a deflationary event. So really, if we don't try to think about it too much, even if, worst case scenario, something happens, right? Even if a war or something happens, or, China goes for Taiwan, whatever, the Fed would more than likely cut. So there's a lot of uncertainty out there. There really is. Because as these rates climb, here's what I see. As these rates climb, I just see the labor market in time, whenever that could be, start to tick up higher too. Because the first thing I go to is not only the commercial loans, but commercial on your 10-year. That's what those guys usually go for. And you start pricing out the cap where it doesn't make sense, where, you have a 7 cap, 6 cap, and the yields are at 5. Nobody wants nobody's even going to take the risk on a 1% profit. That's just as is. So I just look at the 30-year continuing to rise, and I just think I'm going to start feeling bad for realtors, people that want to buy homes, and the effect that has on material, right? Building demand, right? And then the effect that that has on their employers. And it's just like this whole little trickle effect that could take time. So as people keep thinking about inflation, I got to be honest, it's just me. And, you know, I can agree if something isn't done with the ports, sure. I don't see prices going back up. I don't see them going back up that much, because I would ask why. What would cause a disruption in the supply chain, and what would cause prices to go up if it's not the supply chain? That would be an influx of money for people. And we're going to get the exact opposite of that, right? Just starting with yields. You get this 30-year ticking up to where it is. My cat wants out. I'm coming, Abby. You get this 30-year, and we think it's going up to, I'll show you guys where. US 30-year. And look at it pulling back right now. That's inflationary. Yeah, yields pulling back is inflationary. And that's crazy that it didn't hold. So we were watching this zone up here, and we still think it can get there. Right here, up at 5%, which is that still kind of low, you know? So it's kind of like a give and take. I don't know. You know, as this continues to climb, the banks are at least going to want 2%. They're going to want their money. So let me let her out. The only thing I'll say is we'll see what happens. Listen, it's a great time to be alive. I'll say that. It's a good time to be alive. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to be thankful for. There's always, you know, we're in one of the greatest, like, periods of innovation outside of the industrial complex. Here, let me throw up the markets. Let me let my cat out real quick. Look, so here we go. We're going to try to push again. And Janet is on CNBC right now yapping. But yeah, Scotty, I'll check that out. I'll check it out.
Yellen said will be important to keep the IRS modernization on track. If IRS funding is repealed, it could be $800 billion hit to the deficit. That's Treasury Secretary Yellen.
Here's what I think the market could pull back. I think it's going to be the dollar in earnings if they don't do something. Here's the thing. I said this literally this morning. I had mentioned that the government may do something with the dollar and yields and not really say anything about it. Now, we could go to the Fed site. We could go to the Treasury site. They will, if the dollar gets back up there and it gets to a point where they want to bring it back down, they physically can. All right? This is a law from back in the 80s where, you know, there's confluence between Japan, Germany, Australia, and Europe and our dollar, where, you know, it kind of goes with shipping rates to, you know, run the system that we have. So you can see the dollar. We're up into this zone. This is what we were talking about. We were long the dollar back here in late August, early September. We were long UUP. We were buying calls for November. What was it, like the 28, 29 calls for 16, 18 cents on UUP? All right, let's see here. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. You know, it really is. It's going to be interesting. eBay's up. SILO, Roblox pulled back, guys. That level on Roblox is a major daily level on the daily chart. Ungroup. There we go. Let's go here. Actually, let me go here. Let's go to Roblox real quick. So this is a major level here on Roblox, guys. Keep this on watch. Keep this $60 zone on watch. You have a gap fill. If you hold it, you have a gap fill up to 69. Now, I'm going to say this. If you guys ever watch like Kai, Speed, or just like anybody that streams, they all play Roblox. Like, all the kids are playing Roblox. So it's not surprising that this is breaking out. And I feel like I should have been on this earlier. But I really wasn't, you know, paying attention to it earlier in the year. I mean, you kind of can't help, you know, you kind of can't help it now. I don't care how old you are. You know, I don't care how old you are. You're going to see something from, like, whoever, you know, where they suggest these streamers. So Roblox has a lot of volume today.
What about Doge? What about Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency, whose mission is to save $2 trillion in government spending through waste programs and other cuts? Is that realistic?
But yeah, Scotty, I'll have to. So his series called The Great Melt Up. A couple videos. It will most likely play out due to interest on debt. Yeah. So here's what I would say. The one thing people forget is that the government can physically control the dollar and rates to an extent if there becomes a problem. And that's what people forget. Is like, if there's a problem, they're going to step in. The government is not going to let us have a recession. Like, it's very apparent. Ever since 2008, the government will not let a pullback happen. And this is how people continue to get priced out of things that don't have a high education. You know? It's just going to continue to get harder as we go down the road. You know? And, you know, there's always more and more people being brought in and being born, and, you know, more so than people dying. So there's always going to be people, and there's always going to be, you know, more and more money being spent. So it's really tough, you know. It's just, yeah, you know, and the thing is like, you know, so it's like, here's what we do have though. QT, and it's what we're in right now, right? And it's our greatest asset. And the Fed put out something about QT last week. I think it was. And QT, this is where the volatility comes from, because in QE, you practically have a buyer for every seller, right? What I mean by that, let's just say the Fed buys bonds, the bondholders then have cash. They're not going to be buying bonds anymore. The Fed's buying it. It doesn't pay to buy bonds. So they put that money to work, right? There's an influx of I guess you could say, digital money in the system. So for every buyer, there's a seller, and that's when volatility collapses. QT allows what we've had, some really good opportunity, because there's not a buyer for every seller. Abby, come here. Sorry, guys. It's just my cat. She's wanting to play and stuff. But yeah, so what we have to watch is if we're still in QT with GDP starts to lower, or, you know, starts to pull back. You know, I think as long as GDP is increasing or steady positive, I think we kind of go higher and add $7 trillion worth of capital into the system. You know, that's why you've seen the SPY literally, we're at 600. Think about that. Think about where we were 5 years ago. You know, think about where we were 2 years ago to where we are now. So, I mean, in a year, and again, 2008, it took, they threw 800 billion at the Great Recession. We didn't even really have a recession. Unemployment was very low. Unemployment was relatively low, and they still put 7 trillion in the system between the Fed and the government, between liquid cash sent to your bank account and the financial markets. So, but yeah, we'll see what happens. That's all, I think it could be another country, but again, that's where we also go to. If there's a problem, they run the same system as the United States. They'll do what they need to do to fix it. So, Abby, you have food, lovey. I wish I could play Janet Yellen right now. I can't. Unless I go to YouTube and see if it's live on YouTube. Let's see. What do you guys think about a Roblox short back down into $60? 60.50 or so. I can't find it. They didn't post it. They don't have it up here. Man, that's a shame what's going on. It's in California. I don't want to chew with the mic or on the mic. I just needed something. All right, so let's go back over the watch list. Let's look at Carvana. We said 200. Okay, so that never held. But we said stop loss has to be below prior day's low. So, yeah. So 195 is a support level. Didn't really like the options on this, so. All right, what else do we have? Micron. SMCI. SMCI, we were looking for the downside on that. Let's see here. Oh, look at Micron here at this 15-minute chart, you guys. Look at that 15-minute chart there. Come on.
I think, as you know, there is ongoing litigation over this case. And as head of CFIUS, I regret there is very little substantive that I can
Micron may end up getting back down into this zone here. If you look here on the daily chart. Man, see, you have the 50 and 100-day moving average right there holding you at $99. Abby, come here, turkey. I don't know, man. I apologize that, like, this week is kind of boring. It just... Monday was good action. I should have went live Monday. Let's go look at Fubo. I still have those puts on Fubo. It's... Those puts are paid for, and it's just... they're dead, but... Because I went long Fubo Monday... And as we got up here, I saw us get up here and fail. And I said, dude, you want to give me, for what they were charging? I said, hell, I'll take it. So I just bought a few of them. Nothing crazy. Let's see what happens here. There's already 5,000 worth, 5,000 sell orders there. Up there at 530, 550, 535, 550 zone. 1 second here. Let me go open the window. I think that's what she wants. She wants me to open the window for her. Oh, Fubo might go, guys. Fubo might try to bounce here. If you can hold, you might run a test back to $6. Very possible. I mean, for now, you're testing prior day's close. I don't know why this is lagging like it is. Here we go. Let me fix my stuff real quick. So here you go. You're testing prior day's close. Watch that. Excuse me. Watch this daily chart. You can see we're popping ourselves right into that. We're back above $5. So if you get another look at this, you have VWAP at $5. If you get a pullback here and you consolidate throughout lunchtime above $5 and above VWAP, you could look for Fubo for an end of the day type of trade on Fubo. Unless they take this trade away from us now, or like start this trade now. You could have shorts getting a little nervous, but so I would look for this like pullback, a bit of like a consolidation here throughout lunchtime, right? Something like this. You put in that second lower high, but then you put in like a bit of a double bottom here up into this zone here. Then bang, you take out that high. Get that pullback. Boom. Let's go. We're on our way. Peace out. All right. So something like that. It's kind of what I'm looking for today on Fubo. Let's see if that comes to fruition here. Yeah, I have the options here. I am watching them. So down here on the right-hand side is still those 520 options. So that's kind of, I've been reading that, and I haven't been saying anything. I've been reading that by those option prices on what the Qs are doing. So keep Fubo on watch here for this pullback consolidation above $5. We could look for an end of the day run back up to $6, those previous highs. Here, I'll put up the Qs. I'm going to leave what I drew there. That is a bit of a double top. I'm going to leave what I drew there and see how it plays out.
Which job did you like better?
Oh my gosh. Abby, are you okay? Oh, you okay? You're in the window? You okay? You okay? I just heard her like, not snoring, but like, as if she was like breathing hard or something. It's my little girl. All right, there we go. All right. I'm going to get her to say hi in a second so you guys can see her. Come on. Dude. See, here's the problem now. This is going to trick people because look, what did we chew up? About an hour? That trade line's going to be coming right on down into you to push you back down, possibly. See, my stuff's it's fucking froze again. Come on. I'm not running a ton of tabs I'm not running a ton of stuff here. So yeah, we're still going to target 517. Not that this would be a trade, because the SPY is the Qs are not moving. So you're just gonna if you want to sell premium, that would be your best bet. I'd be having a stop loss on the upside at like 517.50 zone. I'm so tired. I hate fucking. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I was gonna say I hate Thinkorswim, but so yeah, watch 517, 518 zone. I think that's where we're headed. And look, so those calls that I have up here. Here's your level 2 here for the stock. Here's the 520 calls. I bought 2 of those and I'm now out of those for a small loss. I only bought it just to get a reversal, just to see if we could get something going. Because to me, it looked like the markets wanted to try to put in a bottom.
UEC, Uranium Energy shares getting a pop here on some volume. Uniform Echo Charlie up about 1.25%. UEC
Look at Amazon. See, Amazon, never mind. I take that back. You do have a 222, 224 range that you could be putting in. Take half of that off in front of 223. You know, keep your expectations within line. You got to make money. You got to make money, you know. Or not that you have to, but, you know, if you're looking for a trade. NVIDIA still looks. NVIDIA just cannot get off of this level, but it's still holding. It'll come to a point where there's so much time that it chews off the clock where shorts start to cover. And I think that's where we're getting. I said this yesterday. We sat down here all day, and I'm like, bro, you know, we wanted to get, you know, people were looking long. See, look, we get that breakout, and that's where I bought it, 24 cents. That's where I bought it, so they're break even. I would have had to wait all that. It's not even worth it. But it is what it is. You know, you try. We knew that, like, our expectations weren't much for that trade. It's not like, hey, this is the trade of the day. Like, I'm going to let you guys know what it is that I'm trying to get out of this. Or, like, when I trade something, I'm going to say, hey, I want to look for $4 or $5. Or I want to look to hold this a day, 2 days, 3 days. Or what the plan is, you know. Like, I still haven't put any size on anything outside of Fubo. Like, it's just, I feel like the holiday really messed up some charts. And you know what? I was watching Meta, and I haven't looked at this in a little bit. Dana Friedman. Microsoft here. Microsoft here calling. No, I'm just playing. It was a nice little bounce off that zone. So Microsoft's going green. So you're seeing more and more. You have healthcare sector. At least UNH was green. UNH had a nice day today. It doesn't look like it here. You pull out the 5-minute chart or something like that. Had a nice continuation here to the upside. See if healthcare pulls back and you get tech to bounce. Let's look at Google. Google was strong yesterday. It was kind of strong today. Yeah, you did get the pullback. So it did pull back into 195. I should have taken that, man. I'm such an idiot. I should have not left this and taken that. I should have taken that 198 to 195 short. I gave that out. I did give that out to you guys. I said, hey, this looks like a really nice short up here at 198. Profits off 196 into 195. If we get up there again and cannot get through it, I probably wouldn't be opposed. Look at NVIDIA, just still sitting on its ass. Not doing nothing. Again, it's very important to just be responsible, to be consistent, and for me, stock selection, being patient, letting the market come to me and not forcing anything. Anytime you force something, chances are it's not going to end well. So, you know, again, I think it's a bit of a boring couple of days. Monday was fun. There was a lot of opportunity Monday, but it feels like this holiday break has really chewed up the charts, and they're just ugly, and the market's trying to, like, get something together, right? Get some levels going, find a bottom, get a top, and kind of get things, you know, ready and going for the year. So far, now if we look at a daily chart here at the bottom, I know you guys probably can't see it really. Let me pull the 5-minute up here. I'm gonna set an alert up here. Man, Google is. Abby, you're fucking killing me, girl. You have food. I kind of want to. I don't know. There's probably nothing there either. You see how there's like no room? Let me go open the window for her real quick, guys. Give me 1 second here. Nice break and retest. Again, sorry about that. As soon as she comes back in, I'll show her to you. I think I had the best looking cat that there is. All right. Let's see. So we held 514. Figured we would. Again, listen. If you were watching and reading level 2, you would have, you would have gotten that, not necessarily confirmation, but you would have had the probability that we were going to get up to that zone, along with a few other things. I had almost no doubt that we could get up here. It's just like when, right? When you're trying to time something that doesn't have momentum, it's just like, sure, it could get up there, but when? It could do it tomorrow, but then again, it wouldn't because of everything that we were using. It just, all signs led to just getting back above the high a day. Here you go. You're trying to hold it. Look, it's still, look at that. 15, 12, 16. Hey, look at the orders coming through here on your level 2. This right here is a sign of buyers stepping up, which is a good sign. It'll take a couple tries, right? But that's what if you want to be bullish, that's what you want. You want buyers to be stepping up. All right, let's see here. But again, we got a target here at 517, 518. All right. Man, there's like no stocks, bro. That like. What a boring week. It is what it is, but it's just a boring week here. Part of me is like thinking about, see, the volume's not even that great. I was trying to get a swing trade back to 520. I still think we could get to like 520 or so. we'll see what the FOMC minutes bring. You know what? That could be what the market needs is FOMC to bring some volatility for some momentum, and that kind of, brings us to a zone like gets us back above here, and we start running tests back up there to like 525 and see if we get above the 20-day moving average. That's what that is there. That green box is your 20-day moving average. Should be. Yeah. Oh yeah, so we're testing this. All right. See, the problem with trying to short at this pivot high, right here, all right, pull back in, you get a little bit of support there, not really. You came in with the gap down. You have an island reversal here, right? There's a gap. There's one gap. There's your two gap, and then you pull back. Normally, this dotted line would be the support zone that you would rally off of if it was in fact going to work. You have an increase in volume to the downside, so that negates an island reversal. You want a low volume pullback. Man, this sucks. It's just like the setups are just poop right now. It's just a waiting game. So what I got to do is I got to figure out how I need to find, which we could do now. It's 12 o'clock. You know what? It's lunchtime. If you guys want to grab yourselves something to eat, something to drink, grab a pen and paper or something. We'll go through charts and go through all different. We'll go through financials, healthcare, tech. We'll look at some upgrades and downgrades. We'll go through a couple lessons, but mostly, going through and seeing what charts we can find. You actually, I know there's a lot of people that were saying on the SPY, you can see what you want, but look at this. You could technically say, even with this higher volume, you could say, hey, there's a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. Kind of, but you didn't take out the, you know what I mean? And then it's like, what happens then? You know what I mean? Your indicators, it's like you're already oversold a bit. So maybe we look for a consolidation up here above highs and look to break out. Who knows when? Going in, I still think we could try to rally going into earnings though. I do. It's just if you don't get buyers to step up, it's more than likely not going to happen. All right. I just thought about something. Let's go look at gold real quick. GLD. We'll look at some Bitcoin names like MSTR, Maro, stuff like that. Let's see if we can't get something going here. Here, I don't want to drink a Red Bull because I have a feeling that it's going to knock me out. All right, so that's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to sit here. We'll go through the heat map. We'll go through stocks that are trending. Let's go look. You know what? I haven't looked at Tesla. Haven't looked at Tesla. So if you guys have any questions, any tickers, post them in the chat. We'll go through them. I am going to grab a Red Bull, and I'm going to forewarn you. I more than likely will freaking start to pass out at like 2 o'clock. So hopefully, you know, by the time FOMC minutes come out, that I'm not crashing. I'll have to do some push-ups or something. Because I didn't grab sugar-free. So I might be doomed. I might be doomed. There's a false breakout again. Let's see here. All right, guys, let me go grab something to drink. I got some water. Still a little coffee left. Give me 1 second, and I'll be right back. Well, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen because I ran out. I have to go grab some later on. So what I'm going to do is I'll make another pot of coffee real quick. I'm going to go see if we can't come up with something here. So if the dollar is going to start pulling back, guys, we could possibly look for a trade idea to the downside there on UUP off of the dollar. Oh, you know what?
Coming up, natural gas storage.
All right. Look at Micron here, guys. We do have room to the upside at 102.45. No, I'm saying, yeah, 102. Yeah, let's. I think I might. We could try this, guys. This could be a possible trade idea here if we can get going. Watch this hold here. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't think it's going to hold. So if you look, this zone up here at like 102, 102.45. Really 102.
It's not so much just the level, it's the distance that we've traveled in such a period of time from that first cut in September. We were 371. Okay, the 10-year note yield was 371 when the Fed cut rates in September. Now it's, as as I just showed you, 468. How much of a problem is this?
It's a problem because what has happened now is the equity to bond correlation has turned negative. And you really...
Yeah, guys, watch 102.48 here. If the markets do try to bounce, keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on Micron here.
Well, if I look and see what Treasury yields are doing, Treasury yields are coming off modestly. So we have a 30-year auction today at 1 p.m.
Oh, shit. We still have a 30-year auction, too.
Highest yield since 2007. I don't think we're going to see any change on that today for a 30-year. And in terms of momentum, because we always like to talk about momentum in commodities, in equities. Well, there's momentum as it relates to the Treasury market. And momentum is clearly pointing towards higher yields. It's reflected in the open interest for the Treasury future market that continues to grow on a daily basis here in the month of January. Clearly speculators
Bro, come on.
adding to their short positioning.
I hate that it's this wide.
Shan, how much of an issue is this for the market as it tries to, work through all of this? It's trying to figure out what the Trump administration is going to
So you're at low a day on the Qs,
inflation, universal tariffs, maybe a new trade war.
on those options.
The market seems unsure of what all is.
All right, guys, let me go make some coffee, and I'll be right back. I appreciate everybody being here. Hit that like button for me. Please subscribe if you haven't done so already. Share the stream with a friend. If you have tickers, spam. I don't care what kind of tickers. Just spam tickers in the chat for me. Secondly, donation contribution link is in the description. If you want to continue to help make this stream free for everyone, and you want to sponsor the stream, that link is in the description. If you make any money with us and you want to give back, show your appreciation, that's where you can do so. Secondly, any contribution over $50 automatically puts you in for a one-on-one. If you would like it. If you would like to donate it to another person, that is fine too. Send it in the message. You guys can also get a hold of me. Link is in the description. You guys can email me. Follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. I post up charts and stuff there. I haven't been on in like 2 or 3 days or so. I mean, I have it up and on. I haven't posted anything because I've been on here. So, with that said, I'm going to go make some coffee and I'll be right back. Here's the SPY and the Qs. I don't really know what else you guys want me to put up. We can put up RGTI, see what that's doing. IONQ. It's all up to you. RGTI. So this thing is trying to curl back around. That shit was hilarious. I thought that I heard that yesterday, and I made a joke. He said, let's call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. So I said, this mother trucker is a troll and a half. A troll and a half. Someone actually explained it pretty well on Charles Schwab about using like that kind of stuff is in the art of war. Him saying something like that makes another country or like Mexico or someone else think. So then they have like negotiation stuff. Like it's just, that's just him, and it's in the art of the deal. So, whatever he said was good. So listen, I'll be right back. I appreciate you guys. Hit the like button, subscribe. Contribution link is in the description. Post. Spam the chat with tickers. Spam the chat with anything. Palantir finding some support. So I'm going to make some coffee. I will be right back, you guys. I'm going to turn on some CNBC here.
And I said that then, that we pulled forward a lot of the positives that can come from a change in the business outlook from the administration into before the
ridiculously high
offset the optimism that has existed since election night? I mean, because the market...
It is. It absolutely is. And
it is enough to offset that.
It is enough. And I said that then, that we pulled forward a lot of the positives that can come from a change in the business outlook from the administration into before the election and post the election. And now we're going to, I think, it's going to be a very challenging market going forward because no matter what he does on the business side, no matter what he does, it can be offset by inflation. So the only thing, and I keep harping on this at every time I'm on the show, inflation, inflation, inflation. Jobs don't mean anything. Wage growth means something, right? JOLT doesn't mean anything. Wage growth.
Jason Snipe, B of A says the path is now open to 5%, maybe even above that, 5.3 on the 10-year. That feels like a game-changing conversation to me that, you know, when I sat with Gundlach, I remember obviously sitting there in L.A. at the Double Line office, Fed cuts rates, Gundlach comes on, and we're both looking at the bond market and watching yields go up. We're like, oh, that's interesting. And I just told you what they've done since that day. I don't know if most people had in their playbook that back in September, that in January, we'd be talking about 5% potentially on the 10-year.
I couldn't agree with you more, Scott. I mean, I think that, you know, I'm looking at three cuts in the fourth quarter, right, 100 basis points, and you're talking about the 10-year at 3.7 in September and now well over 4.7. Clearly, this is definitely a concern, and I think it's not about having a decision on whether it's U.S. exceptionalism or it's inflationary concerns. The reality is the pace of rates. 100 basis points in little under 4 months is significant, and I think that, you know, as we turn the calendar, as of course we have, and thinking about the Trump agenda, pro-business, pro-deregulation, all these different things that I think had been pulled forward since the election, and now we're kind of going through what does real policy mean. You know, I'm turning to earnings starting next Wednesday in earnest with financials. And I think that will be positive, and I think that would be the catalyst for us to move forward.
I mean, Weiss, you're looking at moves, you know, to make as a result of what you think could be a game changer for the rally. Most of what you're doing today, it appears to me, it relates to outside the sort of derivative play, if you will, of what higher rates are going to mean. You've loved the India trade for a while. Now you're bailing on it, it looks to me, in numerous ways, right? Through the INDA and the SMIN, both are ETFs, one related to small caps, and the other maybe larger cap stocks.
Yeah, and look, I made money in the trade, but I didn't make as much money as I thought with the supply chain moving from China to India, which I still think will occur. But the element you've introduced also is that there'll be more onshoring, which was a theme already and has been a theme for a number of years. I think that accelerates because, again, you know, that's, you know, we talk about Trump being pro-business, but let me deal with that a little bit, right? Is it really pro-business if you get a cowardly move by Mark Zuckerberg on Meta to say, okay, anything goes now, and then what are the advertisers going to think? Now, they're not going to come out like Disney and say, hey, we're not going to be at Twitter anymore because of this, okay, because you can't do that. That's not politically correct in a different way now. But it is influencing how businesses work. That's not pro-business. That's going along to a certain narrative that the administration wants. So as part of that, I worry about tariffs coming from India. I don't worry about tariffs making good business sense, right? Because you do need some external manufacturing capabilities, some external supply chains. We're basically saying, no, we don't want anything coming from any other country into our country. So there's no balance right now.
Look, it's difficult to invest outside the U.S. right now with yields rising.
Too.
With yields rising, because we're not just talking, to your point, Scott. It's a problem not just here. It's a problem in the rest of the world. UK yields, I think, are at their highest level since 2008.
Since 2008.
Emerging market yields are all rising. So that environment is very difficult to find opportunities outside the U.S. I think back to the U.S., I just think all of us, what does consensus stay on 2025? Choppy first half, better second half. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but if we have a continued negative equity to bond correlation, you're going to have choppy
But that's
trading.
always the consensus in the U.S. because you've got strategists, no offense, that work for equity houses, that work for investment banks. They can't say it's going to be a bad 25. It's going to be a worse 26.
You don't think you guys are going too far in suggesting like this has the potential to really like offset all the positives that people think are coming?
Well, what
over
are the
next
positives?
month?
We're going to extend the tax.
What do you mean? What are the positives?
Well,
I mean,
yeah, let's go through. What are the positives?
Okay, they're going to extend the tax cuts.
Right, so, but those are already in place. That's not new.
Well, that's not necessarily in the market now. Deregulation.
Yes, it is in the market. Of course,
do you think deregulation is in the market?
No, I think part of it is. Absolutely.
Wow, there hasn't been any deals yet.
Scott, good investors go where the puck's going to be.
They don't know when deals are going to happen yet.
No, they don't know, but they know it's going to be a much more accommodative deal regulation environment with Lina Khan out. Everybody knows that. You don't know that?
Of course.
Of course.
But that doesn't enable you to invest in the companies you think are going to have some sort of
I would say
event.
I would say that interest rates were a much bigger governor on deal activity than Lina Khan was.
I disagree with that.
How do you disagree? The FTC lost about everything they did.
No, I think the impact of deregulation is being underappreciated, and I think that this near-term bump in yields, and I think the concerns about fiscal sustainability, yes, will they create a negative impact on the potential M&A activity in the second half of the year, perhaps, but not for quality
They're at the
companies.
same level.
We have to monetize private portfolio companies. That has to happen because these fund companies, the big asset managers, they cannot raise another fund until they do. So I think there's going to be a realization, a come to Jesus moment, if you will, on the fact of where rates are going to be. And I think that this deregulatory impulse, combined with the fact that there is a very salient capitalistic drive to monetize these portfolio companies.
I'll give you the other side of that.
And just one more.
Sure.
2 strong years of public equity returns that have made valuations easier to determine. I think that all of those things are going to play into this M&A drive. For the
Let me give you the other side of that. Of course they want to monetize. And they'll monetize. The only rush to monetize is when they're trying to raise a new fund.
Which they all are.
Right, which they all are, have not been able to do. But they need to get good marks. Funding, away from what we hear about Anthropic and OpenAI, funding in the private markets is still ridiculously tough. Ridiculously tough. I'm in the private markets. Half my time's there. Ridiculous.
Why, is you running for the hills? I mean, what are you doing with your positions? You sound so negative now.
I have raised a lot of
Seriously, though, I mean, you sound so negative now.
I am biased towards negative, absolutely. Okay, but I still think there are enough people that think what these people think around the table.
I think
that's going to take a while.
I think choppy, and I also think the president-elect cares what happens in the stock market. And we might talk about universal tariffs, but the minute the stock market declines, he's going to go, whoa. He's going to call his economic team and say, hey, put something out there to comfort the market.
Look, here's the
I just think that's
I don't know. You know what? I would
years.
only say that the difference this time is he's not running for re-election. I think he cares more about what he cares about getting done than necessarily how the stock market tick by tick reacts to what he does. I think there may be a little bit more nuance this time that, you know what, I'm not running for re-election. Here's what I think I can get done. I got the Congress. You know, the courts are in my favor, and I'm going to do what I want to do. And if the stock market gets upset for a minute or 2 or 10, then so be it.
There might be some questions about legacy building for him. I agree with you, Scott. He hasn't really come out and said, this is the legacy I want to have. But I tend to agree with Joe that part of that is going to be delivering a strong stock market.
Yeah, look, I think choppy best case, and people have said to me in response to conversations I've had, well, we were at these rates a year ago, and as you pointed out, back in 2008, we were here at one level. But the point is, at that point, we knew the market had 100% consensus that the next move was a cut.
Yeah.
That consensus is no longer there.
So we've seen certain trades obviously have some bit of issue. Yesterday was a rollover in tech, which we hadn't seen in a while to the magnitude, Jason, that we did. It was the worst day for the NAS 100 and the tech sector at large since December 18th, right? There was positive economic data, stronger than some people, I guess, expected. Yields go up, tech goes down. NVIDIA is trying to get a bounce back after the rout that it had yesterday. That was the worst day in months for the stock since September. CES now in the rear view. How am I thinking about trades like that today?
Yeah, no. So, I mean, obviously, for NVIDIA, I think the big thing for me, forget about CES for a second, the last 6 months has been relatively flat for NVIDIA, right? There hasn't really been a seismic move there. There was a lack of, not necessarily innovation talk, but what is the here and now? What's going to happen in the near term? And I think that was, somewhat of a letdown, and that's why the stock kind of traded lower. But when I think about semis broadly, I start to think about, and I continue to love the NVIDIA story, but we're hearing from the hyperscalers, we're hearing more about them developing their own chips, their proprietary chips. So I start to broaden out my scope in the semi space and start to think about some of the, companies like Broadcom, companies like Marvell that are doing custom
Exactly what we said to watch out for. So I was just thinking about something when I went and was making some coffee. And that's Roblox. I can put this back on if you guys are watching it. You guys let me know. I'm going to go through and do a couple things real quick. If you guys have questions,
high. That's not me patting myself on the back. Because guess what?
Well, history,
no follow through.
History. Well, see that's.
You're right.
I was patting
So
you on that, but
So last year, goes to CES. He, gives his keynote, and the stock goes up, and in the subsequent 2 days, it goes up more, and it stays up. So it was sort of telegraphed that the stock was going to go up. It did into the event, but it didn't stay there.
Didn't stay there. You didn't get the follow through. And let's kind of walk through that and explain how I think the viewers need to manage or shape the risk surrounding yesterday's move. It's very rare to see a stock trade to an all-time intraday high and then close challenging the 50-day moving average. You can't ignore that. That has significance. I think that there also is an element that you have to acknowledge that NVIDIA, despite all its strong fundamentals, the stock has been gamified. When you have all these ETFs that are double levered and you have exposure of algorithms participating, I think a lot of that contributed to what you saw yesterday. So if you're a buyer up at 150, or if you're a buyer up near those intraday highs, you have to take a look at where price is today and understand the momentum.
I was just saying that it's getting ready to get cut off. I know. It's just, I can't get anything to grow right here. So I was just letting it grow. Really, I was going to wait till Penn State to see if Penn State could at least make it to the championship. But, yeah, it's going to be getting cut very soon. Probably this weekend, possibly. But Carvana, yeah, we were watching it. We were watching 195, 200 to see if that held. And it pulled back into it. It looked like it was trying to, yeah, look. See, now you're rejecting 200. Not holding 195. We had a stop loss below prior day's low. Got to see what happens here. There was a price upgrade with Citi. Price upgrade with Citi. Yeah, I mean, here's to say. So if we cannot hold 195, that's a rejection of 200. If you start to see an increase in volume, like you start to see sellers step down, I think you could get this gap fill on Carvana back down there at 190.
Now you have this call on AMD today by HSBC, which says not so fast. Not so fast.
Well, I never thought AMD would be competitive.
Whomever we're talking about.
Well, no, it's an important distinction.
There are only a few companies that are even in the queue to be competitive.
Right.
Okay?
And those few companies that are in the queue are the biggest customers of NVIDIA, which you referenced, the hyperscalers. Right. They have R&D budgets that far exceed what the R&D budget is for AMD. So that's where the weaponry comes from, to compete with NVIDIA, not to be held hostage by them. And the reason why the stock sold off is that what he talked about was not the euphoria around data centers anymore. Of course, that was mentioned, but into the other areas like robotics. Look,
I did. And what turned me off from it today and why I stopped looking at it is there was like no volume. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me get back to it. Hold on 1 second. We had a really nice trade on AI, so it's like a couple weeks ago. But the spread isn't really like, spreads don't bother me to an extent, but it's like I at least need like some volume here. Like, you have the 205 calls are pretty liquid. They're like 130, 146. That's not bad, but that's pretty far out of the money. So, and if you're trying to find something that's like somewhat delta neutral with like a 40-50 delta, it's like look at this. The open interest for this one on a 49 delta, call it 50, is 269, 171 on the open interest and volume. Like, that's poop. It's shit, But you got a lot of volume here at 205, probably just like all sellers more than likely. Like more people just like buying it or, to like scalp it, take it like to sell it. There's just like changing hands is really what that number kind of represents. And more people opening up contracts to sell them and writing them themselves. But to the downside, 190, CBNA 190. You know, I could see 190 if we end up breaking yesterday. What's today? Today's Wednesday. Today's Wednesday. Tuesday, Monday. Yeah, 190 puts. So you got some decent volume here at the 190s, but like you said, with really like a day and a half left, technically two and a half, because we're closed Thursday. It is kind of expensive, kinda. You know, the stock is $200, so it's not bad because technically, if you look at like this 190, you're pretty much paying $1 a share. You know what I'm saying? For a $200 stock, you're paying $1. So, you know, $289. This thing gaps down, and you get a move back down into like these lows down. See, you have the 100-day moving average also there that's going to hold you up. So, yeah, I agree with you. They are a little expensive, but they're not bad. They're not bad. I wouldn't mind if you see 190 puts at like $1, depending on how this chart plays out. Because like this is a failed break above this zone here. Where's it at? Where we at? Right here at 200. If you look back at 200, you can see this pivot low, pivot high here at 200. And we just failed to get above and hold 200 to extend higher. So what I would say is if you get another bounce into the 100-day moving average and you get another opportunity at 200 and those 190 puts are around $1, $1.25, I mean, depending on where we at now, 196. So yeah, they will probably be, if you can get those for like 80 cents to $1, I would buy a couple because I think you could get this gap fill. And even if you get to 190 by Friday, they're still going to be worth $1 on Friday, right? Probably more, like $1.75. They'll probably $1.75 to $2, right? If you get down to 190, because you'll still have Friday day and a full day's worth. They'll put on like about a $75 worth of premium there. So, and there's volume, so you may even get like 205, 210. Which they're trading at 212, 230 now. So they are a little spready, but if you get it for the right price, and you get a bounce back to that 100-day moving average, I would look for 190 puts to get back down into this gap fill. But again, pop, hold. So technically this wick is still a hold of this like zone here. So it's all in how you look at it. You know, it's all in how you look at it. I feel like we tried twice to get above the 100-day moving average, and it couldn't hold it. So, even with an upgrade from Citi. So, it feels like, I'll be damned if that isn't, oh my God, look at that cup and handle. This is a cup and handle. Hold up. You have an extension on this. Look how tight that handle is here, guys. Look how tight the handle is. But that's exactly what you want to see. You have an increase in volume to the upside here. This is the buy trigger here, but I don't think it's going to work. You're seeing people buy right now. 196. Let's see what happens. I'm going to pause CNBC real quick. I want to see this. I want to see what happens right here. Watch the volume start to come in on this double bottom right here at this zone. This is a clear as day. It doesn't get no clearer than this. The only time I've seen a cup and handle better than this is Apple. And it was literally like just as clean as you could ever imagine. And that was, I think, back in 2020. I mean, listen, 195 is still not ruled out for a long. And if the market tries to, you know, go higher, look at the 15-minute volume as well. It's a little bit lower. Where's level 2? You know, my brain says that this is not going to work, but I have to watch it. I have to, in case it does. Yeah, but there's a couple other things that are going on here that like this mess right here, like this mess here. Like here's the thing, the formation is what I mean. Like the candlestick, right? The candle part of the cup and handle, nice tight handle here. I just don't like this volume here that you had this morning. You want a decrease in volume on this downside. So I'm watching 195. 195 still doesn't negate a possible reversal here. We'll see what the market says about that. If the market can somewhat turn around, that could help. But I just think that, you're going to be underneath your trade line, VWAP. We'll see. Let's just see what happens at 195. Let's see what happens there. 15-minute chart is also very low volume on this pullback with the handle. Who knows? You could get a piece of news here in the next couple minutes. Like, do they have, like, does anybody know if they're at an event or something or what? I'm just going to look at, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. 205. See, they do want a decent amount for these. All right, I'm just going to watch these 205s real quick. You see, now the buy side volume just, that sucks. It's just, the formation of it looks really good, but there's just some other things that just aren't, the volume is the bigger, like, just because it looks good, the volume to me isn't there. It was, but let's see here, 205 or 195. Let's see what happens on this push in the 195. I want to see what happens here with level 2, and this doesn't seem like it's going to work. What do you think about the Hindenburg research report on Carvana? I mean, there's only, in my opinion, only people that know is Carvana and the accountants, and maybe the SEC. I'll have to look at the report. I could bring it up, which is a good idea. We could bring it up here in a minute after this. After my coffee's done. We'll look at it. We'll see what they say. We'll dive into their financials and see if we can spot anything. Because just like them, we have access to the same tools they do. You know what I mean? It wouldn't surprise me, but I feel like if Citi, one of the top 10 one of the biggest banks in the world, is going to go out and put out a price upgrade, they obviously know, because they're analysts. Like, I'm just going to say it. So JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, any analyst that is with a decent firm, right, or a bank or whatever you want to call it, a reputable one, Deutsche Bank, UBS, right? These analysts, because the company has the money, they work with them, right? They fly them out to New York. They fly to the corporate place. They go to the factories. Like, they practically work for the company in a sense. They have their hands in it as far as what's going on, decisions. Like, they are, so Citi, in my opinion, would not put out an upgrade if they didn't have full faith that their financials were okay. And again, Citi also could have, like, for Citi to do that, it's almost like the accountants that they use are probably from Citi or something, or like they know, they go over the taxes, they go over the balance sheet, like they know what's going on, and they know that this ain't a crock of shit. I don't know. I feel like the company has saved a ton of money, and they're doing what they need to do. They cut, like, this business model saves from having to buy a building, having to pay rent, right? Everything is online, so you don't have to have a bunch of employers walking around the lot wasting time and money. Like, You don't even test drive it. Like, it's just like the business model is actually pretty damn great, right? Because the margins on making a website are paying someone to make the website and maintain it, right? Maybe you pay for the payment processor and stuff like that. That's why tech, the margins and are so well in tech, is because it's not like automotive trying to make a car. You got to buy the material. You got to make the robots. You got to get the building to be able to make it. It's just so capital intensive in every way, shape, and form. A tech company, an online company, you know, it's a, you know, you're able to save a lot of money. You got to pay for electricity. You need Wi-Fi. You need somebody to make the site. You got to connect the two parties. You do that, you know, and you can do it on a global scale. You're gonna make some pretty damn good money. So here we go. We're gonna find out right here. This is where, if in fact Carvana's gonna take off, if this is gonna be a cup and handle, this is where it would be. Look at this volume on the breakout. This is what we need this. Come on, let's go. Like, I would like to help them, but I want them to show me. I'd be willing to pay up for it. I mean, you can't beat the formation of this. This is a typical cup and handle when it comes to, you know, seeing it on the chart. You know, it's just, you need a decrease in volume on this side. You want a breakout in volume on the upside. And you want a tight consolidation to the downside. This is, in fact, a tight consolidation, you know, where it puts in the handle and it's not just like all volatile bouncing up and around like you have at the bottom of the cup. So let's see. Can we break out? What's the overall market doing? Is it look, just as we speak, look at the SPY. Where's the SPY? Right at support, trying to bounce. Let's see here. Hold on. Look, it looks like it's going to try. Looks like it's going to try. Let's see. Let's see. It's only a matter of time. Look, I don't like that. This is going to fail. It's going to fail. Nobody's buying it. I don't think a lot of people see this, and that could be the other problem, is like, this isn't on a lot of people's radar. I'm going to leave it up. Let me let my cat out real quick. That's a shame. They said on CNBC like there was two deaths or something like that. The fire claimed some lives. And it looks like it's getting out of hand. That sucks, guys. Let's go. I'm gonna go pour my coffee, and then we're gonna look into this. We'll see if Carvana can bounce here. It doesn't look like it wants to. It could. You don't have a lot of selling pressure though. I mean, that's a plus. They were involved in some of their loans. Oh shit. Oh, so Citibank this morning ended up having they ended up putting out a an upgrade, right? They gave out a price upgrade. I need to watch GameStop too. Let's see here. Micron, Myrna. So you have RBC and Citibank also gave them an upgrade. So in here, look, RBC. I could have swore Citibank gave them an upgrade. It wasn't just RBC. I thought it was Citibank. I'm pretty sure. Ally agreement to a reestablished $4 billion commitment automotive finance receivables. Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say, but it's not up here anymore. Yeah, they had that out this morning, so you're having some price upgrades being brought out, but let's see. It's just sitting here. Let me go fill this mug up, and CNBC is on. So give me 2 minutes, and we'll go through some charts here. Yeah, look, now the volume's starting to increase, of course.
Today, down near 15% this week alone. Seema Modi has a look behind that big drop for one of the biggest winners of last year.
And Scott, even when you look at a longer-term chart, shares of Palantir down about 16% from the record high it hit on December 24th. The move has coincided with about $45 million in insider selling this year, all pre-planned. Most of that aggregate total was sold by Ryan Taylor, the company's chief revenue officer, according to Verity data and a view of SEC's filings. Meantime, Kathy Wood's ARK Fund sold about $15 million of stock. Stretched valuations. That continues to be a key focal point for Wall Street. Even with the drop in Palantir shares, it's still trading at a premium at 146 times forward earnings, making it the 7th most expensive stock in the IGB software ETF. And if you look at just ratings across the street for Palantir, there are 3 buys, 12 holds, and 8 sell ratings on Palantir. Other software names worth noting trading at a higher multiple than the software sector include SentinelOne, Confluent, and CrowdStrike, which is at about 92 times forward earnings right now. And Scott, it does seem like the street is getting more selective with Deutsche Bank today. Bullish on the sector, yes, but they suggest that a slower than expected ramp when it comes to Gen AI adoption and elevated CapEx could pressure margins. Analysts there are downgrading Adobe and Palo Alto Network to hold from buy, and they're upgrading Workday to buy. Scott.
All right, Seema, thank you. Seema Modi. So, Joe, let's start with Palantir. Because you own that, but I want to branch this conversation out to some of the other software names that have ownership up here with their PEs, which are rather lofty. But Palantir, what do you tell our viewers?
I continue to say to viewers in Palantir, sit back, wait, do not reach for the stock here. Upper 50s to low 60 if you don't own it. That's where, from a risk to reward standpoint, I take the initial shot.
Okay. CrowdStrike, 91 times its forward PE, give or take. I mean, these numbers are the numbers that we did prior to noon. So give or take 91 times for CrowdStrike. You have Datadog 74 times. You have AppLovin 61 times. About that.
A lot of software.
He's too rich?
A lot of software names.
High valuation.
So valuations are rich. Valuations are rich if you continue to see yields move higher. Why? Because you're categorizing all these software names as long duration assets. And we saw the playbook in 2022. That's a difficult environment for them. So let's take cyber. Right now, Fortinet is the one cyber name that is outperforming the others. CrowdStrike, I still think, is still in an okay place. Palo Alto, as we speak, breaking down below the 200-day moving average. Some other software names. Twilio looks great. Of all the software names I've purchased recently, that one appears to look best. Datadog, DocuSign, that's kind of in yellow territory, so to speak. And then another name, Zoom, that I added recently. I think Zoom is in a good position, and on a valuation basis, it's cheap.
Jason, you have ServiceNow. It trades at 67 times its forward PE. It was up 51% over the last year.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, it had a tremendous year last year, and we just trimmed it, actually. You know, I look at a name like ServiceNow. The IGV was up 23%. ServiceNow was obviously double on that. So I continue to like Bill McDermott. I like the story, automated workflows. You know, they're continuing to monetize their new AI tools. So they're really making businesses more efficient. But a forward multiple of 67, you know, thinking about sales going forward and CapEx in the software space, that was the concern going into this year. I think it might slow a little bit this year. So we decided to come back to market weight.
Weiss, what about these valuations?
Yeah, they're ridiculous. And if Joe thinks there's reasonable valuations, his wife must have a closet full of Birkin bags.
I didn't say
because
that. Did I say I think they're a reasonable valuation?
Well, you said, what you said was, I'm paraphrasing, Grant, you said,
I said
but
Zoom is reasonable.
At 5%, then I'd start to worry, meaning that you're
I
okay
said
now.
no. I said as yields move towards 5%,
Judge,
these are going to be challenged.
You said that these valuations were high because of where yields at this level.
Okay.
Weiss is essentially saying whether yields are at this level or not, the valuations are ridiculous. Did I paraphrase you correctly?
Perfectly. Thank you. That's why we get along so well.
That's why I'm here. Go ahead.
That's why you're the judge.
So respond to that.
So these companies, in an environment where yields stay relatively anchored, began to see that the artificial intelligence halo was affecting their ability to grow earnings. And you saw a lot of software companies, a lot of the conversation about AI and the thematic of AI expanding beyond semiconductors. Datadog, critical in terms of security for artificial intelligence.
I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying there's a price to pay for them, and this price is too high, is my point.
Okay.
And the Trump administration is going to be much more proactive on cyber and spend a lot more money, whereas the Biden administration held back spending, even for defensive spending, on with the DoD.
But
so that's a positive.
The current price is a reflection, and the pullback in these stocks is a reflection in the rise in yields. Go back 3 months, these companies had very strong momentum because yields were anchored. They weren't the challenge.
This is going to be the year of valuation reset in these names.
Okay, all right.
So it doesn't matter where yields go.
We got to go.
No, to be quicker if yields go higher. But it's still going to happen.
Yeah, the valuation reset would be even quicker, he's saying, if yields would be higher. Do I need to translate it for you?
I agree
I'm
with
speaking
English.
Is that what this is happening here?
No, but it's a vague conversation. If yields go, if the 10-year goes to 4%, are they still overvalued?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Okay, Santoli's next with his midday word.
She just wants to sit up here with me, and I just can't, so... Yeah, that's my girl. Alright, so Carvana is trying to hold with low volume. Alright. Let me... Oh shit, I need my phone. Alright. So what do we got here? So once again, just like yesterday, some of these moves took place in the morning, and then they just like got to an area and they're just sitting there. Fuck. There's so much. You okay? You okay? You just lounging in the sun? I know you're tired. You see, she's tired, and she just wants me to hold her, and that's it. She just wants me to just pretty much put her to sleep. She just wants to lay and just be petted and get all the lovin's and pass out. All right. So let's go here. Man, this week, I gotta say, guys, has been hella boring. Is anybody here from California? Because God bless if you are, at least from that fire zone. I want to check in real quick on some of the stuff there. It's getting, I guess, the way they're talking about it, it's getting a little bit out of hand.
50% off. Here. Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli joins us now with his midday word, and we're still obsessed over rates.
Yeah, I mean, the sensitivity to where yields are every tick is pretty extreme, to the point almost of absurdity at this point. I mean, I still think we're pretty well set up for a bid to find its way into bonds. Got the weird kind of half-day bond tomorrow, equity market closure tomorrow. It feels like building up toward jobs on Friday. Maybe that's going to be the excuse, but breadth is horrid. It's really bad. The tape is very slippery and unstable. Yep. The one good thing today is some of the real low-quality speculative stuff is finally getting purged. So maybe that's part of the process here of wringing some hope out and maybe setting the stage for a bit of a rebound.
I mean, we're not trading tomorrow, obviously.
This is literally exactly what I'm saying, guys. The market needs to set up, and it's just like everything is just, the breadth is not good. It's just.
But then I think, this Bloomberg story about Trump administration advisors' plans for the Fed maybe kind of unsettled things again at like 11:40 a.m. So, it's a little bit touch and go.
Green again.
All right. I'll see you in the afternoon, Mike. Thanks. That's Mike Santoli. We're back after this.
I mean, I could have told you guys that. They went right to a commercial break after that. That's crazy. All right. All right, let's go, Carvana. Let's see what you got. All right, these contracts, 113, 112 to 125 ask. On the, what calls did we get? They are out of the money. Kind of far out of the money, kind of. But this thing's been moving about $5 a... ATR is about $5, if not more, depending on the volume. So yeah, 205. 205. So like right now, right? What we could have done is probably get like a 114 when they were at 112. You could have probably put out a 114 call and then sold it at like 122. Right? You can play these spreads and make some money on them. I mean, I was doing it with AI. I'm not going to guarantee it, but a lot of people do that. Like with your cannabis stocks. Here's what I feel like. I feel like if we get talks, and let's just say we go into earnings, and the dollar is still up, where it's at. Don't let me forget about Carvana. Don't let me forget. Hold on 1 second. All right, NITO right now, guys, is going. Oh, it already went. I feel like it's going to be up to earnings. Other than that, like, what else would bring you down? That's what you have to ask yourself. A pullback, sure. But what would make traders want to take profit, put it in somewhere else when, like what would give a bank, an institution, like you can see NVIDIA, they're taking profits on those highs. They've made a lot of money. They don't care. Like, they don't care where it goes or where it's at, whatever. They just know, hey, I've made a ton of money here. in this name for the past 5 years. Let me take some off every time we get up to that high. But I'm going to pay attention to earnings, right? And I want to see if we get that pre-earnings run up. And I'm waiting on earnings. I want to see if, because these companies just got done for 2 years straight revising earnings down. They've revised them down to a certain point. They were beating them. So when you see 2024, we have this huge rally. Why? All these earnings from all these companies were revised down. Tesla. You guys remember how their earnings were bad? The uncertainty. They were revising earnings down. They revised on quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter. Then it comes to a point that they're revised down to a certain point that they can start beating again. And then the process continues again. I don't know. I don't know if we get a pullback. I'm sure we could. I mean, you would just have to ask yourself, are you buying anything up here? And if you are buying anything, what is it? Like, here's how, the way that I trade and worry about my long term is, we'll say, I try to wonder, what is the next thing? I feel like we're still in AI. Energy, like oil, I was buying a ton of oil names all through COVID, right? Took some profits on those weekly setup candles. You had weekly, 50-day going through the 200-day. You had weekly golden crosses forming. And they were just negative. Oil was negative, so I bought the dip there. I feel like we need healthcare, right? Banks are at highs. Regional banks are at highs, near highs. JP Morgan and Wells Fargo, they're making new highs or at highs. Tech is at highs. Energy was at highs and is still kind of up there. Small cap names are catching up. What's the one sector that hasn't, gotten there? And I talked about this yesterday. So if we see a pullback, that would mean that the money's going to be put into something else. You have to ask yourself that. If stocks are going to come down because, there's going to be some selling pressure, well, if there's going to be selling pressure, where does that profit taking go to? That would be the reason, and what would be the reason behind it? There doesn't have to be a reason, and if there is no reason, it is selling off because money's being taken from here, being put here. If there is a reason, it's because of something happening. There's an event, whether it's earnings related, economic related, government related, right? And if it's not that, then it is, let's just take money at highs, take our money, and we're going to put it into something else. So exactly, a lot. Even just anywhere, just being in the markets, even just from 2018 to even just 2020 to 2024, you were able to get the SPY at 200-300 some. It's now at 6. SPY's doubled. I mean, depending on where you're in from. So yes, there's just been a ton of money made across the board. I would just have to. That would just be my question: is why are we pulling back? The market doesn't pull back just to pull back. Right? The market pulls back because there's uncertainty, or it has gotten reason to believe that valuations are now being brought down, coinciding with earnings. Maybe there's a bank problem, the government problem. I don't there's usually a reason why that the markets pull back. Not to say that, I'm not saying that, hey, we can't pull back. My plan of action right now is to see, can we get a little bit of a run up? I want to see what earnings bring. I want to see what they say with earnings. Do they start bringing the dollar up again, just like we did in 2022? Do we start bringing up yields and bringing up uncertainty, and then they start to bring down valuations? But then, then I'll say, okay. And then Q2 earnings, are we still bringing down valuation, expectations? Are we still bringing them down? And is the dollar and yield still high? Where are we with that? So I kind of, it's really hard, and on top of that, second, I also want to know, what is the next thing to go, right? Coming out of COVID, we had oil, right? Then we had AI along with gold, right? 2023, when I started this channel, we were, guys, gold. You know, I took a long December of 2022 into January, February on gold. It might have been November to January. I'm pretty sure is what it was. But it was like the beginning of December into the next year when we got that first spike in gold in 2022. Then 2023, it was like, you know, we had inflation. Inflation pulled back. What happens? The commodity prices start to catch up. So it's like, what is the trend? And like, that's where I would worry about allocating my money. And it's like, I don't know what that next thing could be. I don't know what it is. I feel like we're still in AI, and it's just like Roblox. I probably should be buying Roblox. There's a lot going on with these kids today, streaming, gaming. So, you know, and Roblox is trying to break out. But again, as far as the pullback's concerned, it's like, you know, I don't want to try to act like I can foresee something coming, because right now we're already in oversold conditions, and that doesn't mean that you can't sell off, but it's just like, you know, I would just have to ask why would the markets pull back 10%? If the market pulls back 5%, there's a reason, you know, unless we look at the calendar and look out what are some events that we have coming up. Could it be the next Fed meeting not getting a rate hike? Could it be this FOMC minutes solidifying, you know, no rate hike, or we are going to get rate hikes that allows us to rally into earnings? So we have FOMC today. We could work on it. You know, it's just like unemployment was supposed to be pulling back. Not supposed to, but it's just like, you know, everybody's working right now. Everybody's working. Everybody's making money somehow, some way. So the consumer is tightening up. I just feel like I just can't guess. You know what I mean? And what makes logical sense to me would be earnings expectations being brought down again in fear of yields, in fear of the dollar, right? Because or another country abroad going through a bit of a recession, and that in turn, you know, having its effect on earnings. But the dollar in and of itself is enough for companies to bring back down their earnings, because that's less revenue that they're going to be able to bring back with a high dollar. You know what I mean? Everyone is not working. Well, of course everyone is not working, bro. Come on, Magic. Yeah, I know. Right up the street, you got probably how many people on the block sitting on a stoop selling drugs? How many people are not working? I mean, of course, you have people sick. You have weather conditions. Of course, everybody's not working, but employment is at an all-time low. So, yes, the majority of people are working or making money some way, somehow. Just because you're not employed doesn't mean you're not bringing in the dough, if you know what I'm saying. And the only reason I responded like that is because you capitalized not. Now listen, if everybody is not working, then that is an individual problem. And that is something nobody can fix. Because there is always something that you can do as an individual to get yourself to wherever it is you want to be in life, for yourself, for your family, for your community. And that's just what we preach here. But that's all. Of course, everyone will never be working. So, but again, that's all I got. That's all I got right there. That's all I got for you there. So I want to see, the other part was, you know, the healthcare sector is really the sector that's been like a little laggy, right? Mid caps, small caps, large caps. You know, you do have like your snowflakes. You still have a few names. Speaking of CRM, I actually forgot about this, and I meant to write it down, was to pull back here, because they were talking about a downgrade here with this. Anything and everything, man. Right now I'm just trading. I've been saying on here before that I've been trying to get a job at the Treasury Department, but I kind of am like thinking to myself, what it is that I like. What would being on a daily schedule and interfering with the capital markets. So I have a couple endeavors, couple things in mind. I was making a book that I was trying to get out, but then as I go through the process, it's like just going through the process of even just trying to get a book and to get the publisher to do it without having to pay some people, like just being like, how do I say this? Like your spelling and sure, you want your spelling to be right. You want it to be right, but at the end of the day, it's to a certain point where there's just like a lot of hoops that I feel like I don't have right now, and it's just like, do I spend the money on being able to make the hardback cover, like make the book itself? Do I buy the stuff myself to make it? Been thinking about a lot of that stuff. But this right here, I get my 15, 20%. I'm okay. This week I made money on Fubo this week. Fubo is where I made my money yesterday. I'm kind of just being patient and waiting for some things to set up. Shit. So CRM had a downgrade a couple days ago, or last week. There were talks of, let's see here. Now look, this first thing here rallied 23%. Man, trading, even just being in the markets, just trading, it takes up a lot of time and effort. See, the thing with that is, like, I was just wanting to pay to get the book made, and that's where I was just like make me 1,000, and then it's like, then because they want you to have somebody that looks over the book. They want to pay somebody to look over the book, like the font size, the spacing. I can do all that. That's cool. But it's just like, it felt like getting the book made was a little bit more than it should have been. It's all about this, right? If I could get a book at even $5 a book, right? I could sell it for 30, 35 myself and not go, somewhere. And I'm not tech savvy, I've been wanting to learn. I've been looking to try to learn, not necessarily like Python, but like trying to get into like web development and stuff like that. So, you just have to know what it is you're good at and go through things. But if you want something bad enough, sure, you're going to get good at it. It's just, so. Yeah, where is Fubo? I want to know. Hold on, let me see something here. I want to know, like, why some people would think that the market has to pull back. Like, I mean, we should all expect a pullback, but like, because usually it comes from somewhere you don't expect it. And we haven't had any hedge funds blow up. They've already kind of solved the bank. Like, if banks say, hey, we have some liquidity issues, okay, say no more, here you go. If it's that big of a problem, unemployment's not coming down. It's like, why would we get a pullback? So I kind of, the only thing that I see for right now, taking things for what it is, would be our earnings revision. I know, is it? Let's look at it. I did want to go through some charts today too. Like, I wanted to do it last night, and I ended up going out to the store. Yesterday I left at like lunchtime. I ran out, and I forgot to grab cat treats and stuff like that. Look at the volume, man. It's poop. There's no volume today. Where's everybody at?
Financings have to happen, but will happen at higher or similar rates. So there could be another round of defaults worth worrying about. I think the Fed may be thinking about that right now.
Yeah. Right. No, I get it. And you know what's going to suck is if the market keeps going higher and you're going to be like, damn, that's where it gets hard. And people don't understand that. Is when you really get a taste of that make you nervous money. Or like, you know, you start like becoming emotional. Right? Because think about people that are in the markets from the 90s, early 2000s, 2008. If they would have just said, damn, this is a lot of money, let me take it out, and we're scared to get back in. This is why I say this all the time. The capital markets are the greatest equalizer that the United States has, even the world. You know, and it does become to a point as an individual, the longer you spend in here, it might be wise for you to call up a financial advisor. Because you might psychologically screw yourself up because you think it's too much money. Think about this. Amazon. They're $4 trillion market cap. Apple. They're not 4, but you know what I'm saying? Even in a trillion, these companies are bringing in hundreds of billions a quarter. Think about all the companies that are out there that are $1 billion in market cap or more. So in reality, there is a lot of money out there. A lot. And it becomes hard. And I know, and this is so funny you bring that up. I was literally just thinking about this. Because I thought about that too. Taking some money out. And I thought to myself, I'm like, this is the exact thing that happens when you get to a certain point. Here's what I would say. Now, you can watch individual names, but I always say look at Apple, JP Morgan, United Healthcare, maybe Microsoft, NVIDIA. Look at your top names. Maybe like Meta. And, you know, it wouldn't be until I see a daily sell signal, like volume-wise. Okay, you can see pretty deep selling here into this consolidation. But for the most part, you know, volume is still pretty low up here at highs. So if for me, I would have to get a signal that's up here in this zone to say, okay, it looks like institutions are going to start taking some money. Let me think about taking it out. Right? Go back to every time you had a pullback. And the thing is, too, even on top of this, it's going to be pretty hard to have a 1920 situation where you have 30 years before you get back to break even. Just pull up the SPX. You know, the government is going to do whatever they need to do to help the process just be smooth. Like, help fix it. So it's like, you know, until you get to a point where you have some serious volume in there that shows you, hey, maybe I should start taking some profit. Like, you do have an increase in sell side volume here. I don't know. I would just always have a place that if you're going to take the money, make sure there's a place that you have somewhere where you're going to put it so that you can at least stay in the markets. Because time in the markets is something you just, you know, it I don't know how to word it. But I can only speak for myself. It's not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. If I'm taking money out, it's because I want to put money in J&J at the lows. I want to put money in Snowflake down at 100. I want to put money in Starbucks down at $70. And when it pays us, just like we did, we take some off. And then, you know, you take money out of something, you put it in a Starbucks, you get a big 20, 30, 40% move, take some off the top, put it to the side, wait for something else. Continue to build your net worth. It's not hard. They might even call you. They might even start calling you, what's her name? forget her name. The senator, not senator. What's her name? I'm having a brain fart. God damn it, why can I not think of her name? Pelosi. Exactly, Pelosi. You might start being able to move money around where they call you Pelosi. Right? Buying good companies while they're down. Sure, she can be a little dirtbag. I'm not going to say that. She has her own little stuff, and I get it. You guys remember Visa? What was funny is we shorted Visa. We shorted Visa here. We did it live. There was a report out, Wall Street Journal, market. This was Wall Street Journal. There was already a report out on Visa when Visa dropped, and they were talking about how she sold. Well, we sold too. We not only sold, we bought some puts and got paid handsomely on that day, and it says it has since recovered. I'm pretty sure. It has since recovered. When was this? It was up here, wasn't it? It was right here. It was that day right there, wasn't it? No, was it back here in August? It was back here in August? Yeah, I think it was back here in August. This is when it was. Right here. So, and look at the volume on that. So, let's go through. I got to go through and find something. Like I said, patience, respect your money, be patient right now. There's not many setups. There really isn't. There's not many setups right now. The holiday break really screwed up the charts. And you got to let the market find its footing, put in a setup, put in a pattern that you can depend on. Yesterday, I talked about for me, one of the easiest put money in your pocket plays that there is. It's in my playbook. It's one of the top plays in my playbook. You have all kinds of them. You have, a down day, come in with a gap up, pull back, you hold the low of day / the close, you look for the bounce, right? You get a double bottom gap up, wedges, all that, like certain candlestick patterns. One of the top trades for me, and it literally just about every stock did it yesterday, is a 15-minute chart play, right? Where even Carvana did it. You come in, you had a down day here. Yesterday, Carvana technically had a down day. You come in with the gap up. You use the 15-minute chart. We can look at like NVIDIA. And Micron, we did it on yesterday. I know for a fact because we almost pulled it off on Micron yesterday. Or today. Was it Micron or was it NVIDIA? It's Amazon. And yeah, there's NVIDIA. I think I might have also, because we were watching Amazon too. It was also a play that I used for Google today. I didn't trade it, but I gave it out to you guys. When you come in with this gap up, using your 15-minute chart, let's go back to Carvana. It's the easiest one. That's just one that's showing us. So you see how you come in with this gap up? Early in the morning, as soon as the bell rings, and you are stretched away from that, from your prior day's 9 EMA with no after hours or pre-market on, I'm going to say 20 times out of 10, fit that math however you want, squeeze that 20 in there. We'll call it 19 times out of 10. Even if it fails one time or two times, I know I can repeatedly depend on that. I forgot what the name was. We just talked about it yesterday, and it was one of the plays from yesterday. I'm almost positive. What do I have? SMCI today. They ended up selling this off beforehand. Yeah, see, we never got the bounce back on SMCI. We were short SMCI today. We just never got the 34 entry. They just sold it off pre-market. But coming in with this 15 minutes, let me see if I can find you one. I know Amazon, even NVIDIA. We can pull up NVIDIA. See how Amazon here yesterday, and NVIDIA did it too? You see how you opened up here at highs and you wicked into those highs? even if you don't wick, you have to understand when you open up here at the bottom left, I'm going to actually take you guys right here. Try it out, guys. Look for it. And see if you can consistently pull money out of the markets with this. You just have to, if you're a new person and you don't really know what you're doing, it's going to be difficult. It may not work for you. I've been in the markets to 2016, 2017, so nearly 10 years. So we come in yesterday, and you're coming in with a bit of a gap up here. And where is your trade line at the close? So if you look at this, and we put it right here, okay? Come on, it's lagging a little bit. So here would be your prior day, right? Where's your 9 EMA at? So we know when we open up, okay, when we know we open up, we know our trade line is down just below 227. When we open up, and we open up here at 228, okay, you're going to be able to find out pre-market where you are. You should, right? You're up here. I ain't even worried about this resistance because we could just pull back. I'm just looking for that pullback. Do we or do we not hold support on that pullback? VWAP is going to be up here. Your trade line's down here. Now you have VWAP above you where you opened, right? So that's your overhead resistance. You have your 9 EMA way down at prior day's close or below prior day's close. You have, in this case, about $1.50 to $2 for that gap to be filled. And the only time that it doesn't get filled would be if you got stuck up here. Then that would cause, you would eat up time, then that would raise your 9 EMA up. But it doesn't happen, usually doesn't happen like that off the belt. And that's why you always usually get big swing triggers when you see these like sell-offs or a rally. It's because you're either coming in on a gap down or a gap up, and it's going back and retracing back to that moving average. And just like yesterday on Amazon, bang, we're looking for that trade right into the 9 EMA. Sure, you got resistance up there, but as this opens up, your VWAP, see, VWAP is not showing you that when you open, your VWAP is actually up here at 228. Or, I'm sorry, right here where you open it up at. So once you try to wick above it, and you no longer hold, now you have that gap. And what's it do? It goes. It follows right to it because it's going to go and find the nearest location for support. What could be support? Prior day's low, prior day's close, and or the 9 EMA. And more of the times than not, all day long, you come in with a gap up or even a gap down for a long. You look for that trade just to get that move, take your money. What are we going to do today type of deal? You got some insurance built up for the day. It's something I do. It's a playbook trade that I have that I can consistently do. If it doesn't work, that means I know, hey, Amazon's not breaking back below VWAP here. Because I need you guys to understand something here. VWAP is only here at 227.17 because the candle closed down. When you first open that up, that VWAP is going to be up here. You're going to see a line that goes boop all the way up, just straight up like that. And the VWAP is going to be at your opening price. So as you wick up and it breaks down, now you have that huge gap. You have that huge gap and you just give it the time it needs. If it does not break this, 228, that means it's going to chew up time. Why is that? Because it's going to wait for something to help bring it up and higher, which would mean that we're going to chew up about a half hour to get this 9 EMA up there to chew up the clock. And then guess what? We already know then, boom, we're going to have a breakout rally because we're holding the level, right? We're holding it. We've wasted enough time. Anybody that's short's about to get out. You might have a quick wick down, put people into the short or get people to buy puts, wick down, and then it just springs right back up and just starts ripping. MSTR, that's what's up, man. We'll have to look at it. So this was, I brought this up on a few plays yesterday, and this is just like, you got to build your playbook. You got to know what you're good at. You got to find a playbook type of trade that you can consistently lean on day after day. Look what happened here. You see what Amazon did? What did it do? Look to the left of this day. It sat here, and what did it do? It chewed up time to do what? It brought that 9 EMA up. Bang. Let's go. It's time to extend. Take that long. look, boom. It's exactly what I was just talking about. So, so yeah, that's that. So that's just, a playbook. Like, find out where you consistently make money. Consistently. 20 times out of 10, I know, hey, if I don't get this breakdown, I'm going long, because that means we're going to stay at this prior resistance or support level, and that 90 MA is just only going to get brought up in through time, because you continue to close candles, it's going to start yanking it up. Then it's telling you, hey, you might want to think about that long. All right, that's just one. Did I have the 5-minute or 15-minute on here? I think I might have had the 15. I could have swore I did. Yeah, I know I did. So yeah, you saw that right off the bell, gap up, wick down. And it even gave you more. This one, yesterday, we did try this for you guys that were here. You guys know we were watching Amazon. It fell out of bed too quick for me to even try to get on it. We were targeting 224 on Amazon. It ended up going down to like 220 yesterday. I was watching Amazon last week, and it just, to me, it was just like, or Monday it was. I was watching this pullback, and I didn't have conviction in the long, I didn't have conviction. Monday, Amazon told you that the chances of a down move were a lot higher than going higher. Sure, there was relative strength there for a little while, but this thing just, that's why I never took the long on it. That's why I never got long at prior day's high, because I didn't trust it. Like, if I'm going to have a trade that I'm going to put size on it, like, I need to be okay in my head. I need 5, 6, 7 things, and like nothing or one thing that's screaming to me, bullish, right? Or if the trade is bullish, I don't need like 4 or 5 bear things. If I'm taking a long and I've got like an increase in volume to the upside, and or if you're going long and you're not getting the volume and you're not getting that momentum and just like the continuation, and you have like a daily moving average right there in front of you, right? The overall markets are pulling back. Chances are you shouldn't take that long. Like, it just, when it comes, I will show you. But when I take a trade, like, and I'm going to be, I'm going to be looking to, just to give out a number, depending on the trade. See, it depends on the trade. If it's an A+ setup, I'm going to throw 20, 30,000 at it. Right? And I'm going to go get my 15, 20%. First take profit. I'm good. I'm locked in. I got my stuff. I'm good. If it's a minor trade, it all depends. It all depends on the setup. It's a nice double bottom here. But if I'm going to put size on, I need conviction. Because if I don't have the conviction, I'm not going to be able to handle the trade when it works for me, or be able to give it the time that it needs, because I'm going to emotionally, outside of being on the stream for other people, because I don't want, I don't want nobody else to follow me and get hurt. I try to tell you guys what options I'm doing, why I'm doing it, what it is that I'm looking for, where I'm taking profit, everything. So if I have a trade, like, I need conviction. I can't have 4 things that are telling me bullish and then 4 things that are telling me bearish. And that's what happens with Amazon. It told you both of those, and what happened? It went to the downside. I'm sure a lot of people got long Amazon and got hurt Monday. Or if they held, they got hurt and they didn't take any profit, because it did not give you everything to be bearish or to be bullish. And I'll show you what I'm talking about, right? Like, look at the volume, right? Every time you broke out to a new high to go back to to put in that high a day, it was on lower volume. It was on lower volume on these breakouts, and it kept getting lower and lower and lower. So you were extending higher on lower and lower and lower volume. That's a sign. Chances are that's not going to hold. And I fell asleep. I was tired Monday. I did not catch this breakdown short. I was looking at it, but I fell asleep. I never got it. It just is what it is. So when I put on a trade, I need conviction. Because if I don't, I'm already psychologically, I'm already just putting myself in harm's way by not being able to stick out the trade or whatever, what have you. Today, sure, throw a couple contracts on the QQQ long. That trade is already paid for by Fubo. I'm in Fubo puts. I bought a couple puts because of the profits I made from the long. Not expecting to make money, but if it breaks down, I have a small position. It's not even that it's going to make much money, but I'm not going to turn down $20, $50, a couple $100. I'm not going to expect much out of it. But, you know, if I feel like, man, I just personally don't think that this thing should be up here. And just because I don't think it should be doesn't mean that you can't have a gamma short squeeze either. So, but yes. So, guys, look for that. Look for it. Start looking, using your 15-minute chart without it. And like, look at Fubo today. What did it do? It came in with the gap down, and you see here, you could have been like, you know, there we have this mild level here, even just on a wick, whether it's into the level or not. I would have been looking for a long so I could get back to VWAP, back to prior day's low, and look what it did. It went right to the 9 EMA. It took a little bit of time, but it just eventually got right back in there. You know, even off of this wick, even just where it closed, you get anywhere down here. Look at that. Dude, that's a 13% move to the upside. It doesn't look like much, but it's a big move. You know, it's a big move. Damn, so I was really hoping for consolidation out of this for a long at the end of the day. Now, the fact that it just went right up there and is now rejecting, I'm not bearish, but this thing might struggle. There's a good chance it might struggle. Not that it has the volume to struggle. I just think that it could. I think it could start to. I'm just surprised it keeps playing with $5 like it's doing. Like $5 is a big level for it to like get up to it, like kind of just like tap it, come in with the gap up, pull into it, hold, come in with a gap down below it, reclaim it. You know, it's kind of playing around with it, which is kind of like, which is crazy to me because it's such a big level that it should be like, you know, this consolidation above here, in my opinion, and I said it yesterday, the probability, I would have said, hey, you're probably going to, you could come in with a small gap up and you could see a big rally out of Fubo if you get some short covering. The thing is, I don't know what the short float is on this, but you break above a major level on volume, you sit there and consolidate all day above it. Just because it didn't work this time, and this is where traders get thrown off, they will think about Fubo not working for them for the 5 other that will work. You break through a major level and consolidate above it on low volume, more probability, 6 times out of 10, you're going to get that extension. But the one time it doesn't, it's in your head. And you're like, fuck, I can't go long because Fubo broke down. Fubo didn't go. So if I get long, man, what about Fubo? It didn't go. Like, I do it. It's human nature. You just have to stick to the playbook. Hey, I got a major level at $5. The history on my trading book says every time we got a high volume break of a major level, consolidation above it a day or two, it shows here on paper I was profitable on the long 8 times out of 10. 4 times out of 10, making more money on the 4 that I was right than I was wrong on the 6 or 7. So you have to just go back to what, and go back through your trades literally, and not just go back and see, okay, what was I thinking? What did I think? You're going to know that. That's cool and all. You can do that, but you want to be able to specifically have on your computer, on paper, what setups you are good at. Fubo, if you were wanting to be long, or IONQ, RGTI or something, I told you guys yesterday, and I think last week if I streamed that, I was just waiting for the short, and I was waiting for it. There's a reason why I was waiting for it. There were signs, right? There were signs that this thing was going to pull back. It was just a matter of when. Look at the daily volume there. Just even looking at the volume, if you go back, look at the volume throughout this entire time. Look at the volume the past 2 days, like they knew something was going to happen. You have some serious sell-side volume on this thing, and it's not surprising. So I wasn't able to get it, but I also wasn't going to fight it. This is a healthy-looking bull market type of run. Consolidation, you break above previous highs, you put in boom, boom, boom. Chances are you start to take off, and it doesn't because of some stupid-ass comment. Like, so you can't let the 1 or 2 trades that don't work, you know, think about it, the 4, 5, 6, or, you know, 6 times, 8 times out of 10 it works. You know, but you have to find that out. That's the thing. So people don't do it. this is why I brought you guys. This is just the 15-minute trade. You know, this 15-minute trade here. Like, I know I can consistently depend upon, if I need to pull some money out of these markets and I get a gap down or a gap up, I'm looking for that reversal back to the trade line. I'm going to use, if you gap up and you get a wick up, I'm getting short. I don't care if there is no resistance there or not. I know that spread between VWAP and that gap up between your 9 EMA prior day's close, like that move should at least retrace some of the move. And I know I can like at least pull some profits off on that pullback, because you're not going to move 10 points and not pull back 2 points, right? You're not going to just, unless there's some crazy ass news, then you're going to have a high volume break and it's just going to keep going. It's just like, then you're going to be bullish because there's a specific reason. But if there's no news and you're coming in on a gap down or a gap up, something like RGTI, obviously you don't want to try a reversal on that because it's pretty damn clear where the volume and where the play is. That is something where somebody said, oh, the 9 EMA and closes up there, let me try to long it. Again, I don't care about the $10 support. I don't care about that. I'm not worried about support and stuff. I'm just looking for that reversal. And something that has news, that has every single trader's on their watch, massive volume, I'm not going to try to fight that trend. You ride the trend and you take your money when you get paid. You know, it really is that simple. As humans, we can really start to mess things up. Just regular VWAP. You know, just regular VWAP. I don't have any settings for it or anything for it. Yes, intraday VWAP. Like I said, I just went through it on Amazon. Again, this is looking at it with no pre-market or after hours. Okay, look, you even did it today. You came in with a mild gap up, but every time, even the bottom left here on a 15-minute time frame, look at this right here. What'd you do? You came in on a massive gap up right here, and what'd you do? You pulled it right back in. But as I said, you got to know what you're doing, because if you're pulling into this level and it's not breaking, and it's just holding, that level, eating up time, you're going to get a blast off. Then you know what side of the trade you want to be on. Just like we were talking about. Like for Monday, I think it did it. You know, like look at this. Like you opened up here, you bounced. The thing is like, again, tomorrow the markets are closed tomorrow, but Friday you guys have to see. When you open this up, VWAP is not going to be in the middle of this candle. It's only there because of where it closed. When you open up, your VWAP is going to be right where you open up. You get that wick. Now you're way extended. I'm just going to take that reversal. Cool. You got resistance up there. Even more of a reason. And it's just a matter of time. And you can see this thing, right? Look, it holds this level. It pulls back to VWAP, though. It pulls all the way back. If you can't take money from 228 all the way down here to 225, you get $2 on that. You're not taking your money. You don't understand the point of the trade. You know, it doesn't look like much on this screen, but this is a $4 or $5 move here we're talking. You know, but it holds the level. Boom. You have that as support. Bang. With like, it's just, you guys will have to see. We'll do it as we go with these streams in the morning. And I think it was Micron yesterday. There was one that we talked about yesterday in the morning that we went after. I think it was Amazon though, but it just happened so fast we couldn't get it. See, this is a perfect example of a bullish stock, right? You come in with the gap up. You're not looking for the reversal here. Look at the amount of volume there. Micron had news. It was mentioned with NVIDIA. So you have to know when to do it and when not to. This is why I say somebody that doesn't know what they're doing could get themselves hurt by trying to do it when they're not supposed to. But if you're consistent with it, you should still, even if you messed up on this one and you had a stop loss correctly and managed how much you lost, you should still be able to get it 4 or 5 times out of I'm going to say 20 times out of 10. 19 times out of 10. We're going to squeeze that 20 into the 10. Just because it for me, understanding my expectations, I see it just about every time that I go after it, it makes me money. You know, You just have to know and be ready for it. You know, Amazon, I brought it up yesterday on Amazon. Let's go look at some stocks, guys. Let's move on. But that's just a lesson on, guys, building a playbook, because it's important, right? Because you need to know what certain setups. Okay, QQQ long today. Why did I go long? Because I knew that we were so extended, not just because of support, but we were so extended on a lot of these time frames. We'll just start with the 4 hour. We were targeting 416, 417. Now again, you chew up the clock, it's going to start yanking that 90 MA down. But this is what we were targeting on this low down here at 512. Because we were below VWAP. Our 90 MA is way the hell up there. Bro, you got to at least give me half of that move, a quarter of it. And if I get a quarter of that move, that reversal back, you know, to get some type of resistance or support, like, because you're always going to revert back, more than likely back towards it, right? Once you get this far extended, every time you, perfect example, what happened here? Look at this, right? This may not look much, but look at this. This is using a 4 hour chart. Look at this. So the Q's opened up way up here, sold off, right? Look at where your 90 MA is. Look, this mother is way up here. It's way up here. Look at VWAP. It's way up here. So if I can just get that on a breakdown, sure, we'll look and say, okay, we got some support down here. Okay, look, we got a wick low down here. Let's look for a long. Let's see if we can get like half of that retracement. Right? That was the long on the Qs down here today, was because we were below VWAP. We were stupid far extended. We were looking for that reversal using level 2 time and sales, understanding that we more than likely were not breaking down today. We were sensing the bullishness. Then we said, okay, we're really far extended below. Let's just go for the long. So putting that together can help you. You know, you gotta find those things though. You know, you got to use your head and find things, you know. And I try to bring you guys everything that I know. Like Fed days, guys, I have so many charts from Fed days for when they matter. So if I see like a setup that's like, because they usually always resemble each other. You can only trade so many different types of like patterns throughout the day, even on like a Fed day. You know, they may not be exact, but they will resemble each other in a way. So, you know, just having an understanding of things like that, like today, why I went long. I was just like, bro, look at level 2 right now, or even your time in sales. Sure, it's red this second because you're at resistance, and even being at resistance, this time in sales should be just blank and red. You know, it should just be just screaming blood, red, 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 and you still got a decent amount of buyers stepping in up there. So, you know what I mean? Well, you get the intuition because of the chart, you know, and that's why I say, like, people say, like, what do you use for, like what strategy? To me, it's not about strategy as much as it is what type of trade is it? You know, it's like, am I trading Fubo because this is, they got a deal, this thing's that, you know, could short, like, it's a stock that's in play, right? It has the continuation I'm looking for. You know, I'm going to just ride that momentum. So is it a momentum trade? Is it just like, oh, I'm going to pull Snowflake, or I'm just going to pull Google out of a hat? It doesn't have any news, but I know it's very liquid. So I said this yesterday, that what was really working for me, just like the end of December going into January, were stocks that were in play because they were giving me the follow through. Found the direction, or first off, read the news, understood the news, and just let it give me confirmation. You know, it provided me the confirmation, and I just hopped on board, you know, and I was taking my money. I wanted to short Carvana back when the short report came out. Gold. I posted this on Twitter, guys. I got long gold last Wednesday. It was like last Wednesday or Tuesday. Came in with a massive gap up. This was a really nice setup here. This was a setup type of trade. You know, it's not that like there was a reason for this. It was right here, right there. It was right here, maybe. When was it? When was this? Wednesday of last week? See, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday. Right here. Yeah, it was right here. So I posted this on Twitter. I'm going to show you guys so you guys know. Here we go. Right here. And this was in the afternoon when we started to get this breakout. All right, Happy New Year. When was this? This was January 1st. January 1st. All right, so that was last week, January 1st. Long gold, and you had this really nice gap up there because you had this off the lows here. You had some nice volume that day. It was a relatively low volume. But the thing is about this trade and why I took it was because you held this level like I don't know what. You held it. You held it like a champ, right? Usually, like you'll see like Fubo or like AI. We got short AI because you got above a setup like this and you could not hold it. It kept like breaking down, then coming back up. Breaking down, coming back up, showing that 242 was not holding, right? And that was like a nearly 1,000% trade to the downside. And I talked about it. It was a top trade idea. You know, it should all still be live on this channel right here. Right before the Fed Day. The week of the Fed Day. We talked about this. And I know a couple people took it because they messaged me. Right here. Every time you got up above previous day's high, it failed. If I see, let me try to go to like a 3-minute. But every time you got above prior day's high, which was up at a resistance point, well, the resistance point was at 45, 44. But every time it got up there, it could not hold it. So I was watching it to say, all right, if this thing holds and it tries to go, I'm looking for the short. And we had both sides to this trade, right? Because it was like, if this, then that. Well, if it does try to hold this level right here at 40, was that 43? Right? Look, early in the morning, you shoot up through it. It tried to pull back, and watching this on a 1-minute time frame, you would see that when it got here, it tried to hold, and then it failed. You go right back up there. Look at this. Fails. It doesn't even try to hold it. We get up again. Okay, cool. Are we going to go? Nope. I got short here, by the way, the second time. So I had some profit in that trade already. Look at the volume. Look at that volume here. Right? You're seeing that massive sell side volume here. Look at it. Just look throughout the day. The sell side volume is just chewing up all that buy side volume. That's just one piece to the puzzle. Then you get up there, hold, failed. And I'm like, guys, I came in the next day and was like, guys, watch 43. You have resistance up there at 44, 45. But every time you get up there, it cannot hold. If we get up to 45, I'm looking for a short. If we get back down, it was like 40, 43. It was like 40, 43 or something like that. Then we were looking for a long. But the short idea was on play. And even that morning with the Fed Day, it never held either. But that was over 1,000% on that. Your first take was like 400 or 500%. It was a massive trade. With using this resistance zone up here, along with failing to hold this previous breakout high, because that breakout was on volume. Some of that volume was to the sell side. So that was like, okay, seeing that I got some pretty serious selling early in the morning, a low volume run up, and it's not holding that high. Let's look to see if we get back up there, see if it fails again, look to get short. And you can always put a trade on, put pieces of it on. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I wasn't looking at it. Let's see here. Hope you can answer my question about the lower highs and stable lows, because that is the first thing I think about when looking at you. I don't know what you mean. Lower highs and stable low. Like lower highs. Like, yeah, you could have lower highs would be just like, you know, which would be like a lower high would mean that you're trending in a downward direction, and you're just, that lower high is people or institutions that are short taking money, right? Taking profit, so you get that bounce, and or people that like the stock that are buying pieces of it as it goes down, so you get that little bit of retracement. Like 3 lower highs, and then the support looks stable. On this, are you talking about the Qs? Okay, for the Qs. I don't know. I said this morning that it looks like the markets are trying to turn themselves around. Here's the thing. I am not reading much into anything this market does. We're failing to get back above this level. But you have support down here at 510. Here's what I would do. Instead of focusing just on the Qs. So listen to this. If we want a direction, all right? If we want a direction, I don't care if it's to the downside, if it's to the upside. If we want a direction and we want a momentum, like we want to trade, right? We want to be able to get on something, ride it out, take our money. We first got to find it. And where is it? We just walked in the store. All right, we just walked in the store. We just walked in the market. Right? You have shoes, you got the grocery store, you got hats, you got shirts. Yeah, so you have apparel, you have food, you have haircuts, you have all different kinds of stuff. You have a restaurant. So where do we go in the market for a deal? Or in this case, we want to buy something, sell it for more. We got to find out, where are the deals? Where are they in the market? So I can't just look at the Qs and say, you know, this is a lower high or this, that, or the third, right? I can't do that. Why can I not do that? Because, just give me 1 second here. Because the Qs could just get stuck right here. And if it gets stuck between 510 and 515, that's not doing much for you. That's not giving you, that's not doing anything for anybody. Sure, if you want to scalp a 50 cents, $1.50, have at it. You know, but in order to make some real money, you need some continuation. So what do we need to do? We need to look at all of it. We need to go to the Dow, right? We need to go to Dow. And this is also going to give us the direction on clues on what could take place in the near future. I need you guys to like this stream, okay? Subscribe. Contribution links is in the description, okay? Continue to keep the stream free for everybody. $50 or more is a one-on-one. If you want to gift it to someone else, that's cool too. All right? But if you guys appreciate the time and everything I try to do here to continue to keep this free, YouTube doesn't pay me. I don't get ads. I don't have sponsorship. So if you want to help out, that link is in the description. So, what did I do today, this morning? We need to look at the Dow. Or we need to find out what's going on. What sector is moving higher or lower? Right now, nothing is moving. Financials, healthcare, tech. Okay, sure. You have like Fubo, you have some small caps. And we know this because the IWM and the Dow are down here at support. Now, there's a point to this. Okay, there's a point to this. Because one of these is going to lead us higher or lower. Like the Qs. The Qs led us higher and it stayed stronger. The Dow and IWM were breaking down. With that said, we knew we want to be long the Qs. We want to be short IWM Dow type names. Because that's what the market was doing. Right now, no one is doing anything. It's do nothing time. Right? We do have FOMC minutes here in 10 minutes, by the way. So that could give us something. But if you want to, like, you have like 3 lower highs and then the support looks stable. The support, the support is stable down there on the Qs, but the Qs are also going to do what the Dow or IWM does, right? It's just, but it's like, it's also when, right? And I say that because you're going, how do I say this? Like, this is so important and most people don't do it, is to find the leader. Right now, the IWM has the biggest gap down. It has been the weakest. The Qs have been the strongest, but there is no strength right now. There's none. So we need this support level that we're at today to hold. Now, how can we get early signs that, this level is going to hold? Well, if the weakest part of the market can find support and start going, that's going to allow some relief on the Qs and the Dow. Names like MSTR, right? Roblox, bouncing higher. That could help the Qs. But look at level 2. That's dirt red. That's just blood red. Look at that. Look at all that selling pressure here. Look at that. So, I don't know how to explain it other than like just looking at like the Qs for like support, this, that, or the third. The question is, like, why are you looking at it? Like, do you like it? Nothing is moving right now. We're about to get FOMC. We're range bound between 510 and 516. Okay, let's go. We have FOMC minutes. So, in order for us to really I feel like the markets could bounce a little bit, but they're not going to if the IWM and the Dow cannot get up off of their butt. If you start to see them start to go, then okay, cool. Now we can get a little bit of relief, going. Let me pull up the FOMC minutes, guys. All right, let's get this going here. Sorry, give me 1 second. Oh my gosh, come on. No. You have like 3 lower highs and then the support looks stable. Oh my gosh. All right. So here we go. 2024. Let's go to 2025 minutes. 2024, 2025. So bars stepping down. Come on. Oh wait. The government's open, right? Should be right here. 1/6/2025. So we have 5 minutes here. All right, for this to come out. Just give me 1 second here. News and events, press releases. So the thing is like that's really it. That's all. I don't know how else to put it other than like you can't assume anything because none of the markets are moving right now. The SPY, the Qs, the Dow, the IWM, none of them are moving. And what I mean by that is like normally you'll have a sector that's leading everything higher or leading everything lower. Right now, the IWM and the Dow have been leading the market. Really, I'd say the IWM has been leading the market lower because of yields and because of whatever reasons, that it could be. It could be a numerous amounts of reasons. It could be anything. There could be news that I don't know of. There could be stuff that I don't think of. So that's why I say look at all 3 of them. You could even put in ARK. RSP has also, which is equally weighted, has also was starting to put in lows prior. And look, that's flat. It's actually up. Kinda. It's flat. It's literally flat. So that's why I say that. Because you could turn to the, let's just say we're trading the IWM and the Qs are leading us higher. You don't want to trade it like this, but there are times where you can use the Qs as your leader and just go long, we'll say the IWM or the SPY. You can do it with the SPY. You'll see the Qs break through pre-market highs while the SPY is at pre-market lows. And you're like, okay, cool. The Qs just broke it. The SPY is just right behind it, lagging it by like a few minutes. You know what I'm saying? And then, so that's why I would say, don't try to think about what the next directional move is. could use, like, because indicators right now, we're in oversold territory. We're not bouncing. Hold on one second. Let me. All right, hold on. We got some news here. Hold on one second. So I hope that makes sense. You know, like, don't try to figure out what the next move is. Just look at the markets for what they're doing. And right now, all three of them, Dow, they're not doing anything. All right, so that was nothing. All right, I'm still refreshing here, guys. I'm going to bring it over. So we have everything up. And again, guys, I did get a new chair, but it's just small. And I don't really care for it. And I know that this one's a bit noisy. I knew I should have just got a different computer chair when I did, but it is what it is. You can't take it back now. All right, so here in just a couple minutes, this should be the right place, right? I always forget every time we have something, I forget where to go. So somebody, let's see, what is here? Boom, boom, boom. And then, hold on. Wednesday, boom, 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 boom. Wednesday 1-8. So look, selected interest rates. I wonder what that is. We'd have to look at that. You have consumer credit also coming out, which, man, I'm gonna have to visit. I'm gonna have to look at this. Press releases, testimony. All right, come on. Come on. All right, we have 26, 27, 20. So we have about 30 seconds, guys. Monetary policy, FOMC calendar. Let's go there. So it should be right here. And I guess everybody's kind of still on break because they never fixed that. 2019, 2025. So it should be like right here when it comes up. 28, 29. Wait, no. Hold on. What's today? The 6th? Today's the 8th. Huh? Bro, what? I guess we go back to December. I'm just going to leave it. See, I knew it. All right, listen up. Here it is.
Risk to inflation had increased. Some officials saw merit in holding rates steady in December. Trade policy can make inflation data harder to read. Officials saw a gradual easing of labor market. No signs of rapid deterioration. Saw Trump trade policies keeping inflation higher in 2025. Staff concerns about cooling labor market ease. That's the FOMC.
So here it is, guys. All right, right here. And listen up. I'm just going to turn on CNBC. I don't know why. It always... They need to fix their site, I feel like. I said that we could probably look to go higher because they were probably going to say that they were going to start...
Steve, do tell.
Cut. They were going to reiterate...
The Federal Reserve at its December meeting was at or near the point after cutting by a quarter of slowing its policy easing. The rate cut that they did enact was seen as, quote, finely balanced. It was a finely balanced call, and some wanted to not the one dissent. Not everybody has the vote. So why did the Fed cut? The minutes say that the Fed cut rates to maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market while continuing progress on inflation because they believed they were restrictive. The risk between inflation and unemployment were seen as roughly balanced. Inflation had eased substantially, though it remains somewhat elevated. What you're going to hear next is a lot of the back and forth at the meeting between those most concerned about inflation and those less concerned. So the pace slowed, some said, with recent readings higher than anticipated. Upside risk to inflation had increased. Several were concerned that disinflation may have stalled or risk stalling. On the other side, some people said disinflation was still apparent across the board, especially in market prices as opposed to the non-market prices on a range of goods and services.
All right, we'll talk about this. Let's just look at the chart. Come on, get the fuck over.
And the Fed was concerned about knowing the difference between what was a temporary increase in inflation, for example, from tariffs. They would use that example, but that's the implication.
Damn, she's holding.
Other forces in the economy that might be more permanent. So a period of uncertainty ahead, according to the Federal Reserve, guys.
Let's go read this. Hold on. Recent indicators suggest that the economy... Here, let me take this down. I do apologize. I don't know why this is happening. I really don't. It's just like everything is just like lagging like crazy. And it shouldn't be. I guess I'm going to have to buy a new PC again. Like, it's just fucking crazy. You spend all this money and like you can't even get a good product. I don't know about you, boy. I don't know about these kids these days. Can't even buy a decent product. It's not like when I was growing up. You used to build something, it would last for 100 years. Alright, let's look at this. QQQ, let's go up here. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. It's lagging, so every time I move, I go to click on it, then it goes further, and it clicks on something different. Like that. Swear to God, I'm going to throw this fucking thing out the window. Fucking piece of shit. Like, this is a joke. This has got to be a joke. This has got to be a joke. I can't even get the fucking chart up. Look, we're still not moving. Oh my God. All right, let's go read this real quick. All right, so we can get an idea of what's going on. I apologize. Recent indicators suggest that the economy activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. So expansion, not contraction, they say. Which, guess what, is proof on the labor market numbers that we got today. What happened? They went all the way down to 200,000. Not sure what they're going to be revised at, but they went all the way to 200,000. So they called that one. That's your first one right there. All right. Since earlier in the year, labor market conditions have generally eased. Okay. How do we know financial conditions have eased? Easy. NF. We go right here, guys. Right here. This is... right here, guys. I'm going to show you guys in 1 second. Right here. Right here. All right. Chicago Fed. Right here. Financial conditions have eased. Borrowing, leverage, credit risk, blah, 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 blah. Usually when you see this going down, the markets are going up. When this is going up, the markets are pulling back. Okay. All right. So let's get rid of that. So that's correct as well. Inflation has made progress towards committee 2% objective, but remains somewhat elevated. Committee seeks to achieve maximum employment and inflation at a rate of 2% over the long run. The committee judges the risk of achieving its employment and inflation goals are roughly in balance, which is true, which is why they're going to pause. And this is why when they ask questions, they look like idiots, but work for the Wall Street Journal or some other big organization when they don't ask the appropriate questions. And you guys see me get upset. All right. So labor market, inflation. We're good here. We're pretty good here too. Chances are we don't have to do nothing. That's what that's saying. So the market should more than likely maybe pull back here. I don't know. I don't know how the market feels about a soft landing. It wants all the juice it can get. Okay, so it remains elevated. So they're suggesting, okay, you know, maybe we should ease inflation pressures by possibly, we're saying, you know, maybe we could cut another 25, 50 basis points. Let's give it another little injection, right? Committee seeks to achieve maximum employment and inflation at a rate around 2% in the long run. The committee judges that the risks to achieving its employment and inflation goals are roughly in balance. The economy outlook is uncertain, and the committee is attentive to the risks on both sides of its dual mandate. So they have already said that they would much rather have inflation somewhat kind of elevated, then the labor market start to rise rapidly. Just to put that out there. Okay. In support of its goals, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate quarter basis point, which we all already know this. This is from last month. This is just the notes. In considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range of federal funds rate, committee will carefully assess incoming data and the evolving outlook and balance of risk. The committee will continue to reduce its holdings of the Treasury securities, which is another point of liquidity and volatility that could start to ramp up by them letting their stuff fall off their balance sheet. And its agency debt and agency mortgage-backed securities. The committee is strongly committed to supporting maximum employment and returning its inflation to its 2% objective. Okay, you repeated yourself. They made sure to put employment there. In assessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy, the committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information for the economic outlook. The committee would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risk emerged that could impede the attainment of the committee goals. The committee assessments will take into account a wide range of information, which we all know, including readings on labor market conditions, inflation pressures, inflation expectations, financial and international developments. We already know all this. Voting for the monetary policy action words, blah, 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 yeah. Let's look at, let's go look at, hold on one second, guys. Let's look at the PDF, because I want to see, recent, blah, 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 blah. I just want to make sure there wasn't something else that was added. Okay, so here we go. This is what we want to see, the PDF. Federal Reserve has made the following decisions to implement the monetary policy stance announcement of Federal Open Market Committee. By the way, I just thought about TLT. Don't let me forget about TLT real quick. You know, like this is not a crash, it's a baby correction. Yes, of course. The Board of Governors of Federal Reserve System voted unanimously to lower the interest rate, blah, 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 4.4. We know what it did. As part of the policy decision, the FOMC to direct Market Desk and Federal Reserve Bank of New York until instructed otherwise to execute transactions in the system. Effective December 19th, 2024, FOMC directs the desk to undertake open market operations. Conduct standard overnight repurchase agreement operations with a minimum bid rate of 4.5% with the aggregate operation limit of $500 billion. All right, so how much? So rollover of the auction, the amount of principal payments from the Federal Reserve Holdings Treasury securities maturing each calendar year or month that exceeds a cap of $25 billion. Wonder if it shows us here what they're going to cut by. Voted unanimously approved. Okay, we know that. Blah, blah. So nothing here. Okay. Yes. I never said it was a crash. I personally didn't. I didn't say it was a crash. I never said anything about a crash. And everybody knows my stance. You guys know that I'm looking for a, possible pre-earnings run-up. Unless we have a reason. What is the reason, I would ask you? If you think the market's going to pull back, what's the reason? Is it earnings expectations, in my opinion, which could be something we could look forward to on a higher dollar, higher yields on the 30 and 10 year? More people not qualifying for those homes, realtors not getting paid, materials not being spent. Like, it has its trickle effect. If you just dumb it down to common sense, what would that mean? If the 30 year is making new highs that it's made in the past, 20 years, 15 years, less and less people are going to be able to not only afford or get approved for that loan, they are, they may not get that home that they want, or they, more than likely won't even be able to buy a home. That has its effects. I will say that. But that's down the road, and if that even comes in. All right, TLT. Don't let me forget about TLT. So the dollar is still hanging out up at highs right now. Let me bring this on over. All right. So the dollar. So again, I've said this 20 times now. The holiday week really screwed up these charts. So we just let the market, let the trades come to you. Let news come out. And, when we find our setups, we'll get it. I'm looking for 110 on the dollar. I want to see 110 rejection. We could play a trade here on UUP. All right? We could look for a possible pullback on UUP. It might be a little early, but if we give ourselves time, look, it's already started the pullback. It's already started the pullback. If you get back up anywhere into $30, we could look for puts. Maybe the first, let's look at February. There's probably not going to be much liquidity there now, but that liquidity should ramp up if we can get this pullback on the dollar. Where are we at? 29.60, call it 30. It's so poop. This is crazy how illiquid some of these things are. January 17th, so that's next week. Let's look at the economic calendar real quick. Let's see what we have on the calendar for next week, guys.
88% at $1.32. That's India Michael Golf.
Come on. Bro. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm trying to put this tab back. Go back, go back, go back. Go back to where you were. All right. All right, so let's go look and see what we have for next week. Hit that like button for me, guys. Please subscribe. We're on our way to 1,000 subscribers. If you guys want to give back to the channel, continue to help this, continue to keep this for free for everybody. Contribution link is in the description. Contributions over $50 is a free, not necessarily free, but that is a one-on-one if you would like it, or if you would like to donate it to someone else. Let's, tighten up your trading. Someone else is trading. Getting people on the right side of the trade, getting them, having a one-on-one can really do wonders. There's a lot of stuff I don't talk about on here. Many people have different capital requirements. Like some people have more or less than others. There should be another, what would be possibly good for you. I'm not the one to decide that, but I can give you insights on some things that could possibly help. All right, so let's look to see what we have next week, guys. We have a full week next week. All right, so Wednesday, consumer credit change. We already talked about that. That's going to be coming out at 3 o'clock. Thursday. Dude, the wind is ripping in California. Look at this. God bless those people.
Goes down.
Give them all the help
like with the wind
get,
is expected to die down a little by the weekend.
Look
It's still dire. It's still not okay. It's not going to be over just because the wind has died down. It is going to continue through Thursday, Friday, and into the weekend potentially before we see this wind event die down. And this is a windstorm like we haven't seen in at least 10.
For those that don't know, how do you know if you're in a recession outside of 2 negative quarters of GDP? Non-farm payrolls, industrial production, retail sales. Those three. Outside of 2 negative quarters of GDP.
Jennifer. Now, before we go to break, I'm going to show you quickly shares of Edison International. That's the utility in Southern California. Shares are down almost 13% today. Southern California
we need to
Edison.
Change the way we perceive a recession. All right. You guys remember that? They were trying to change it. No, we can't use 2 negative quarters of GDP anymore. No, it doesn't fit the agenda. All right, so let's look for next week. So what do we have here? 3-month, 6-month bill auctions, quarterly grain stocks, corn, soy, wheat next week. Monthly budget statement. So not much on Monday. Tuesday, PPI. We get some inflation data next week, guys, so be prepared. I would like to see the markets rebound when, you know, PPI on Tuesday. So Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, CPI. Keep that in mind. See if we can get a bounce back and expectations here. Inflation rate month over month. They're expecting negative deflation month over month. Year over year, 3. So right in line roughly where they want to be. Or would like to be, I should say. Retail sales next week as well. It's going to be a busy week next week. Import prices, Philly Fed Index. All right, continuing jobless claims. Holy cow. You're going to get some housing data next week too. This is going to be for January. Just so we're all clear, yields have been climbing, not just recently. So what I would say is we should start watching, this isn't really housing numbers, but this auction here, 15-year mortgage rate, 30-year mortgage rate, we got to keep our eyes on that and keep our eyes out for these the housing data. I think that's going to be important. I do. I think it's going to start showing itself. Look here. And wouldn't you know, they have it red. When have you ever seen housing starts red, guys? It's red now because of where the yields are. This is very important. I swear, this is the first time I looked at this. So that tells me what I'm thinking and how I'm perceiving the market on what I want to see. It's correct because trading economics has this thing red. It's never red. It's never important. It's not that it's not ever important. It's just the importance of this now is more than other because this is what you want to start looking at. You start seeing building permits start to dwindle. Housing starts start to dwindle. Guess what? That's a straight relation to that 30 and 10 year and people either not qualifying or qualifying for what they would like to have. All right. We aren't gay bears here. You know, we're straight bears. We're straight bears. I'm not a bear at all, but I would love a pullback. I don't think I'm lucky enough to get it though. Industrial production next month as well. So we got a lot of data next week, and that's probably why the markets are cooling off a little bit. We'll kind of pay attention to small cap names. Let's go look at TLT real quick. Let's go look at some charts. If you guys have any tickers, post them in the chat. Hit the like button, subscribe. You guys can sponsor the stream. Contribution link is in the description. At Ivy League Trades on Twitter. All right. Let's go look at this real quick. Look at UUP. I might try something. See, I don't want to continue to just keep wasting money and take back what I made. But I would be kind of curious about a weekly put here. It's got some okay volume at like 29. Where are we at? 29.50. See, that's not even going to happen. Wait, no, this is for the 17th. Look at this, guys. So right now we're at 29.59. And I have a feeling with CPI next week, I wonder if you're going to start seeing the dollars start to pull back and yields start to pull back as we got up into that zone. I think it's very possible. Look, here you go. There's support right here. It just broke it. Look at that. It just broke it. Boom. 29.59. Just broke it. You have a massive gap down. It takes you down to like 29.50. That would be 0.5%. There's got to be, let's look at the heat map. Do you guys, there's got to be a double, triple leverage to this thing. There's got to be something that's like liquid, something here that we can use. Damn. And look, listen, you hear what CNBC said? I tell you what, they're watching me, dude. Not dude, but like, let's look at this. This is literally what I'm talking about.
All right, welcome back. We want to talk more about bond yields and the stock market because a lot of attention on both, right? We've hit it all, not just on this show, but all day long, how bond yields have gone up and stocks have gone.
Nah, bro. I'm talking about bonds and housing starts and all that fun stuff and TLT. I'm just playing. But Kendall, it's all good. It's all good, Kendall. We're good. It's going to be okay. We need... Can we have the opportunity to buy some more? It's a lot of good companies I want to be a part of. I want to start building a position in Kava. You know, I kind of am like, you know what? Kava might be a Chipotle. It just might be. I need to go over and do some work on it. But can I get in on this? That's all I'm asking. Can we get a little pullback? We own the Apples, we own the Microsofts, and even for those that don't, that are new to the markets, give them an opportunity. Let's pull it back. Come on, give us what we really want. Damn, you got that gap fill right there too, guys, on Kava. Look at this. This could be a nice little move here. 200-day getting ready to bring itself up as well. So this would be, it's about a 9% move, but you have the 200-day there. No. All right, so 6% right at the 200-day, which would be the gap fill too. So on this daily chart here, watch to see this low volume bounce. Watch to see if you do reject. Watch to see if you do try to reject this on Kava. Maybe, should we buy some now? What do you guys think? Or do you guys think we should wait and let it try to go lower? I don't want to pay more than $100 for Kava right now. Just because if something does happen, I mean, this is a nice high volume break on that earnings call. Look, 17.3, 17, like look at the earnings the past 3 years. Let's look at this. But I want to look for trades. Fuck, I don't know what to do. What I'll do is later on, I'll look at this. But if we look for the past 3 years or 2 years, whatever, look at their financials, and are they on that path to, you know, making more, growing more, this, that, and the third? Because it looks like just by looking at this, yeah, sure, they started that growth, and that growth has yet expired. They're not growing by what they used to be. Right? 2 cents, 3 cents, bang, 17, 15. That's like NVIDIA. They had this massive growth rate, and then it's just like they're just keeping it. Or just, you know, so which would, you know, you can't really expect this thing to start screaming higher. 21 cent expectations. Damn. All right, let me get off of this one. Let's look at TLT really quick. Because the dollar and TLT, we took the longs on these. Now I want to start eyeing up the reversals here in the next, like, couple weeks. Like, that inflation data could start to turn this yield stuff around. I don't know, though. But then, so if inflation is good, right, that is a sign, which is good news, which is a sign that the Fed may not have to cut. The labor market's good. Inflation's where they want it. That might send yields higher. So good news is bad news, in a sense. Right? Because that would mean that the Fed is probably doesn't have to cut. Therefore, longer-term risk would be higher because you're just prolonging a possible whatever recession, something. You know? So, listen, I don't want to try to act like I'm an economist here. But maybe I should pick up a book or something. But I just think that, you know, we get this gap fill here. I might take a shot. I don't know. I don't want to just like try to catch a falling knife. But, you know, Apple, Tesla, like all these other names and large cap names, or even like, let's see here. Let's go look at Snowflake real quick. So Snowflake pulled back off of that level we talked about. I need to go get a coffee real quick, guys. So this guy is saying you're seeing, and it's not just TLT. He's talking about municipal bonds and stuff like that. But we're not seeing it. We're seeing a greater volume in the selling pressure.
I still want to own.
allocations into bonds and even into money markets as these things happen. But over time, that normalization of rates makes perfect sense. It may skew your portfolio a little bit. You may want to own companies that are shorter duration in terms of their earnings growth prospects. But over time, people are going to have to adjust to a normalized rate of interest across the curve, and that is actually healthy for the economy and for the markets.
David, just to add on real quickly, Kelly, to the messaging coming from President-elect Trump, that is actually confusing markets. Will the bond vigilantes win and get the 10-year over 5%? Or will President Trump fire the Fed and come in and promise lower interest rates? How's that going to happen? So that type of conversation is going on right now in the markets, and that's why you're seeing a little bit of a skittishness and a little bit of confusion in the long end of the curve.
All right, gentlemen, thanks. David Speaker, Jeff Kilberg joining us today.
All right, coming up, we've got a long way to go.
All right. Let me go grab some coffee, you guys. If you guys have tickers, please post them in the chat, and we'll go through them. Let's go look at Tesla and a few others. I want to go make a cup of coffee real quick. So he was bullish, this bottoming kind of all in 2023 and the following year. So he's gotten paid handsomely. I wish I had listened to him. I do. I wish I heard him. I just didn't take any action on it. So let's go look at MSTR and some Tesla. And then I'm going to go make some coffee real quick. Oh, nice. This thing's trying to hold here. Sorry for the yapping. Definitely do that from time to time. Pull back, tried to hold, gap down. I'm actually going to get rid of all these levels. Damn, I don't know what to do. So look at this. You're bumping up into the 50-day, you guys. So you're bumping up into this 50-day moving average here. This is your prior support zone. Yeah, you probably could get like a 360 move out of this, but here's the thing. If you're going to try to trade MSTR long, you don't have a clear runway. You're gonna be jumping hurdles at every little breakout you get. It's just gonna get halted because you're gonna have the 50-day, then you're gonna have the 20-day, then you're gonna have Monday's close or Monday's open. It's like they're gonna have that weekly candle. It's like, you know, so this is a bit of a crowded trade. You can kind of see why the markets aren't really doing much here. Let's go to here. Let's go here. All right, we'll go to MSTR. This could be, man, this just sucks, man. There's just like nothing. This feels like there's just nothing to be traded. So Fubo's rejecting here. The minute you reject here, you got support at 327. So it's like everything is just crowded right now. Again, it's just my opinion. Let's look at Meta. I'm going to look at Tesla and Meta real quick. If you can pull back and hold this, watch that level on MSTR, guys. Watch that what is that? What would you say that is? Like 325, 320 zone. You know, you could look for a possible pullback into there and see if it holds. So we sold off, had a bounce, reject. We got above that, and then it quickly broke down, rejected it. So it looks like you tried to have some progress being made, and then it just looked quickly. As soon as you hit that level, what did it do? Took it right back. It's a sign, man. It's a sign. So let's go look at Tesla real quick. Let me move this over. And I'm going to go pour another cup of coffee real quick. Look at Tesla, just trading sideways. It's literally trading sideways.
So, Rob, just let's talk about this for a second because we had Toby.
Let's go here. Let's go look at stocks that are trending. RGTI, IONQ, same ones. I think tonight, guys, I'm going to clear everything off of my charts. Literally, like all the levels. I'm just going to clear them all off. And I'm just going to paint a new canvas. RGTI is trying to bounce here at this level. This was our pre-market level that we had here. This is a nice possible level of support. Listen, I got to be honest with you. I don't think Jensen Wang saying, "Oh, don't expect it," obviously, but there are already quantum computers. Google's got one. IBM has one. They have the processing chips for the computer. Right? So there is pretty big progress being made in the space. So he can't act like something isn't being done, because it is. And what that's going to do is allow them to fill in the gaps on things that they don't know or don't have the time and money to spend it on the research and develop the R&D. Medicine, for instance, cancer, helping to quickly resolve the quickness of cancer, maybe slowing it down, stopping it altogether. I don't think it's something you can just stop. I mean, we are living beings that, after a while, it's just, there's one thing you can't fight, and that's death. You can't fight it. It's bound to happen. You're going to lose that battle one day. But any other sicknesses or illnesses that kids or young adults or adults, just whoever suffer from, they can help solve it. There's just an array of things that it could allow us to do. I watched a Bloomberg series thing on it, and it was pretty interesting. Maybe inventions. It can quickly invent things at a really cost-effective rate. Roku. Okay, so we have Roku, Mobileye. Why is Mobileye trending? I'm going to be right back, you guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to go pour this cup of coffee real quick.
Companies building the blockchain, lots of interest around, of course, MicroStrategy was the big stock last year.
Yeah.
That's fallen off a little bit with price, but I think interest is there, and I think it's going to stay and grow.
But MicroStrategy is essentially
it's a Bitcoin treasury.
Yeah, exactly. Any other trends that you're noticing when it comes to what your reader interest is? Is there a trend where they're kind of paying more attention to bonds and fixed income now, as you mentioned earlier?
Yeah.
Is it worth it to invest in CDs?
Yeah, I mean, we came out with our terms of the year for 2024, and the top two were inflation and tariffs. 2024 last year.
2024.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but inflation and tariffs were the top two terms. Tariffs are on people's minds just because we don't know. Is it more bark than bite coming from the Trump administration? He could roll those out the day he gets into office.
Right.
What would that mean to inflation? What does it mean to valuation? What does it mean to where we are in terms of the economic growth picture? So a lot of people are concerned about that, but we always see this too. And there's a little bit of skittishness in the economy. People retreat and start thinking about their personal finances a little bit less than they think about their portfolio allocation, because they don't change it that much. Individual investors like us, we just keep buying every 2 weeks, and it's hard. We worry about what we can do to protect the house, and then we start thinking about how to keep building that portfolio, make it a little bit stronger for the new year.
But I think one of the things that you just said matches up with what we're seeing in terms of the price action early on this year in the market. It feels like the market's kind of muddling through and trying to figure out what is the incoming administration's first act going to be? Is it these tariffs? Are they going to be inflationary? And especially, with how the latest economic data is coming in and how the fixed income market is reading that, and that's now sending some headwinds to this market. It's like, just feels like they're kind of searching in the dark right now.
Right, the equity risk premium, that's top of mind for everybody, because as we see these bond yields rise, you really have to ask yourself as an investor, what's the best place for my money right now and the rest of this year? People are tackling that question on their own, but I think a lot of people are still devoted to stocks, especially the top 20 that they love and hold so dearly, and for the last few years have delivered great returns.
All right, we will leave it there. That's Caleb Silver, Investopedia. Always great to hear from you, Caleb. Still ahead, we'll look at the economic outlook under the new administration. That'll be on the other side of this break.
All right, let's go over some charts. Let's go see if we can find something into Friday. Let's not push it, but see what we can come across. I don't want to forget about Roblox, guys, because Roblox has a really nice setup on it. Just give me 1 second.
Co.com.
All right, well, a few weeks ago, the oil prices are going to crash theme was in full effect. And to be clear, they still might. But lately, oil prices have been rising, and that has helped oil and gas investors just a little bit. Now, overall, let's be clear, oil and gas stocks pretty much stuck mostly where they were 2 years ago. They've made you no money. So we wanted to find out what is really going on and where we may go. So today, we spoke with the CEO of Chevron about whether, with the White House changing, the next 4 years will be very different than the previous 4 years.
I do think the future is going to look different than the past. We've got an incoming administration, particularly in some of the key agencies, that has deep energy experience, deep energy knowledge, and I think the desire to help formulate strong and sound energy policy for American consumers, for the American economy, and to encourage investment in American energy of all types. So we look forward to working with the incoming administration and continuing to build a strong American energy economy.
Tell us about sales, because I
think the critics might say, and they might have a point here, Mike, which is that at 13.2, 13.3 million barrels per day, at least, of oil, gas, different story, we can get to that. How much more room for growth is there? Is American oil production already maxed out?
Well, America is the largest producer in the world by a fair amount, with Saudi Arabia and Russia coming in behind the U.S. And we've seen strong growth over the last decade and a half. I think there's still some upside, but probably not growth at the rate that we've seen over the last number of years, as particularly some of these new shale plays begin to mature. That said, there are other opportunities in the U.S., the Deepwater Gulf of Mexico being a prime example, where we brought a big project online in 2024. We've got another one starting up early in 2025, and a third one that will begin in the middle of this year. And so there are still lots of opportunities in this country, and there's lots of unexplored acreage.
We could see.
Yeah, so Kelly, we spoke to Mike Wirth for a lot longer. We went about 15 total minutes with Mike, so there's obviously a lot more to do in that interview. We talked about OPEC.
I'm curious if there's a possible trade here on Exxon. Or I keep saying Exxon, Oxy Petroleum. Because you had a nice rejection here off of this level, up here at 51. And I want to see if we can get back down into this support zone. And
One of America's hottest stocks is an energy company. It is Baltimore-based electricity and power producer Constellation Energy. I know you guys have talked about it a ton on the show. I guess Power Lunch is the appropriate name. Constellation today down to 5%. It's on reports, just reports, that it may buy privately held Calpine for
Keep an eye on this. All right, you remember names like Moderna and some of these other names that just continue to sell off. There could be a lot of cash flow with regulation being loosened, opening up more spots to drill. It could allow them. Sure, the price of their product could go down, will go down, but they could collect more money on it and have more product. So it's like, you know, that supply and demand effect where, sure, the price may be down, but if they can double the output, they could and sell it, they could potentially double their income. I mean, I don't know if it would double it, but I'm just saying if they can get more land or whatever and they can work, you know, pump more. So I just don't want people to forget about that if in this sector. So let's go look at Roblox real quick. I know I talked about this a little bit. I'm still trying to figure out. I should have. It looks like we got the opportunity, and God damn it! I was wanting to try for a long down there. Look, it went right in there, touched it, and then rallied. I'm gonna try for a long here on this. I feel like there's a lot going on in the Roblox community, and you see it just in streaming. And I want to see if we can look to try to fill this gap here. Let's go look at some of the news that was. It says here, you know, HSBC has a buy rating of 63. We're practically there. I just think now that we got above this level, I don't think Roblox is going to be able to help itself other than to, you know, run a test right back up to like 65, 65, 67 area. So I may try to get long this. I wish I was in it at low a day. I'm just eating something really quick, guys. I didn't want to chew on the mic.
CNBC.
More. Meta making more rule changes today following yesterday's big shocker on their content oversight changes. The company announcing it's allowing eBay products to be listed on its marketplace platform on a trial basis. Meta shares down 1% today, but eBay is getting a nice pop on this. The shares are up about 12% at the highs, up 9 now. Our next guest has eBay as his best value idea and thinks we're at a turning point in the AI investor story. Joining us from the Consumer Electronics Show is Baird Senior Research Analyst Colin Sebastian. Colin, I did not have eBay on my bingo card as big movers out of CES this year.
Yeah, it might not be the first option that you pick, but I think really putting together the two largest e-commerce platforms that are operating outside of new and season retail, Facebook Marketplace and eBay, really speaks volumes about the strength of both of those platforms. And for eBay, really puts them back on the map, I think, in terms of overall e-commerce.
Hasn't Facebook Marketplace basically eaten their lunch? Colin, I mean, we're showing the shares of eBay, which are up 60% over the past year, but it seems to me they must have lost some decent share to Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah, I think over time in the classifieds business, Facebook Marketplace has taken a lot of share, where eBay has really established itself as a leading marketplace outside of new and season retail, is in used product liquidations that really aren't about local sellers. So they ship products worldwide, and that really distinguishes itself from marketplaces like Facebook. And that's part of what I think makes a lot of synergy potential from this combination.
Yeah, and this is a name that you think will continue to perform well. So investors who are maybe thinking about owning the stock can rest on your recommendation there. What else out of, maybe it's out of CES or just in general, given the positioning in the space, do you think is interesting right now?
Well, you know, we're at CES, as you mentioned. There are thousands of companies here, hundreds of thousands of people. It's amazing to see what the generative AI boom has led to and driven in terms of the ideas and inspiration. From our perspective, it's hard to pick the winners in agents and applications at this point. We like the infrastructure providers, so Google and Amazon in particular, they're spending more on an annualized basis, the 4 hyperscalers by the end of this year annually, than the GDPs of countries like New Zealand and Finland. That's opening up new revenue opportunities. They will benefit from this AI boom. And so we continue to like the bigger hyperscaler infrastructure companies.
And you think we'd probably stick with it, as do many. So was there anything when Meta announced those content changes that would, give you some pause in that direction and think, okay, now that maybe a little bit of a looser leash could cause some blowback in the future?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think there was a lot of variability in content moderation, through the elections, through the pandemic, and I think there's a bit of a right-sizing, recalibration now. So I think it's generally going to be a positive step. Obviously, the devil's in the details, but for Meta, I believe it's the right step.
All right, Colin, thanks for joining us. We'll let you get back to it. Colin Sebastian from Baird.
Thank you.
Meantime, shares of Palantir, they are losing investor money this week following, of course, a monster run last year. So the question now with Palantir, do you buy more? Do you sell it if you own it? We got questions and their answers in 3 Stock Lunch coming up.
I was just eating some crackers real quick, guys. I didn't want to chew on the mic. Let me know if it bothers you or not, So I'm still kind of deciding here on Roblox and a few others. Was just looking. Let's look at the world real quick. Everything kind of red. TSM red. Oh, I forgot about TSM. Damn it. So it's a lot of green here. I mean, a flat in the S&P. Why is J&J down? This is like every time the healthcare sector gets tries to get going, it's just like it just gets taken right back. Consumer defensive is nice and green. You have industrials, aerospace is green, GE, TDG. Let's see here. So what is that? Trans something. Wait. Come on. I thought. Okay. BSX into it. Oh shit. Into it. CRM. Let's go. Okay, airlines. Why is American Airlines not there? Wait, industrials, airlines. Oh, it's not. So American Airlines is not in the S&P 500. Wow. I never knew that. I never knew that. That's crazy. I never knew that. I feel stupid now. Let's go look at TSM. I was watching that for quite some time. Gotta love it. CNBC just comes back from a commercial break just to just to cut it off again. All right, so that's the second false or failed attempt at making and trying to hold new highs on TSM. That's the second time. What did your mom say? 3 strikes and you're out, right? 3 strikes and you're out. But she's still pretty pissed about the second time, so I might look for some downside on another retest up at this zone here. Come on, man. I gotta figure out why the hell my stuff is lagging like this. So we're starting off the year. Nice boom, boom, boom. Nice gap and go, gap and go. Now we're pulling it back. Crackers. If you guys have any ideas or stocks you guys want to look at, do me a favor, throw them in the chat. Even if it's random. Let me see here. Like, there hasn't even been anything coming out of the Squawk Box. Like, it just goes to show you what type of day it is. And that's okay. It is 3 o'clock, so TSM is flat. That's crazy. Tesla.
All right, welcome back. It is time for today's 3-stock lunch, and here with our trades, Mr. Michael Farr. He is president and CEO of Farr Miller in Washington, as well as chief market strategist at Hightower Advisor, and of course, a CNBC contributor. Mike, welcome. All right, first up on your list is Chevron. Obviously, we heard a little bit from the CEO earlier today. The entire interview, by the way, cheap plug is at cnbc.com/pro. And Michael, you say buy Chevron.
I say buy Chevron.
Oh, man, I feel bad for anybody that's not here and sees this. Oh, Palantir, Satish, thank you. I'm going to look at that. Look at Tesla. Can you guys see this? Let me fix it for you. Look at this. I want you guys to pay attention to this line right here at 402. Look at this. This is another break. Another one. DJ Khaled. Another one. Another one. Another one. 402 break rejection at 405. 400. Whatever the hell the number is. 400, 402. Previous highs. Right? That gap. Look at that wick. This triple top wick up here at 400. You are now rejecting 400. I think we should look for a move back into 380, guys. Let's go over to this chart so we can use and find out where our moving averages are. Because this could be a trade to take into next week, and I think I'm going to. Again, it could easily get back above it, but I think this is a big level here. You hit it, pulled back, found support, rallied, put in a double top. You went all the way back down. You broke it, got back above it, tried to hold it. It failed again. Now you're retesting it. And I think now we at least possibly try to revisit, 380, but hell, 360 could be in mind. Wait, was he talking about Roblox or something? This is behind, so let's see what he says.
Across the board, it was too risky.
That is the best story I've heard from Michael Farr in the past. Your son told you to buy. He bought on the personal.
And
you got to
welcome,
always
by
listen
the
to
way,
the kids.
Satish.
They'll get you in NVIDIA. They'll get you in all this stuff. Michael Beggs.
That's exactly what I was saying. If you look on YouTube and go online, Kai, any of them, Kai Sinet, any of them, you're going to see Roblox. They're playing Roblox, So, I haven't played a video game in God knows how long. It's weird. I don't know. I like to do cool things. I'm just playing. Just playing. It feels like everything after like Call of Duty, after like being like Call of Duty is just like, I don't know. Anyway, Fortnite looks fun. I don't understand the little stuff with the forts and all that stuff. I don't understand how they get it where they go, but it's neither here nor there. All right, so we're back underneath this range. 2K looks fun too. But Roblox, they're playing a lot of Roblox. So let's see here. Let's go to our charts here. So our 50-day moving average is down at 350. Man, the only thing I don't like about this is our 20-day moving average is all the way up there at 425. Our trade line is up here at 409, 410, call it. How can I fix this? Hold on 1 second. Let me see something right here. Let me see something real quick. No, that was too far. Hold on 1 second, guys. Dude, I better not mess. Oh my god. I'm just trying to move my screens here because it's kind of slow. Or not slow, but it's like, it just doesn't look right. If you guys have any suggestions on how I can maybe clean up my computer, get it to speed up. I don't know why it's doing this. It never did it before. I'm just going to have to go buy a new PC, I guess. I just don't want to buy a new PC and then 2 years later, a year later, it's doing the same thing. It's bullshit. This stuff should last you at least 4 to 5 years. with the way, like, with some of the prices that they want to charge. All right. So I'm going to look at Palantir. So that's a bounce rejection there. Everything is just really slow. You're welcome, Satish. So yeah, I'm going to look at Palantir. I think that I want to try for an entry up here because as you guys can see, Tesla is back at 400 right now. And I'm trying to see here if it's something I should do. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tests. So I would look at this test up here, hitting this level 7 times and not like pulling back off of it and breaking 390. It kind of makes me bullish. Some people would look at this and say, oh, you know, it went up to the level, it can't get through it. We're probably going to find out now. But part of me says, hey, it's still up at the level for this long. Like, I'm going to get a Palantir right now. I just don't know what the fuck is going on with my screens. Or maybe I'm just messing with myself and looking at the monitor for too long, and I'm just like psychologically messing myself up. All right, let's go to Palantir right now. I don't know why everything is so slow. This is such bullshit. I just want to zoom in right here. I'm going to Palantir right now. I mean, I got to be honest. I can just say it right now. You probably... It should not be this fucking... This should not be this slow. I don't understand.
Steve, how do you think this is going to impact Fed policy, if at all? I can see some who, judging from the minutes, thought maybe standing pat was the best move anyway. So maybe they think...
All right, Palantir. Look, What changed? I just typed it in, pushed enter, and it didn't do it the first time. What changed about it doing it 2 times made it do it, like, read it? You know what I'm saying? What made it change? I don't understand. This is what I don't understand. Like, this shit is being... It's starting to piss me off a little bit. So, Palantir, 50-day moving average, prior support. You're green right now. Well, you're green on the day. Palantir is green on the day, not prior day's close. So you opened up here at 68.11. You're above VWAP, trying to hold VWAP. Let's come up with all the reasons we can. What does the chart say? Let's count on our fingers. How many to the bull side? How many to the bear side? You know? Was there a piece of news on... Was there a piece of news that would initiate a break of the 50-day moving average the first time you get to it, and that prior resistance and support level there? If there's not, let's see. And just a downgrade, even downgrading Palantir, it's got to be from a decent bank, and it's got to be a reasonable downgrade. So let's see here. Palantir Technologies, maker of AI software, was down 3.5%. 6%. It dropped 7%. Worst performing stock in the S&P 500. It was Palantir's worst single day. Percentage drop since May 7th, 2024. Kathy Wood's ARK Investment disclosed late Monday they unloaded a combined 196,728 shares and sold another 4,890 shares on Tuesday. there's still no reason. Right? They're just taking profit in a possible like you have to ask like why did Kathy sell? Like Kathy and them could be selling because they've made a lot of money, but not just because they made money, but because there's something else that they want to buy and they need to raise money for it. You know, it's not because they're not bullish this name, but that's something you would have to ask her or read the transcript if it says anything about it. So I would go to ARK Investing and find out and say, hey, like, are you guys selling just to recoup some of your money and risk manage? Or is this because you're looking to raise money to buy something else? Like, why are you selling? You know, more times than not, there's more of a reason than just taking your money. I mean, moves like this is different. Sure. You know what I'm saying? But as you go throughout your life, you're not going to experience this type of stuff that often. You know? So, who knows? You know? But I would use this zone here in that 50-day. And let's just see what happens. If you cannot get back through $70, it's tough, man. I don't know. I would want to start looking for a bottom. If you continue to see the 10-year and 30-year continue to rise, it's going to put, it's going to put pressure on these names. They're talking about it right now. Look at this. This is so... I swear to God. I'm telling you guys. Somebody from CNBC is watching us. I'm telling you. Look.
Year's best performers.
Yeah, Scott, Wall Street seems to be souring on this name with more sell ratings than buys. Bonds. An average price target of $46, which does suggest further downside from where the stock is trading, right around $68 a share. It does coincide with few executives at Palantir selling stock this year, including the company's chief financial officer, the chief revenue officer, all pre-planned. Also worth noting that ARK Fund's Kathy Wood has unloaded about $15 million worth of stock this week. But let's not forget, this is the best performing S&P 500 name in 2024, gaining over 3.
So I guess there is some insider selling, not insider buying.
And government clients synthesize complex data, and it's showing up in the numbers with a 30% jump in revenue in the last quarter. But the question is, what multiple are investors willing to pay with Palantir trading at 146 times forward earnings? That is the seventh most expensive stock in the IGV software ETF, Scott.
All right, good stuff. Seema, thank you very much, which leads me back to you, Bryn, as you hold the stock. But you sold half of it to start the year because you were getting a little uneasy with where you saw not only the valuation, but the meteoric rise that the stock had?
Yeah, because, I mean, we all know that stocks always, certain stocks will go much, much higher, and then certain stocks will go much, much lower than they should, and that's just like the mechanism of the market. But when I looked at the stock at the beginning of the year, I think it got up to 90 times 2025 sales estimates, and that's just so, maybe it was 90, I think it's around 75 right now. That's just nosebleed. So I just couldn't, it's a great company, but I just think the valuation just got irresponsibly high. And I think that's also why you saw insider selling, just taking advantage of really the frenzy around the name. You know, they're going to come into earnings on February 5th. Their revenues and earnings are going to grow. I think we're looking at 27 and 40% revenue and earnings growth. But I think right now when you have a technical breakdown, it just traded below the 20-day, the 50 days in the 50s. I think you have to let it settle in because sentiment has switched on this name. And so let it settle in and find a new base before adding to a new position.
Are there other Palantir-like names that you would have similar concerns about that you own?
Sell off or go higher.
Well, I mean, I sold half of my Apple. It's not a Palantir, right? It's actually the.
So she's literally saying what I was thinking, and I didn't say it, but I'm sitting here to myself saying, like, just because this doesn't go higher doesn't mean that it's, that you can buy puts or short it either. You could just sit here right in between this level. What I would say is I would watch 60 I'd watch this 6750 zone, guys. I'd watch this level right here. And I would say, all right, you know, if until the 50-day is broken, I want to see a break. And see, like, even then, like, even if you break the 50-day, like, as soon as you break the 50-day, you have to worry about coming into support again. Right there at 60, what is that? 65. So there's no room for this to give you, like, I'm just saying, if you're, like, I don't know what you're trying to get out of this. Like, if it's like, are you trying to buy it? Are you, like, should you sell some if you own it? Like, is it a trade idea? I don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, just looking at Palantir, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, you sold $50 puts for December 26th today morning at 10:10. You sold $50 puts. Oh, $50 puts. Oh, for December 26th? Ugh. Yeah, no, you said it. Or 2026. Yeah, same thing. If you get that's not something I would, unless you want to own more. I see. The goal here is to make money, right? The goal here is to make money. And I don't think I could do that. Like, if you're, like, here's the thing. Like, you're selling something a year and a half from now, or a year from now. You're hoping to either buy the shares or make money on premium. Why not sell a bunch of weeklies and get a premium burn? Like, that's what I don't understand. Is like, if you're trying to sell calls or puts, sell something that's going to lose value very quickly. You don't want to add time to selling it. You know? It doesn't make any sense. It's all wrong. It's just my opinion. I'm not saying that it's right for you or wrong for you. I'm not saying what you should do. But if your goal is to sell some option contracts and bring in income, sell that motherfucker for tomorrow. And just get those premiums to just decay. Boom, I done took your money. Sell it back to the market. Right? In order to get like a 50% trade on that, is $5 a contract for 6, 8, 10 months worth it? Like, I don't understand why you would do that. If you want to let me know, that would be cool. Yeah, see, it makes sense. But see what I mean? Like, if your objective is to sell something to bring in income, you don't want time. Like, your enemy is time. Right? If you're a buyer, if you're going to buy a contract, if you're going to buy some calls, that's when time is your friend. Time is on your side. Because what makes up an option contract? Intrinsic and extrinsic value. Part of that being time. Not just how far or are you not in or out of the money, but time. Price and time is the option contracts. Price and time. If you got a 50 delta on a $1 contract, you're going to make 50 cents every dollar, at your break-even price, depending on your gamma. If your gamma's 10 and the delta's 50, every dollar, that 50 cents is going to go to 60. You're going to make 50 cents on a dollar. Then it's going to go to 60. Then you're going to make 60 cents on the dollar, and then it'll be $70. So there's some ways to really, so yeah, if that's your goal, You want to sell something that ends today or right now. I want to sell a 67. I want to sell a 60 put that ends right now. Not like right now, but like you want like a little bit of time, but not much. Like Friday. You know what I'm saying? Like a nice pull into 60, a nice pull into this 50-day moving average, and, you know, maybe sell some of the like 60s, buy the 58s, 55s. Depends on what the contracts look like. But yeah, if you're looking for income, time is not your friend on selling contracts. I mean, you can do it. You know what I'm saying? There is a median, maybe like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe a month. But you have to ask yourself, are you getting enough back to where it's like, you could just sell 10 dailies on the SPY and make up that same month and do it day after day. It's all on like, look, you know, you got to shop for it. Yeah, see, exactly. You saw it as free cash. Well, nothing is ever free. Because here's the thing. Don't forget this. At any second, something could come across that news wire, and this market could limit order down, and if you haven't experienced a limit down when something like bad happens, and you're in a position, and let's just say that position is green, and you get a limit down off of some news, let's just say Russia just sent over those bombs that they did a while ago. I know what they're called. I just can't think of it. Let's just say some of it hit Europe. What do you think is going to happen? This market is going to limit down faster than you can think, and you might just be in the money and might be liable. You got time. You got time on your side in that case. That's when you would want it on your side in hopes for it to get back above there. But you always want to risk it. Nothing is ever sure. 95% of the times there are some free money, but that 5% can wipe out the past 5-10 times you got that free money and take some of that back, the majority of that back. And that's the problem. You know, and that's what we have to remember is that any second something can happen, news can come across that wire, and we're fucked. Listen, it's happened to me. It's happened to me. And when I say a limit down, I mean just like you can't even blink fast enough and Palantir's down 8%. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just because what happens is you would have algorithms that are you already have sell triggers, and then it just it just goes through all, like it's just like coming down the range. You have all these sell orders, boom, 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 and it's just like it just wipes all these sell orders out, and then you just blink. Not that like you blink, but you just see this thing flush. You've seen the market move crazy before, I'm sure, but you know. And then in that case, what would happen? Premium would go up. It would be worth more, right? So in that fear, in that time of fear, you want to sell some premium because you're going to get paid more, have less time. That's what I would do. I'm not telling you what to do, but that's what I would do. You get a nice flush, sell some puts at the bottom of that bad boy, you know, within an extent. Understand there's always risk, you know, as though it may seem as free money. It is free because we can also have like a break-even price to keep it free. But, you know, you need to give some stocks the room that they need. But, yeah, I'm glad that you saw that. I'm glad that you asked that, buddy. I'm glad that you asked that because this is why I do it, is just, you know, so people can get back on track and really understand things for what they are. So I want to look at Tesla real quick, guys. Tesla broke this major level, and I think we could get some continuation. It's just like we don't really have the market behind us for this. But Tesla is back below 400. Let's go over here to the trade box. Let's go look at a 4-hour chart. Damn, I should have looked at... So here's your pivot low. Here's your pivot low from yesterday. This is that major support level. We're bumping up against it now. Can we get a break of low a day? I'm really curious. You know, in my opinion, the real support level is down there at 380. I'm going to try. I might try for this, guys. I may try this. Hold on one second. Let me go to... It's trying to bounce. I'm going to go to the charts. I want to make sure that I can time my entry, that I'm not doing anything stupid. Like, this is just my initial thought. So now I'm going to do the work to find out whether or not I got a winning trade on my hands. And then if not, guys, I'm going to sit on my hands and I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until the market sets up, and then boom, I'm going to pull my 20%, 50%, whatever I get, 100% out of the markets. Be good for the, you know, coming month or week, and just let the market come to you. You know, you can't really be in a hurry. And it doesn't get easier with more money. I'm just going to say that right now. I don't care how rich you are. You're still human at the end of the day. And, you know, unless you're like a bajillionaire and you can sit and see thousands of dollars just flash, like just skipping, like, you know, on your P&L on options, it's like, not that you want that, but the volatility, just because you have more money does not mean you're going to be successful. That's just what that's all I wanted to say and what I was getting at. So on the daily chart, we have VWAP, trade line, up here, 408. 408. And if we cannot get up through 400 again, and we come in with that gap down, that's really going to start to pull that trade line down. Going to bring this 20-day moving average down. It's starting to flatten itself out. Daily chart, let's see, time and sales, level 2. Let me pull these up. Let's read. Come on. Patience, young grasshopper. Just got to tell yourself that, you know. See, Tesla's not even trending either, which is crazy. Alright, so... yeah, I don't know. Wait. Look at this. So, we have VWAP and trade line right here. Yeah, look, it might start now. There was just like 4,000 shares to the sell side right there. Can we get this to act as resistance? Come on, man. If we can get this to act as resistance, this trade could start to work by the end of the day. Look, I'm not going to be able to get in it if it's happening right now. I feel like it's happening right now. Hold on one second. I don't like trying to get into something and holding it overnight. But I gotta just play it, right? That's what it is, right? And we'll put a stop loss. See, I don't want to gap up to like 410. But 400 was a pretty serious level, in my opinion, on the daily chart. And we're back now below it. But it kind of feels like I'm buying. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I feel like the short is the right answer here. I do. I feel like grabbing a couple puts for next week would be the right thing. But I also feel like I'm trying to force it, and that we could get a 410 test and then a hold of 400. 15-minute chart. Look, let's see if he. They always say this. Are they expensive?
What we look at the fundamentals. First, ask yourself, are these big cap tech names really that expensive? Are they overpriced? NVIDIA is trading at 32 times this year's earnings. The group of the Mag 6, so
32
excluding
times
Tesla,
earnings.
trades about 27 times this year's earnings. It's not cheap. I don't think it's egregiously expensive. And as we look forward to the rest of this year, I still do have pretty great confidence that the AI trade is alive and well. I think NVIDIA can continue to work. That might shift later on this year.
Not two.
And I also think Microsoft and Meta are the names that you can own out of those mega cap tech.
That's like your paycheck, right? That's like you going to the bank and saying, I bring in $2,000 a week. Can I get a loan for 10 grand a week, right? What is that? That's 10 times your earnings. That's 10 times your earnings. The bank's gonna be like, what? You crazy? But we're talking 50 times earnings. How long do you think that that's going to take to get to that break-even price on a 50 times earnings? With a 20% growth rate. You're actually going behind. If you're only growing by 20% and your earnings are rated at 30, 40, 50 times earnings, there's that 20 to 30, 20 to 50 space there that you're always going to be lagging behind. So I think the market needs to pull back. I don't think it will because there's plenty of cash in the system.
BDC, so you're not counting on an upgrade cycle that just is, rather than one big event, just becomes this rolling deal that's going to be good enough. It's just going to take you longer to get to the destination you thought you'd be.
I think that's probably the right way to think about it. I think that the bar is low, but I also think that Apple's, even if they don't get an AI tailwind, I think they have easy comps. I think that they've done enough with AI and other upgrades to the iPhone 16 that they can beat that low bar. I think the question in my mind, if you're really getting excited about Apple, is what does it look like for next year? You know, can they really exceed and get back into that strong double-digit kind of growth for iPhone that we haven't seen in a long time? And
but
that
he's okay
I think the
with
people
NVIDIA.
who are AI bulls really hope that it could accelerate too. But we just won't really know what that will be, that AI story will be that could drive that kind of growth until later.
I just upgraded to the new iPhone. All right. I was overdue for a couple years on my upgrade, and I just finally did it. I'm going to tell you guys right now, there were so many people in that store upgrading, and not only upgrading, but also getting an Apple Watch and the whatchamacallit, the iPad. They moved some products, at least where I'm at. They moved some products. I'm telling you, there had to at least, just the first visit, not the second visit when I dropped my stuff off. The first visit, there was 1, 2, 3. There was like 4 to 5 families just getting new. 5 families getting new phones and upgrading and getting the iPad and Apple Watch just both times that I went. Like, just when I went. Not throughout the day. Not whatever happened after I left. So I'm going to tell you guys right now, at least where I'm at, there's people that have a brand new phone right now. So, and Apple's moving some products, and I think you're going to see that. I think you're going to see that this quarter and or next quarter. It's just, the question would be, do they continue to raise it? Because they know that people took advantage of this. Then it's like, so where are they with their laptops, with their MacBooks, or MacBooks and their computers or whatever? So I think whatever the deal that Apple and them did with T-Mobile, Verizon, I have Verizon. It was a genius move. I have to say, it was genius. It really was. Hey, let's go ahead and give them the product, and they just pay for the product each month. It'll only be $15, $20 extra a month, and they get both products, and we're able to put it on our balance sheet. And I got to tell you, it was a genius move. It really was, to get products to move, you know? And again, that was just when I went there. I don't know before, after, in between, and I was there twice with 4 to 5 families all getting new phones with the product. So we'll see up in these upcoming earnings calls. You know, that's not to say that it's worldwide or around here, but I got to say the chances are pretty high. If it's happening here, I'm sure it's happening in other places. Because I feel like people were really like, oh shit, like we can get an iPhone, or, you know, we can upgrade to our iPhone. You know, you get an iPad, brand new Apple Watch, you know, all at pretty much like cost price over the course of 2 years. You know, I think you had a lot of people scoop it up. It is a brilliant idea. I think it is a brilliant idea. Because remember 2023 and 2022. What was everybody talking about with Apple or even Microsoft? All these phones and all these computers that were coming in that were, you know, past that 3 to 4 year threshold, and they were talking about how they weren't seeing those people come back to buy those new products. So what do? Let's bundle up a deal. Let's physically entice them to come back, and they did, and it worked. I mean, I just so happened to I don't care if there was a deal or not. I was just upgrading my phone because I was long overdue for it. And, you know, and then they had the deal as well. So I was just like, the heck with it, you know. I'll take it. So I am kind of curious what, you know, you have that earnings report come out, but then what do you do after the next one? Because it's not Christmas anymore. It's not how, like, what sale are you just gonna continue to have it? Like, that could be the new thing. Upgrade your phone, $15, $20, $30 more a month. It should be like, it's like $15, $20. Here's your iPad and iWatch. You'll just pay for it over the course of 2 years. Or however much it is, you know. Because they're going to give you the price of your phone, plus, you know. So, they may just continue to keep it. They may have to. They may be forced to. All right, so we're watching Tesla here. It's not really a stock that's trending. Again, I told you guys yesterday that I've been having a lot of, not necessarily luck, but my P&L, you know, my green trades came from stocks that were trending. And it's like everything, like, look, everything on here is flat. Every stock that's trending right now is fucking flat. Excuse my language. Look at that. Look at this. This thing's flat. Look at this. Flat. Rigetti, flat. On semiconductor. It pulled back, but it's flat. Look at this. Flat. Roku actually isn't that flat. But the majority of these are all flat. They haven't really moved. They're right around where they opened. So, a very boring day. And I'm upset because, you know, there's been a lot of, there was like Monday was a really good opportunity. And I was really tired. So, I really want to get something, you know, I want to get something going here so we can put some food on the table for you guys. You know, you guys can make some money with us and you guys can help us with the stream. Or, you know, it's just a collective group here with one common goal. I'm going to try and go off the beaten path here and see if we can't come up with something. I want to say thank you guys. Please hit the like button for me. I need you guys to hit the like button. I really need you guys to subscribe.
$12.
Let's help get me to 1,000 subscribers. I won't say it again about the likes and all that stuff. Let's see what he has to say here.
Let me give you one in our growth strategy, because who doesn't like talking about NVIDIA? And the volatility there, especially this week, is off the charts. Yesterday, we sold a covered call expiring this Friday. So a $3, forget the 8% cash flow we saw with JP Morgan. We brought in a $1.7 NVIDIA call expiring on Friday. And if you annualize out just that short time, it's a 60% annualized return. Now, obviously, we're not going to be selling calls on NVIDIA on every 3-day cycle. But it really illustrates what you can do in periods like this of great and intense volatility and some uncertainty in the broader markets. I mean, we really thought that the Santa Claus sell-off and this volatility was a symptom of thin trading, low volume, window dressing, tax selling. Hey, and I stressed the word originally because things have changed with rates.
Hey, Kev, forgive me. I got like half of that. And there's something wrong with your audio. And if I got half of that, I don't know what our viewers got. So we're gonna work on that. Let me take a quick break, and we'll come back with you on the other side if we can figure this out and get it fixed. We're tracking the biggest movers into the close. When we come back, Christina Partsinevelos is standing by with that. You want to tell us what you see now?
We see a new member of the S&P Mid-Cap Club, and the bird flu is actually helping sales of one company. I'll have details of all of that after this short break.
I am more than likely probably going to get out of here, you guys. Man, I guarantee you Tesla's going to try and do something. Watch. Guarantee it. Not really. I don't make any guarantees, but just want to say, guys, it's just one of those weeks. All right? If you're not finding anything that's moving, you got to remember to look around the market, look at financials, healthcare, gold, oil, search, okay, Walmart, Costco. You got to go out and look for it. So Wall Street Bets here. Let's see here. All right, SPY 0 DTEs. What is this? January 8th, 25. What? What? I don't understand. Bro, there should be no reason that you guys... I mean, I don't know when this person put this on. There should be no reason why you get this P&L off of a daily. Unless it's like pretty damn certain. Okay? Hold on, there's a circuit breaker. Of course there is. As soon as the market closes, something starts to move. You gotta be kidding me. But this will get your head chopped off quicker than you can imagine. Look, he said it hit the 200-day moving average on a 5-minute chart. Bro, the 200-day moving average is a slow-moving indicator. Sure, it may bounce off of it periodically, but it is not to be used in a time frame of 5 minutes. People crack me up. It's so funny. Look, I think that's a lot of money too. That's funny. Alright. Alright, so what do we have here? Tesla has pulled back from its recent high of 488 to around 400. A 20% correction. The MACD green bars are shortening, and the selling pressure is weakening. Additionally, Trump will officially take office January 20th. I believe Tesla could see
Have some news about Eli Lilly. Angelica Peebles has that for us. Hi, Angelica.
I kind of agree with him. It could, but it feels like sometimes... It feels to me that sometimes people don't actually go back to the chart and do the... What you want to call it? Let's see here. They don't go back and like retrace the move. Like, okay, we went through this resistance zone. We held. We tried to extend. It broke. It failed to break out higher. It went back again to try it again. It failed. Pulled back. What do you think is going to happen? It's going to run a test back to it. More than likely making that resistance zone, not breaking it, but making it a resistance zone. So it's like, just going through the movements of some of these names, it feels to me that like some of these people don't do that. Like, because if we go to Tesla, I'm not saying that they're wrong. Don't think that I'm saying that, but I feel like it's a very crowded trade to the upside, and it very well might just work. I just think this is a breakdown. It tried to get up above it and hold it. It failed to do so. Now it's going back into it and turning it possibly into resistance. Look at this. Look at the buy side volume. It's poop. There is no volume to the buy side. Come here, Abby. We'll see what happens. We'll see if it can get above 400. I believe Tesla could see a rebound in the near future. So I'm preparing and planning to go long on Tesla call options when the market opens today. And this was 30 minutes ago. Weird that this was 30 minutes ago. And let's see, what is this? I don't want to click on this. Fuck. Oh, okay, cool. I bought the same calls last week and it burned 80% of my position. Wait. Hold on here. Where's the post at? So, character advance.
XXII, another pop here after resuming $8.80.
XXII. Come on, bro. I'm trying to fucking hit this.
$9.20 now.
That's right, bought after the opening bell today. Poop and doom. Right. It's going to play one. People don't. Why did you post this 23 minutes ago when the markets are about to close, but talk about market open? And it's the same thing I thought. I bought it after the market opened today. Market opens. What? Okay. All right. Guys, here's what I'm going to say. You can make a lot of money at options. You can. You can make a lot of money. You can turn a little bit of money into a lot of money. You can take a lot of money, turn it into even more money. There's all different types of ways. The best thing to do is not buy options when the market is in a consolidation. And I say that because I bought options today, but I got out of those in a matter of 15, 20 minutes when we already knew, hey, if we buy options today, the market is... We came into the day thinking that the markets were just going to trade sideways, and maybe FOMC minutes changed that, and they didn't. So wait for... That's like right now, like I want to get puts, but I want to wait for that momentum. Sure, you know what the market's been doing the past couple weeks? The overall markets have been making the move after hours. Like, you have to get into it the day before and come in with a gap up or a gap down. you know? So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. But that won't last forever. I'm telling you, it won't last forever. So if whatever it is you're watching is not moving and not giving you momentum, don't even waste your time. Or buy the stock itself. Buy the stock itself. Because all this did today was just burn a whole day's worth of premium. That's it. Buyers lost. Buyers lost. These options on both sides of the fence didn't gain. They lost. Guys, I'm going to get up out of here. I love you guys. Just wait. Let the market come to you. The market's just chilling right now. We need something, you know. It's the first week back from the holiday. Market's closed tomorrow. We'll probably do a short live stream tomorrow. And we'll just go over charts. We'll come up with trade ideas for next week and for Friday. That's all I got, guys. Let me get up out of here. I love y'all. Have a great rest of your day. I'm going to leave CNBC out for a minute, and we'll go into the close. But I'm going to be getting up out of here in the next couple minutes. We got 10 minutes left. Hit that like button for me. Subscribe. Thank you guys for being here. See y'all in the next one.
Still ahead, powering down, Constellation Energy is dropping today and reports the company's planning some major M&A. We have those details ahead inside the market zone. We'll do that next.